afternoon and welcome to the third day of Wimbledon in 2025. We're into the second rounds here on centre court and it's a wet and breezy day, but the sun is starting to shine and we are gearing up for hopefully a fascinating opening for today's matches. First up, Sabalenka is out on centre court as well as she tries to progress to the third rounds as well. Let's get ready and join our colleagues over at Wimbledon Radio.
Caroline Garcia, another big hitter that would have loved playing on this surface, beat Garcia again too in 2023 as well. So, and ended up losing to Vondrousova that year, who ended up winning the title and took her to 3 sets. So, I mean, that just proves that she can be very dangerous on this surface. She can swing freely out here. So she really has got nothing to lose, and just knowing, having that confidence, having a win over Sabalenka almost just 12 months ago, I mean, that's got to make her feel pretty good. That's got to be significant, hasn't it? That belief that you know you can do it, you've done it before, and so it's possible to do it again. And talking of Vondrousova and Raducanu, of course, they're playing later here on centre court and will provide the opposition for the winner in this match, our first on centre on day 3 here at the Championships. The players just going through their routines before the serious business gets underway, both now just working a groove on their service actions. It's been another very successful year on the face of it for Sabalenka, Jill, but significant disappointments as well, of course, in the Grand Slams. Losing in Australia to Madison Keys, losing at Roland Garros to Coco Gauff, who of course is one of the big names who's bitten the dust already. And they were hurtful losses because you could make a case for saying she was actually the better tennis player in both of those, but perhaps mentally she wasn't quite as strong as her opponent on the day, certainly in the case of the French Open final. Yeah, I would say in Roland Garros in particular. Yeah, if I go back to the Australian Open final, I mean, Madison was playing unreal. And I think, obviously, that could have gone either way. I think it almost seemed like Irina had it in her head that she was going to get that three-peat of the Australian Open. She won the previous 2 years back-to-back. And I think when it actually doesn't happen, because you visualize it so much, I think that's what hurt so much, is she couldn't get through. And we saw a lot of emotion come out of her after that final. I do think Roland Garros was a bit different. I think she allowed the conditions factors to get the better of her in the middle of the match, and I think Coco just handled it a lot better. And so I think for someone that's done such a good job in that particular category for getting emotions, I think, you know, she was disappointed in how she handled that, but she bounces back from adversity so well. And she was very contrite, wasn't she? I think she handled the aftermath very well. She apologized to Coco Gauff and she owned her mistake and comes into this tournament with a clean slate, bidding to become a Wimbledon champion for the first time and serving from the box end, having been invited to do so by her Czech opponent, Marie Boskova. First serve is missed by Sabalenka, who brings so much artillery to the court. She's got huge weapons, of course, and when you're playing on the grass, you get extra results from the speed of the court as she misses the overhead with the court gaping, so didn't quite get her direction right there. But this is why she is expected to claim this title at some point in her career and possibly over the next 2 weeks, because she just seems to have the perfect game for grass, given the power that she possesses. Love 15, first game here. Live on the Wimbledon radio channel. That's a good serve out wide. On the stretch, Boskova does well to get it back, but the +1 is a clean winner inside in from Sabalenka. Is crucial from Sabalenka. I even think she's improved her second serve significantly. A lot more kick, just a little bit better accuracy off the ground, and we know what she's capable of on that first serve when it's firing. It's just so powerful. Yeah, there was a time when the serve could be a significant problem for Sabalenka.
one stage over 2021-22, she was averaging 14 double faults a match, but right on cue, she throws one in for 15-30. It's certainly something that she's addressed very effectively since then.
Yeah, I mean, to the point where, I mean, it just shows you the dedication and the work ethic she has. She hired a whole biomechanical coach to specifically just for that one stroke, that serve of hers.
Lands the serve this time and puts away the forehand up the line. Yes, that was Gavin McMillan, wasn't it, who started to work with her, I think, after she threw in 20 in a single match against Coco Gauff.
And if you think about it, it's the only stroke you have complete control over is the serve. It's starting the point, but other than that, you don't really have 100% control over anything else.
And of course, when she does land it and she does find that rhythm, that groove on serve, it can be a very potent weapon. She's into the net here, 30-all, first game, with the sun beginning to shine up above after the early rain on this third day as Boskova misses the return up the line and Sabalenka moves to game point.
Just changing it up there from Sabalenka, going the second serve kick out wide to the forehand of Boskova.
Sabalenka's 2 victories over Boskova, Miami 2023, and as we mentioned, Brisbane at the start of this season. That's an ace to finish the game. Bit of a mixed bag on serve there from Sabalenka, but she finishes with a flourish and has the opening game on the board. As mentioned, the winner to play either Raducanu or Vondrousova, who of course won this title 2 years ago and since then has experienced quite a lot of injury problems, but bounced back to success in Berlin in the build-up by winning that title. And that's going to be a tall order for Raducanu, who of course made the 4th round last year. It's a wonderful program again on centre today. Tarvet of Great Britain to play Carlos Alcaraz. What an occasion for the man from San Diego University who came through qualifying at Roehampton last week as a wild card and is now playing arguably the greatest player in the world right now, even though of course Alcaraz is the #2 seed, with Jannik Sinner the #1, having won yesterday with some comfort. Marie Boskova preparing to get her first service game underway. She's not happy with the ball toss, so she aborts it. Now she's ready. From the roll box end, she serves into the net. The ball quickly retrieved in typically professional manner by one of the ball staff here. What a job they do. Second serve. Backhand return from Sabalenka. Forehand up the line goes Boskova, and then the deep slice to the backhand of Sabalenka, who's hitting a flatter ball here and hits the sideline. Does she know? It's just missed when she was looking for the angle to win the point.
Yeah, going for such a sharp angle and shorter in the court as well, recognizing that Boskova back behind the baseline. Another area that I like that Sabalenka is improving on, just adding more variety to her game. She said it was so important to be able to mix things up. She's known for that power that we talk about. She don't want to take that away, but like that she's starting to incorporate a lot more in her game.
Adding those extra strings to her bow to make her an even more potent force. She already has 20 titles on her CV, 3 of them Grand Slams, twice in Australia, once at the US Open. And she hits a forehand return into the net. She went after that one, but didn't quite time it as she wanted to. And Boskova moves to 30 love.
I liked the reaction of Sabalenka after she won her first round. She played out over on court 1 and just was, you could see the emotion kind of coming out in her, just happy to be back on the court. Of course, missed last year, wasn't able to play for that shoulder injury, and just the appreciation she had of being back on the court. It's good to see.
It's easy to forget, isn't it, that she couldn't play last year. It was obviously a huge disappointment for her as Boskova moves to 40 love. That the shoulder problem prevented her from competing here, so further fuel to the Sabalenka fire to really make the most of this fortnight and try and claim her 4th Grand Slam. And then it would just be the French missing from the collection. A lot of work to do before she can think about that. The inside in forehand followed by the drop shot. Boskova gets there, but the volley is comfortable on the forehand from Sabalenka. She had the net covered.
40-15.
And that's what I'm talking about. Able to incorporate the drop shot is such a good tool for Sabalenka to have, because as an opponent, you're immediately thinking on your back foot almost, because you think she's just going to come out with you so much power. So the fact that she can throw that drop shot in, and she's so good at the net, multiple Grand Slam champion, of course, in doubles as well, so very comfortable in the forecourt.
Yeah, she's won the US and the Australian Open doubles title with Elise Mertens. On the move at the baseline here, Sabalenka. 40-15 Boskova, so she's favourite to win this game right now. Off forehand from her, slice from Sabalenka, and then an overcooked forehand from Boskova. She didn't strike that as she wanted to, and it sailed beyond the Sabalenka baseline.
Oh, it's a good slice, defensive slice from Sabalenka, and such a good option. That ball stays so low off the slice, so it really forced Boskova to have to hit up on the ball and just lost control.
That win over Lulu Sun in the first round for Boskova, 6-4, 6-4. Still has a game point here. Backhand return from Sabalenka. Drop shot from Boskova, not the best. There was a bit too much on that. And Sabalenka under the high ball puts the smash away on the angle. She dealt with that very nicely. It wasn't the easiest overhead, but she put it away with confidence.
She got back for that one really well. Not a bad play from Boskova, because one of her best shots is that lob, but when opponents come forward into the net. But Sabalenka saw it coming with the way Boskova was preparing for the backhand. Good recognition from the number one.
26 years of age, the underdog, turns 27 later this month. And from 40 love is now at deuce and lands the first serve, and that's good enough to cause the return error from Sabalenka, although judging by her body language, she feels as though she should have perhaps made that one.
Just gives you an idea of the perfectionist mindset, not wanting to make every ball make her opponent play.
So game point again for the world number 48, formerly world number 24 from Czechia. Into the net goes Boskova, who's wearing a white bandana, blonde hair, tied up on top of her head at the royal box end. Sabalenka crouching low, right on the baseline, hits a backhand return, but a kick on that serve, and now another backhand up the line is into the net from the world number one, and so Marie Boskova got out of a game that became complicated from 40 love, but she holds, and there's nothing like getting that first service game on the board, Jill, just to settle the centre court nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she'll feel good about that, and like you said, was able to gut it out in the end after it became a little bit tighter than she expected. She's such a good competitor, though, Boskova. She doesn't give you a lot of free points. She's going to be very consistent.
And a very likable individual, I believe. She's very popular on the tour. She tries the backhand drop shot, but that one dips into the top of the net. Sabalenka moving to 15 love.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. She's not one that you're going to see much frustration. You know, you might see a couple, but it won't be that extreme. She's very composed on the court and willing to let things go quickly off the court. She's smiling all the time. She's nice to everybody.
And that's a good mindset to have, isn't it? If
you
can stay in the moment and take defeat and victory in the same sort of way, have that level-headed approach to this sport, because it will cause you nightmares if you allow it to. Many sleepless nights. It can be a
frustrating sport, yes.
Jill's still having them, and she's been retired for at least half an hour now, maybe more. Forehand from Sabalenka, and then cuts off the volley on the angle at the net.
She followed that approach shot well, Sabalenka. Nice, deep, short ball into the corner, and just really got Boskova on the move, covered that down the line. Nice volley short in the court.
You had incredible longevity in your career, Jill. Do you miss being out there even now?
I do, yeah. I mean, guys, I'm lucky enough that I get to sort of follow the tour throughout the year for work purposes, and yeah, I do miss it, watching it so many times. I miss the competition. I miss the feeling of the sound of the ball and the feel of the ball in my racket. I do miss it. Can you tell?
Just a little.
I still get to hit a lot, so that's nice.
You wish you were down on terra firma right now, rather than under the roof in our lofty perch. We can't actually see the sky, but we can see under the roof, nonetheless, that the grass is lit with the afternoon sun, and that's great. After a rather dodgy start to day three weather-wise. Oh no, that's a very loose volley from Marie Boskova. Sabalenka had thrown in a double fault at 40-15, and she should really have lost that point, but the volley wasn't well controlled, and it landed wide, and Sabalenka moves to a 2-1 advantage in this opening set.
I did like that point, though, the way Boskova played that point, like the intention behind it, looking to attack the second serve. She's going to have that strategy throughout. When she gets second serve, she's going to have to take a bit more risk, go after it, try and apply the pressure to Sabalenka. And I like that right away she moved forward to take that ball out of the air. It was a very makeable volley. I would say if you give her that again, she'll make that shot. She's good in the doubles, has a couple doubles titles as well, Boskova, so not afraid to come forward. Could be a good play for her in this matchup.
Plenty of other tennis underway, of course, on this third afternoon, including Madison Keys, who we've talked about already. Of course, she denied Aryna Sabalenka a hat-trick of Australian Open titles. Her first Grand Slam. How well did she play at the start of the year? And she's taken the first set on number 2 court against Danilovic of Serbia and Sunay Kartal of Britain. 6-2 first set for her, having broken the world's top 50 this year, making real progress. She's playing Tomova of Bulgaria, and she's taken the first set with plenty to spare. And on court 1 at the moment, and of course you can enjoy dedicated commentary on number 1 court throughout these championships here on the Wimbledon radio channel as well. Frances Tiafoe has taken the opening set against Britain's Cam Norrie by 6 games to 4. Raducanu still to come today here on centre against Vondrousova. That is going to be a significant challenge for the former US Open champion. And the winner will play the winner of this. Marie Boskova at the far end of the court at 1-2, first set. Forehand return from Sabalenka, forehand into the net on the angle from the server.
Yeah, we mentioned Boskova having that win last year in Washington, D.C. against Sabalenka, where she made her first final at a 500 level. And she said one of the things that got her through that match was the fact that she returned very well. I mean, I feel like that's kind of an obvious statement. You have to return well against Sabalenka. But she said she was able to read the serve, anticipate it well.
She's in the rally here. Yeah, there's the drop shot from Sabalenka, but then can't follow up with a successful backhand, bending the knees, which of course is essential to be successful on the grass. I guess the conditions have been a little different this year.
Yeah.
At the start of the tournament, Jill, because it's been so hot, the ball has been bouncing that little bit higher.
Correct, yeah. I mean, I think because the grass is a little bit harder when it's been having that much heat on the surface, it's definitely gonna bounce higher, gonna go through the air. Well, I say a little bit faster, but having said that, it's been a little bit humid, and so that could slow things down. But I think the players have been saying it feels slow, but the ball definitely bouncing higher. It'll have changed a little bit today because it's cooler. Yeah.
It is cooler, but it's still, I think, rising to the middle 20s. Of course, it was close to the middle 30s in the first couple of days. And there's a bit of rain about, I think, this weekend, but I think the weather is then getting very warm and sunny again. 30-15 here, Boskova. She started pretty well in this match. She plays the drop shot, but again, there's a bit too much air on it. And Sabalenka gets there easily, but then loses her footing, looking to change direction. Boskova goes down the line for the winner and just checks her opponent is okay. She is back on her feet, no problem, but it's never nice, is it, when you hit the ground? It shakes you up a little bit.
It does, yeah. I mean, luckily she didn't fall too hard on the ground and quickly got up, and, you know, obviously Boskova checking to see if she was okay, but all good. Good job, though, just back-footing Sabalenka in that situation.
The lawns of Wimbledon still looking pretty immaculate. Not much wear as yet, just the third day of the 14, of course, as Boskova on the stretch misses the backhand long. And Sabalenka stays in the hunt in this fourth game at 40-30 on the Boskova serve.
A huge strike on that ball from Sabalenka. You could see her wind up that backhand, just had a little extra time to get better balanced and really did a huge strike on the ball. Great depth right into the corner.
And the sun really is now beating down on centre at 5-2 in the afternoon, local time here in southwest London. Sabalenka with a shake of the head once again as she misses the forehand return, and a little spring in the step of Marie Boskova. This is exactly the start she would have wanted. Solid on serve. So important that she stays with Sabalenka and applies some pressure.
Well, I like how she's serving right now, too. It's not all about trying to overpower Sabalenka, because Sabalenka is going to like that pace on the return. We saw her use it against Brandstein in particular, where she just reacted, and all of a sudden the ball was on top of Brandstein right away on the return.
The Belarusian serving once again from the roll box end, and it was a good-looking return, hit with power, but just beyond the baseline.
And she was going for that down the center ball, trying to rush Sabalenka on the baseline, but just barely missed.
Boskova, who was born in Prague, and her one singles title on the WTA Tour to date came in Prague back in 2022, as the return is out of play from the player from Czechia. But she's also been in 6 other finals, including, as we've mentioned, Washington last year, having beaten Sabalenka in the semis. She also made the title match in Bogota in 2024. So she's had some deep runs in recent times, and of course she'll have happy memories of making the last 8 here. Second serve from Sabalenka, takes a step back to hit a huge forehand from the baseline. Then the off forehand, goodness me. Well, that's an example of why many people feel it's only a matter of time before Sabalenka wins this title. She's got tremendous firepower.
Yeah, but she just moved through that ball so well, too. It's just the intention of coming forward, allowing her momentum to continue forward to the net. That's just what puts that extra pace behind the ball.
Races to 40 love. And that is a clean ace. That was as emphatic as it gets on serve from Sabalenka. That was a statement of intent from the top seed. As she marches back to her chair, grabs one of those rather swanky Wimbledon towels. Are we going to get any merch this year, Jill?
I hope so. I don't know. I already went to the shop.
You've already been?
I have.
Have you been living in sin with your flexible friend?
I just got small things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's your story, and you're sticking to it.
That's my story, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there's...
I hope we get some merch, though.
There's all manner of memorabilia to be enjoyed around these famous grounds, and bags, towels, pens, cups, you name it, it's available.
I like how the last couple of years has been a little bit of a strawberry theme. There's strawberry hats, and now there's a hat that says strawberry and cream on the back. There's a strawberry sweatshirt. There's a strawberry toy. Did you see Coco Gauff go in the press conference with her strawberry little stuffed?
Oh yes,
stuffed
yes,
strawberry.
I did. Yes. Well,
she said she got advice from a little fan, a little kid that basically said you should name it Straw. So she temporarily named it Straw, but I think she wanted to change it.
The usual A-listers in the Royal Box today, including Dave Grohl of Foo Fighters fame. He's enjoying the tennis here on centre this afternoon. Tommy Fleetwood, one of Europe's leading golfers,
ready for play.
also here today. And we're on serve, midway through set 1. Marie Boskova has started well against Aryna Sabalenka, but perhaps the Belarusian is just beginning to crank up her level here. The previous game was ominously impressive from her point of view. If you're standing on the other side of the net. Backhand up the line from Boskova, forehand cross-court from Sabalenka, and she overdid that forehand. Looking to whack the cover off the ball again, but this time she didn't have the accuracy to go with the power.
That's good movement. I felt like there was a moment in that point that Sabalenka, she had 1 foot inside the baseline, and in that situation immediately think, okay, Boskova is in trouble, but Boskova moves so well to defend and stay balanced against the pace.
Boskova, who's been studying in Indiana, pursuing a degree in business administration, and she's serving well. She's looking confident in the early running. That victory, I'm sure, quite recently in Washington against her opponent today would have given her plenty of belief about what she could do this afternoon. Long way to go, but an encouraging start from her. From the Royal Box end, she serves into the net. As usual, a wonderful atmosphere here on centre, and what a day to have a ticket. But that's true every time you show up at Wimbledon. And you're here on one of the big show courts. A lovely forehand. She moved into that ball nicely, Sabalenka, to crack away the winner into the open court.
Yeah, that one actually she didn't hit as flat, didn't have as much pace. Got a little bit more spin. That's another area of her game she's improved, is using the forehand angle a bit more intentionally, and it really opened up the court there for Arena.
Bit of a breeze down on court, I think. Bottom of Boskova's skirt being ruffled by the wind as she lands the first serve and hits a backhand cross court, but now she's on the defensive again. That's a slightly short ball, and Sabalenka needs no second invitation, stepping in to crack away another forehand winner.
Which was set up on with the previous shot, the backhand down the line, just into the corner, which gave her the short ball to really dictate that point in the end.
So a little bit of pressure on the shoulders of the player from Czechia here. 26-year-old Marie Boskova at 30 all, 2-3 first set. We've been on court 22 minutes. The first serve is long. Can Boskova fend off a first break point in this first set? Second serve lands. It's a backhand return. On the angle is wide, and hand on hip. Sabalenka just stops still for a moment, and if we could read her mind, it might have been rude.
She'll be frustrated with that. I think the fact that Boskova had just enough slice and spin on that just kept curving into Sabalenka's body, ended up getting jammed on that return.
So game point when it might have been a break point. Backhand approach here from Boskova, plays the backhand angled winner. Very nicely done. Excellent. And the crowd responding to the skill on show there as the underdog levels at 3 games all.
I like how Boskova just kept charging forward to the net, again, showing how good her hands are, just touching that volley right in front of her. It's the perfect volley to play on the grass because that ball just will not come up off the bounce.
And a big pump of the fist. I think she's enjoying the occasion right now here on centre court. And why wouldn't you, as Sabalenka crumples her racket with the depth of that first serve at 110 miles per hour. High quality stuff in the early running from this pair. And a very competitive opening. Is it going to remain that way? Are we in for a thriller? So many of the big guns have fallen by the wayside already at this year's Wimbledon. Sabalenka will be mindful of that. You couldn't not be, could you?
I mean, yeah, you start to see the draw just keep opening and opening up. Actually, I think, I don't know if Sabalenka would really pay attention too much to that. I think other players maybe are in that section might open. You can see the doors open, and I get curious to see who might handle that well. You know, some might get more nervous. Some might be like, "Hey, this is my opportunity." I love when there's actually some interesting things that might happen in a draw, and see who handles the occasion.
And remember, we've had 8 different winners in the women's event in the last 8 years. Just to emphasize how open the competition is, as Sabalenka knifes away a backhand volley, stepping purposefully inside the service line.
And you see this more on the grass as well, because it's so rewarding to the aggressive players. You see ones take advantage of the net a little bit more, and that, I think, favors Sabalenka. She's very comfortable moving forward.
Of course, the men haven't been immune to upsets either. A record 13 seeds falling in round 1 in the men's draw. So it's all been happening in the first 2.5 days here at Wimbledon. Just makes it all the more fascinating. That's a return winner from Marie Boskova, and another little clench of the fist from her. Sabalenka, nevertheless, in control at 40-15, but it was a very clean connection on the return. Boskova standing a couple of meters behind the baseline, standing bolt upright, and then moving in to block the return up the line. Backhand from Sabalenka is long. 40-30.
40-13.
Like how we get a reaction from Sabalenka every time she makes a mistake. Such a perfectionist out there.
and not afraid to show her emotions, but it's about channeling all of that in a positive way. And she's been doing that on a regular basis as she fires an ace down the tee. So after that minor blip from 40 love to 40-30, an emphatic way to finish the game and move back in front in this opening set at 4-3. So Cam Norrie and Frances Tiafoe doing battle on number 1 court. Fascinating match up, that one. Tiafoe, as we know, at his best can be electric. In fact, he arguably gave Carlos Alcaraz his toughest match, didn't he, on Alcaraz's way to his 2nd title in a row last year. Tiafoe, such a talent and a real crowd pleaser, the number 12 seed this year. Norrie, as we know, has been a semi-finalist here at Wimbledon before. Like Tiafoe, former top 10 player, lost the first set to the American 6-4. They're on serve early in the second. Madison Keys looks to be in a hurry. The number 6 seed, the reigning Australian Open champion, playing Olga Danilovic of Serbia. She took the first set 6-4, and she's 3-love up already in the second. So no sense of an upset there at the moment. And Sunny Kartal of Great Britain playing Victoria Tomova of Bulgaria. 6-2, 3-love. What a run she's been having. And what a tournament the Brits are having at the moment. Of course, we've got Jack Draper in the draw, the world number 4. Came through against Sebastian Baez yesterday. He's got Marin Cilic next, doesn't he? Draper. It doesn't get any easier. Cilic, a former runner-up here, former US Open champion.
Yeah, I mean, even with Cilic not having played a ton of tennis, I mean, you still gotta say he can be dangerous. You never know when these players can come back and just feel good. You know, he feels confident on the grass. That is a tough draw, but we knew Jack had a tough draw from the beginning. We were talking about it before the tournament even started, that it was going to be a rough road for him.
Yeah, and if you want to win the biggest events, and there are none bigger than Wimbledon, you've got to beat the best. 3-4. Marie Boskova serving from the far end, and Sabalenka again showing some exasperated body language at not returning the serve.
Yeah, Boskova's done a great job so far up until this point about taking care of her serves, getting a lot of her serves in play. And I think if she wants to stay in this match and really keep competing, she's got to keep that level up.
Forehand on the +1. Sabalenka at the baseline on the defense at the moment. Then the backhand volley from Boskova, and Sabalenka try as she might, couldn't quite scoop it up in time. The ball bouncing twice. So again, Boskova using varying tactics to keep her opponent guessing at the moment.
She's been great at the net, has been really staying with the ball on the volley, not being threatened by the fact that Sabalenka started sprinting forward, just stayed with that ball so well.
3-4, 30-love, lands the first serve. The chip return on the backhand from Sabalenka hits the baseline, but then Boskova really leathers a forehand. She climbed into that one.
40-love.
And she's looking confident.
Yeah, really went after that forehand. She had a lot of time. That was a chip return that just floated right back to her down the center of the court. Good execution on the forehand.
Another intriguing match underway on court 12. João Fonseca of Brazil, of whom much is anticipated in the seasons ahead. What a talent he is. Up against Jensen Brooksby, who's an awkward player, as Sabalenka gets on the front foot in this exchange. And at the baseline, Boskova couldn't make the forehand on the stretch. Fonseca has taken the first set there against Brooksby, who's had plenty of off-court issues to contend with in recent times, not least the suspension because he missed out-of-competition tests. But back on court this season, he's won a title. He's lost the first set 6-4, 2-all in the second. I'll keep you posted on developments across the grounds. That's a return from Sabalenka. It lands in off the top of the net, but then the follow-up backhand is emphatic as you like, smack on the line for a winner.
And that's how Sabalenka can make you feel. If you hit one ball, even with slight off pace, she can cause so much damage and get you into trouble right away.
That was a sweet strike. Couldn't have been more accurate. Boskova still has a game point here, though, for 4-all. 40-30, arches her back, fires the serve to the backhand of her opponent, but just misses. And Sabalenka menacingly moving just that little bit closer to the baseline, swaying from side to side. She hits a backhand return right back at the feet of Boskova, who did very well down on one knee to make that deep return. Now she's in the rally, but she's gone long, and it's deuce.
That's good pressure from Sabalenka. Immediately a short ball, but got on top of it so fast, just took so much time away from Boskova. Couldn't quite get settled at the back of the court. That ball came back so quickly.
Another seeded player in a spot of bother in the first set, Leylah Fernandez, who of course played the title match against Emma Raducanu 4 years ago at the US Open. 29th seed, playing Laura Sigmund of Germany. 5-1 down in that first set, Fernandez. Nicholas Jarry, who came from 2 sets down to beat Holger Rune. He's taken the first against another talented young American male, Lerner Tien, 6-2. Forehand return here from Sabalenka. Backhand from Boskova. She's at the net. She plays the angled overhead, and she did it very well. That's one of the toughest shots in the book. And there was no sense of panic there. Lovely control from the underdog.
Yeah, I almost feel like she got away with a little bit of something there, because that second serve did not have a lot of pace, almost so off pace that it took a funny bounce, and Sabalenka couldn't get a clean strike on the return and kept Boskova in control.
As she moves to game point from deuce, 3-4 to level this first set as the sun reappears on centre, and Sabalenka's framed the return on the forehand. So it is parity restored for Marie Boskova, and this is turning into a very intriguing opening set. Sabalenka has played well, but so has her opponent.
Yeah, they've both played well, yeah. Again, the consistency of Boskova, and this is what she has to keep up. This is how Arena can apply such pressure. You feel like you can't have one little dip, because then she will capitalize on that moment.
Sabalenka underway again from the Royal Box. Remember, following this match, Tarvet of Great Britain against Carlos Alcaraz, the 2 times and defending champion, and then it's Raducanu and Vondrousova. What a lineup. Second serve, wow.
15.
You looked up and it was it was gone.
Well, that was...
I was right on the line, on the sideline.
Quite a bomb.
Angle, yeah.
Just a shade under 100 miles an hour. That flew. It was like a blur over the net from Sabalenka, who's being made to work here, just as she did in the second set of her first round match against Carsten Brandstein of Canada, the qualifier, who played so well in qualifying in Roehampton last week.
30 love.
But Sabalenka ultimately with too many guns for her, but it was a good workout, and she's getting one today as well. 30 love, 4 all. First set here on centre. Day 3 at the Championships, live on the Wimbledon radio channel. We're here, as always, from the first ball to the last, as Sabalenka fires an ace up the tee.
Love.
And talking of the last ball this year, Jill, of course, things are going to be finishing a good deal later in the men's and women's finals, because they're starting at 4 p.m. local time after the respective doubles on the Saturday and the Sunday.
I think that's a good scheduling. Would you agree?
I definitely think there's a strong case for it, because I always feel a little sorry for the doubles players. They're playing a big final, and there's just that sense of after the Lord Mayor's show when it comes after the singles. So to use it as part of the build-up to the climax of the tournament, I think makes a lot of sense. That's a good shot from Sabalenka. It's a short ball, which she should put away, and does on the forehand, moving, as always, beautifully into the net as she struck that, with a minimum of fuss. Also moving to a 5-4 first set advantage here. Yeah, so that's something brand new to look forward to.
I know, I like that. Actually, I agree. You explained it perfectly as a build-up, because I do think there's a lot of hype around it, and I think, you know, the crowd likes to come in early, so I think it makes sense to have, you know, the finals of the doubles. I think I like the move. Yeah,
I think we're in agreement on that one. Talking of novel innovations, what about what's happening at the US Open, the final slam of the year, with the mixed doubles coming ahead of the main tournament, and some very interesting partnerships as well.
Yeah, let me see, I saved it on my phone.
Not least Messrs. Alcaraz and Miss Raducanu, of which much speculation has been building in recent times.
We have, oh no, this is the wrong one. Yeah, I think, you know, there's been a lot of talk about it because, as you know, like the doubles players would have loved to been able to have a normal mixed doubles draw. It's because it's a lot of their income, but I think it's becoming, as we say, the players are starting to really understand that it's becoming more of an entertainment show. They're trying to bring more entertainment to the sport. I think that's been kind of the goal, and especially I think when you think about the U.S. Open in the middle, like in New York City, and how much entertainment's there. I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes and how it's received.
And you're going to be seeing the A-list names
yes,
taking part, which you wouldn't normally do because it's ahead of the actual tournament itself. So it's going to be fascinating. It's going to be fun, I'm sure, as Sabalenka nets with her return. Marie Boskova is serving here to save the set. She's played every bit as well as her opponent so far. But she's got to keep it up, and that's always the challenge against the very top players who have that certain level that they very rarely fall below. Although, of course, as we say that, we say it conscious of the fact that a lot of the big names have fallen by the wayside early this year. Sabalenka determined that won't happen to her, and that's a pretty ruthless backhand that she's crunched away up the line.
Amazing return from Sabalenka. Again, just finding the depth, and that's what set up that next backhand, just the return just a few inches inside the baseline. That is tough to defend against.
15-all, 4-5. There's always that extra pressure psychologically on a player when they're serving to save a set, and that's a really deep return. Sabalenka senses that, and she's turning up the heat here, and that's another backhand winner up the line off a very deep return.
Well, it was much better return from Sabalenka on that deuce court because Boskova going for the body serve again, which has jammed Sabalenka, but that time she got out of the way very well, created the space she needed to hit an effective return.
So Boskova under pressure here at 15:30. She's handled everything that's been sent her way thus far. Can she continue to do so? This is a big point, the biggest of the set so far. Ooh. And the serve is big enough. Sabalenka couldn't quite make the forehand return.
She was there. She was there on the stretch, but a little bit extra pop on that serve from Boskova down the tee.
As Sabalenka swishes fresh air with her racket, thinking about what might have been there had she made that return. A possible set point, as it is 30-all. She can still bring it up as Boskova hits the sideline with the serve out wide, and that's good enough.
Yeah, great change-up. I think Sabalenka not really expecting the angle on that return, the out wide serve, but got a lot of slice. That's what you want on the grass because it really does move away from the opponent.
Other matches coming after Nori and TFO on court 1 today, by the way. Bolter and Solana Sierra, the lucky loser from Argentina. As Boskova serves at game point here to get it back to 5-all. Forehand from Sabalenka. Forehand down the line from Boskova, not far away. It would have been a stunning pass. It wasn't to be in its juice.
Well, she almost had to go for the down the line there because she was on the stretch. It looked like she was going to catch it late, so it's a tough one to take cross, and just a little bit too much power from Sabalenka for Boskova to be able to control the line.
So Boskova still with work to do to get out of this game unscathed, and in the process stay in this opening set. Taylor Fritz and Gabrielle Diallo of Canada doing battle last up on number 1. That's an ace down the tee though. Exactly what the doctor ordered from the underdog's point of view.
She's keeping Sabalenka guessing sometimes on these serves, hitting her spots, especially on that deuce side, not always going for the same serve.
So game point for 5-all. Boskova serving to the forehand of Sabalenka. That's long on the stretch. She can't make the return. And that's a really impressive hold again. And no wonder she's clenching her fist, because Marie Boskova is competing exceptionally well in this opening set, and she's got herself to 5-all.
She's kind of been matching her service games with Sabalenka. She's done well to get the big serves when she's needed them, Boskova.
So Sabalenka, who was spying the possibility of working a set point opportunity there, has to start again at 5-all. looking to guarantee herself a tie break at the very least in this opening set. Hits a backhand approach, and then the half volley pickup on the backhand from Sabalenka, but she was rather a sitting duck at the net. And Boskova steps in to hammer away the forehand.
Yeah, she's looking very confident. Picked the perfect shot when she saw Sabalenka coming to the net, was able to dip it low to force Sabalenka just to pop that ball up for her.
Love 15. Sabalenka under a little pressure here on serve as she fires right onto the service line. It was a good return, and Sabalenka has missed the follow-up just wide. Love 30.
Really the first loose error we've seen from Sabalenka. I think, again, misjudging that bounce slightly. Felt like she was in position, then all of a sudden the ball just stopped on her.
Now then. Pressure now on the world #1 shoulders at love 30, 5 games all. She misses the first serve. She's won 3 titles this year, Sabalenka, including a couple of 1000s, Madrid and Miami. But of course she has lost in the final of the previous 2 Grand Slams of the year, and I bet Boskova would like that.
30.
Forehand, second serve return back as it goes long.
But she's still looking to hit and just charge. I liked that pressure at a love 30 point. She got the second serve. Definitely like the mindset on that point from Boskova, despite the fact that she missed the return.
Yeah, and all the body language from her is oozing positivity right now. 15-30, Sabalenka serving from the far end of centre court, the sun having gone back in behind a cloud for the time being. Backhand cross court's a big one from Sabalenka, but then Boskova hits the baseline and comes up with a forehand winner. And she will have break points for a 6-5 lead in the first set.
Excellent depth, really made Sabalenka struggle on that ball that she was picking up so close to the baseline.
Who was predicting this scoreline? 2 break points for the world #48 from Czechia as Sabalenka misses the first serve. There was a bit of chalk there, but it was beyond the service box. Second serve for the Belarusian. Break points down, into the net, double fault. And we've got a story brewing here on centre court. We've had a lot already in the early stages of the Wimbledon Championships. And now Arina Sabalenka, many people's tip to go all the way this year. The world #1 is going to have to break Marie Boskova, otherwise she's going to be a set down.
Wow, that's exactly what she was referring to when she beat Sabalenka last summer in Washington, D.C. in that semifinal match, was the fact she felt like she returned well. And I think from the beginning of the set, any second serve that she's gotten, she's gone after it. And she maybe missed a couple at the beginning, but didn't back down. That's been something that Boskova has done well, is just to keep at it, keep being aggressive when she's gotten the second serves.
Fascinating. And this match really is becoming a compelling watch, and Marie Boskova has played exceptionally well. She was under pressure in a previous service game. She came through it, and now she's broken Sabalenka, and if she can hold serve again, she will be halfway to what would be a stunning upset. We've already lost seeds numbers 2 and 3, haven't we, with the demise of Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula. We also lost Zheng Qing Wen. They've been falling like flies, Jill.
It's amazing, yeah. I mean, I think the biggest surprise for me was probably Pegula. I mean, Coco Gauff, Yastremska is a tough one, especially on the grass, I think, and Gauff, I would say, struggles, out of all the slams, struggles on the grass the most.
Well, here's an even bigger test for Maria Boskova. It's one thing getting into a winning position against the #1 in the world. It's another thing converting that.
Oh.
And that was just skimming the net from Sabalenka, but it was such a low and awkward ball, and all Boskova could do was play the defensive shot to keep the rally going. And that presented Sabalenka with an easy put away.
Oh, an excellent first point, and I made the reaction because that slice drop shot Sabalenka hit stayed so low, just skimming the net, but perfectly placed, and what a great job taking that next ball out of the air.
The Belarusian looking to hit straight back here and get herself into a first set tiebreak with Marie Boskova serving at 6-5 in the first set, having got the break just now. The rally is on. Forehand into the centre of the court, and Sabalenka opens her shoulders, but the forehand drifts wide.
That was such good position. Almost had too much time on that ball to think. Had so many options going through her head, Sabalenka.
So 15-all, 6-5 in this, their fourth meeting. Sabalenka having won 2 of the previous 3. Their first on grass. Previous encounters having been on hard court. This, the biggest, without a doubt. That's a good first serve, landing right on the sideline and then up the line, but it doesn't matter because Sabalenka's return was wide, and it's 30-15.
30-15.
And she's been a picture of calm, hasn't she? And this is a feature of her game, Jill, right? She's got a very good temperament.
Very good.
Boskova.
Always looks so composed.
But it's difficult to be so when you're inside of taking a 1-set lead against the world #1. She's 2 points away from making that happen. Just misses the serve out wide to the backhand. And you could hear a pin drop inside centre court right now, but that might not last too long. Certainly if Boskova wins this set, there'll be a big noise because the crowd want to see a real contest today. They're getting it. That's an easy put away at the net from Sabalenka, just dinking the ball over for 30-all.
Well, we know Sabalenka's not going to back down. Another massive return off the backhand side. Actually changed direction well there on the backhand to get the depth into the corner.
Just adjusts her hair, swivel of the racket from Sabalenka. Can she bring up break-back point here? 30-all, 5-6, first set. Boskova down the centre. It's another good serve, and she's been serving well. The off forehand from her, but the backhand has plenty of power on it from Sabalenka on the angle. And Boskova finds the net, and it is an opportunity for the world #1 to hit back.
Sabalenka showing some good level of focus here, backing herself. Another strong return, and just to herself, just a little fist pump.
So break-back point, which would take us to a first set tie break here on centre court. 30-40, and this time Boskova is missing with the first serve. The first break point of the set for the Belarusian. Second serve, backhand return, forehand on the stretch from Boskova. Big cross-court backhand missed by Sabalenka.
I was surprised, actually. She missed that. Yeah, that's her screaming with the frustration. That is a shot that she does not normally miss. That backhand side is usually exceptionally solid. Just seeing a replay of it, she actually stopped her swing mid-swing because I guess fell out of position at the last moment and ended up trying to control it too much.
She's landed her first serve 76% of the time in this set, Boskova. That's a very decent return. That's a big reason why she's got herself into this position of strength. She's at juice here, looking to bring up set point. Deep slice down the centre of the court. Backhand up the line from Sabalenka. Should be an easy volley, put away, and is. And there's another cry to the heavens from Sabalenka, this time a positive one.
That's so good, especially the previous point where she just missed that backhand and showed that frustration, got focused exceptionally well. Just such a good job bouncing back to bring the intensity in that point.
What a battle this set has been. 50 minutes we've been going here on centre. And we're still none the wiser as to who's going to take this first set. It's another break-back point for Sabalenka, though. On the stretch, she makes the return. The off forehand from Boskova, looking to wrong foot Sabalenka, but she stayed put and hits a backhand up the line. She rifled that for the winner, and that was a brilliant way to end the game from Aryna Sabalenka, showing her class and raising her level when required, and we're going to the breaker.
I think showing her class and showing that deep level of belief. It just is not one to just get that ball back into the court and focus on the consistency. She is going to go after it, but really just trusted herself in those moments.
Here we go then. We've gone the distance in this first set. Aryna Sabalenka breaking back right at the end of it to win herself a tie-break as the sun reappears in the mid-afternoon here on day 3 at Wimbledon. the roof off. We thought it was going to be on at the start of this match. We had a lot of rain this morning, but that happily is now a distant memory. Second serve from Sabalenka at the royal box end. Forehand return just missed up the line from Boskova. It wasn't far away, but far enough. In this sport, a miss is as good as a mile, but the margins are often wafer thin. So love one. Boskova has played some great stuff in this set, but is it ultimately going to be in vain? That's the question. Or can she yet prevail in this opening set, which has been terrific? It really has. Great tennis from both sides of the net. And the forehand into the net. Sabalenka again, waving her arms about.
I think just motioning her to keep going forward with that stroke. She felt like she held back on that return.
6-all, 1-all, and all to play for. A place in the round of 32 up for grabs at the championships. Blocked return up the line from Sabalenka, the backhand cross-court. Good depth on that from Boskova, and then she cracks a forehand up the line. That backhand, I should say, really using the width of the court there very effectively, the underdog.
I think Sabalenka actually thought that was going to drift wide when it came off Boskova's racket, because I felt like she stopped her movement slightly. It was a little bit hard for her to predict. Just great placement from Boskova.
Who show no signs at the moment as she clenches her fist as if to say, come on, you can still do this, of disappointment at losing the opportunity when serving for the set just now. Blocked return from her. Sabalenka at the baseline, cracks an inside-in forehand, and now a forehand on the opposite side of the court. She's in at the net, she plays the volley, that's too good.
Just spreading the court, going to the opposite side of the court. Every single ball there from Sabalenka, keeping Boskova on the defense.
Cam Norrie and Francis Tiafoe locked on serve in the second set, although as I speak, Norrie has a set point to level that at a set apiece. Court one. You can follow that, of course, ball by ball on the Wimbledon radio channel as Sabalenka at 2 points all in the tiebreak. Misses down the centre at 120 miles an hour, but it was just long. Boskova standing absolutely motionless as she receives the serve. Then she steps in at the very last moment. She's on the stretch at the baseline here. Forehand cross-court from Sabalenka, and she's got great hands, hasn't she? Jill made the point earlier that that's an area of her game that she's improved, her volleying. In fact, she's added all kinds of different dimensions to her all-round game to go with that power.
Well, I think she's always, I mean, she's been good at volleying for a while because she's won a couple double slams, as we've mentioned, but now she's using it more on the singles court, and it's good to see. And if you want to use it, the grass is the best place to use it as well. But that last volley, too, was not that easy. It was lower. She had to control. She had to hit up, but had nice soft hands to keep it short in the court.
2-3 then on the Boskova serve. No mini breaks as yet, but we have one now. There's a return winner. It was a screamer up the line from Sabalenka, and her power is fearsome. When she connects out of the sweet spot of the racket, it stays hit.
That wasn't a bad serve either. I mean, Sabalenka she had to stretch on the back leg going wide to that serve, but did well to just keep that, again, keeping that bottom momentum going through the ball. That's what she was motioning to herself a couple points ago. You know, keep swinging forward to the ball, keep that body momentum moving forward.
And sometimes it's a moment of inspiration like that in a tiebreak that can make the difference. And it was a beautiful return from Sabalenka to get the first mini break of this tiebreak at 2-4 now on the Boskova serve. 5 minutes short of an hour on court. Forehand return from Sabalenka. Boskova hits the net, it goes over, and then Sabalenka's wide.
Yeah, that's such a good move from Boskova. Actually, it didn't even look like she was in the position where she should come forward, but just that pressure of charging at the net, it just put the thought in Sabalenka's mind to have to produce something spectacular off the ground. Got the error, Boskova.
Australian Open champion Madison Keys is already through. She's beaten Olga Danilovic of Serbia, the number 6 seed. Keys, of course, 6-4, 6-2. many believe that she could add this title to her crown in Melbourne at the turn of 2025. Sabalenka misses with the serve up the tee. She has the mini break though, 4-3 in the first set tie break. What a terrific set of tennis it's been. Second serve, backhand return, kicking up to that backhand of Boskova, but she was equal to it, and Sabalenka is netted, and we're back on terms.
That ball just landing a lot higher on Sabalenka. That return had a lot more height, and the highest ball really that Boskova has hit. Just a little bit of a change up there from Boskova.
Well, there's just nothing to choose between them in set one here. 4 hours shy of an hour on court. We're still none the wiser as to who's going to prevail, as Boskova just misses the return, not by a lot. We've got that close call replay that we sometimes have on the digital screen out to the left-hand far corner of this iconic centre court. Of course, this year, for the first time in 147 years, no line judges. It's all done electronically. Different look, different feel, but you've got to move with the times. And it means the players can't really challenge because there's no point. The machines will not answer back. 4-5, 6-all, first set. Forehand return from Sabalenka is right on the baseline, and now another forehand from her. Forehand from Boskova into the net. She'd like that one back. A grimace on her face as that one went astray.
Oh, she's been making that one most of the set, but that time over the higher part of the net, just going so flat.
And so, Aryna Sabalenka, who was a break behind in this set, at 6-5 down, now has 2 set points. And the first serve is a big fault from Marie Boskova, who's played exceptionally well. Is she going to come up short here, though? Sabalenka menacingly moving inside the baseline to put pressure on this second serve. Boskova will be well aware of that. It's a short second serve. Sabalenka's all over it like a rash. And it's a forehand winner up the line, and that is the set. Sabalenka being made to work exceptionally hard to get that done. But she's won the set in the end, having broken back at 5-6 down, and has won it by 7 points to 4. Advantage the #1 seed after almost an hour's play on centre.
Very high quality set. It was just, again, the points, just a couple point differential between the two, and it just came down to who was going to actually go after it a little bit more, and I think that was the difference. Sabalenka stepped up, her level increased, and she, just a slight change. It was really just putting a little added pressure, actually added power to her shots and got through, but stayed composed, Sabalenka.
So she had to work hard, but advantage the tournament favourite and the world #1 Aryna Sabalenka, a set to the good. Elsewhere, Cameron Norrie has levelled his match on #1 court with Frances Tiafoe of the United States. Tiafoe, the 12th seed, took the first set 6-4. Norrie has hit back to win the second by the same score. And there's also that interesting battle underway in the match between João Fonseca of Brazil and Jensen Brooksby of the United States, who brings a different style of game to the court to many on tour, and is a dangerous player. And he had set points just now, I think, to level at 1 set all in that one.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think they did split sets, actually, if I can see that correctly.
Second set, Boskova to serve.
We've had a bit of a meltdown in the commentary box with our technology, not for
I
the
can
first
tell
time
you,
this week, just as I was about to bring you updates.
It was on court 12, so
all disappeared.
Fonseca won the first set 6-4, and then Brooksby just broke to win the second set.
Right.
7-5.
So that's game on court number 12. We've already mentioned that Madison Keys has gone through at the expense of Danilovic of Serbia, so no upsets there. And of course we've still got Ollie Tarvet of Great Britain against Carlos Alcaraz to look forward to next up here on centre, and that's followed by Emma Raducanu against the 2023 Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova, who's just returned to the winner's enclosure for the first time since she won the title here after her injury travails in Berlin. We're back underway. Brilliant first set. Now the challenge
15 love.
for Boskova, who did so much right in that first set, Jill, is to maintain that level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think she's capable of it. I don't think she's the type of player that, you know, that level will dip a bit. I think it's still, a lot of it is still on Sabalenka's racket just because of the way she plays.
15 love. Boskova, good deep return there from Sabalenka, who's unleashing another forehand here and then a backhand up the line, keeping the ball deep. But Boskova fighting fire with fire, and it's Sabalenka who blinks first in that exchange as she finds the net.
I think the thing for me with Boskova, I don't think her level will dip at all as far as her game off the ground and her ground strokes and how consistent she is, how well she moves. To me, the factor is going to be the serve. If that first serve percentage dips even slightly, that's where she might be in trouble. But because I felt like she served very well in that first set.
She really did. I mentioned that she was landing 3 out of 4 times on first serve. That's a very good return. Anything over the mid-60s you would probably take.
Yeah.
And if you can get to the mid-70s or above, then it means you're going to be
That's
getting lots of cheap points.
Yeah, exactly.
And that helps
or
enormously.
at least starting the point off strong.
On the front foot,
Yeah.
yeah, giving you the chance to get the first strike in. And she moves to 40 love. Boskova, remember, she's a one-time titleist. That was in her home city of Prague. But she's been runner-up on multiple other occasions. And she does have a win. And a fairly recent one over Sabalenka. That was in Washington last year in the semi-finals. Sabalenka having won their other 2 meetings, including this year in Brisbane. 40 love, big return from Sabalenka here, and it's a short ball that is meat and drink for the Belarusian.
40-15.
Boskova just taking a little extra time, taking a couple of deep breaths, just looking up at the stands before she steps up to the line.
Laura Sigmund took the first set, as mentioned, against Leylah Fernandez, the former US Open finalist and 29th seed, 6-2. Fernandez 2-1 up on serve in the second, down on one knee. Radwanska-like there. Boskova hitting a very nice forehand, and that was good enough to create the error from Sabalenka. So that's exactly what the underdog needed, a strong start to set 2, having come so close in the first, and she has the first service game on the board in the second set.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Every time Sabalenka makes a mistake, she is doing the same motions of just telling herself to keep pushing forward, keep going forward. I think the indication is not only for her movement, but the strokes as well, her momentum. Just it's so good on the grass if you can be aggressive, and I think that's just what she's been continuing to want to do right from her first match. And so I think it's just little reminders to keep going in that direction.
Jill Krabus with us here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Aryna Sabalenka with the first set under her belt, but goodness me, she had to work hard. She was staring down the barrel a little when her opponent broke her for 6-5, but she hit straight back in champion fashion. That's what it's about. Delivering in those difficult moments. We've seen Carlos Alcaraz do that umpteen times in his career already, not least at the French Open, and again, indeed, here in the first round against the richly gifted and, on his day, very dangerous Fabio Fognini. Alcaraz eventually cracking the code in 5 sets, but it was an awkward afternoon for him, but once again, he delivered when required. That's what the great players can do. Love 15. Azarenka here at love 1, misses the first serve. Looking for a 4th Grand Slam title. Backhand return from Boskova. She wasn't far away there on the angle from making a winner. And possibly love 30. As it is 15 all. Nicholas Jarry of Chile, the qualifier. 2 sets to the good against Lerner Tien of the United States on court 15. Big serve up the tee from Sabalenka, and forehand follow-up. She comes into the net, doesn't have to play the volley.
30-15.
Adrian Mannarino, we watched him, Jill, didn't we?
In qualifying,
qualifying. He's always fun to watch on the grass. Gave Roger Federer a major scare here a few years ago before getting injured.
Yeah, I feel like this would be his best surface. I mean, just the way he hits the ball, it's so flat, those short back swings. Yeah, he did well in qualifying. I was actually surprised he was in the qualifying, and he was one of the ones I picked to definitely go through. He's so dangerous, and he's looking good, winning the first set against Valentin Royer from France, another qualifier.
Yeah, he's won that 6-4 and 4-3 up with the break in the second, Mannarino. Sabalenka here at 30-15, and that's a return winner on the baseline from Marie Boskova. It was tight to the line, but it caught a fair chunk of it.
I'm just chuckling because I think everyone thought that was drifting long. It was so slow through the air. I think Boskova just missed hitting that, but just dropped down in the corner.
So, an opportunity opening up here for the underdog at 30-all. Love won, second set. Sabalenka with the first on a tiebreak, having been a breakdown at the end of that opening set, which was extremely competitive and of a high standard. Crowd enjoying the action here on a sun-drenched afternoon after early rain in Wimbledon this morning. Forehand return from Boskova, who hits a backhand to the baseline of Sabalenka, who's on the move with the cross-court backhand. The volley's brilliant from Boskova, and then on the stretch, she can't quite retrieve the ball that goes behind her. Sabalenka alive to the danger. The initial volley was great, but Sabalenka had it covered.
Yeah, that was too good. I don't think Boskova played a bad point there. She did everything right. It was a great volley, got such a good angle on it. It was just too good from Sabalenka.
And at a key moment as well, 30-all. Once again, Sabalenka stepping it up when needed to bring up a game point when it could easily have been 30-40. And a possible 2-love deficit. Misses the first serve. Been on court for an hour and 8 minutes. The world number one put through her paces here. Of that, there is no question. Backhand slice from Boskova, but how good was the volley again from Sabalenka? We've been talking up her skills in the forecourt, and there's another example.
It's just the control that she had. I mean, that was on her shoelaces, that volley, and got some side spin on it as well, just drifting away from Boskova. Great hands from Sabalenka.
To level at 1-game-all early in set 2. Andrei Rublev is underway against Lloyd Harris of South Africa. Rublev is the 14th seed. Never been past the quarterfinals of a slam. Very talented. I think it's fair to say quite on occasion hot-headed as well. Early stages of set 1 there. Harris serving at 1-2 in the first. And Billy Harris of Great Britain is playing Nuno Borges of Portugal. They're just about to get underway on number 2 court. It's been a very profitable tournament in the first couple of days from a British perspective, as Boskova plays a slightly loose forehand that just drifts beyond the baseline of Aryna Sabalenka. 15-all, 1-all, second set. The winner, of course, to play the Raducanu or Vondrousova. They're in action later on here on centre. Place in round 3 at stake as Boskova hits the net with her first serve. Taking a moment to compose herself before bouncing the ball just once. Arching her back and firing the serve down the centre. That was a nice half volley pick up at the baseline, but Sabalenka on the move, but a pass from Boskova. There's some really clean ball striking on show. That's another example of it.
15.
Yeah, she was expecting that cross court from Sabalenka. She's been hitting the backhand cross a lot as she's been coming forward, and that one just landed too short. Boskova was ready for it, redirected the pace down the line beautifully.
30-15, world number 48, but she has been as high as 24, Boskova. Forehand return from Sabalenka is just long, and so 40-15. And Boskova has previous here at Wimbledon, of course. She made the quarterfinals 3 years ago, lost to Anjabeur. And she was a set to the good in that quarterfinal. Was girls singles champion at the US Open 11 years ago. So a fine junior. And she's had a very good professional career as well. There's not necessarily, as we were discussing earlier, Jill, one outstanding weapon, but she's very, very adept in all departments. Game points here to move back in front in set 2. She hits the sideline on the angle on the backhand, then the backhand volley up the line. The lob from Sabalenka is good, too good.
Yeah, I think she just caught Boskova there just coming into the net. She couldn't redirect her momentum of her movement and left that lob open for Sabalenka. Couldn't get a great strike on the volley, just popped it up for Sabalenka to stay in the point. Yeah, but I agree with you. I think no like massive weapon, but does everything very solid and well.
And we've certainly seen plenty of evidence of that today. Serving well, volleying well, striking the ball cleanly from the baseline, living with Sabalenka in all aspects. Lost the first set very narrowly, but she's not going away in the second, just as Jill predicted. And she's still full of positive intent. Her body language also very positive as she clenches her fist, returning to her chair at the change of ends. And again, as she sits down, she's up for this battle, all right. And she's 2-1 up in the second on serve after Sabalenka took the first set. 7-4 in the breaker.
Yeah, I was just going to look at the statistics to see the first serve percentage. I mean, I do feel like Boskova is serving exceptionally well in this match. I think right now, yeah, first serve points 171%, but she's getting so many serves in play, which is, she knew that was going to be important today. She can't let up off in that department at all, and she's done well.
Yep, she's taken the game to Sabalenka, which of course you've got to do. You can't take a backward step. You've got to go for your shots, trust your instincts, be aggressive, try and plant that seed of doubt in the favourite's mind, and she's certainly been able to achieve that today, with Sabalenka having to break her in order to avoid losing that first set at 5-6. But then she played a very good tie-break, a couple of outstanding moments from Sabalenka, not least the return, which got her the first mini break for 4-2.
Yeah, Boskova right now has a 79% first serve percentage.
Nice.
So we were talking about we'd be happy with 65 or over, but 79, that's big. And she's winning 63% of those first serves. Sabalenka, lower first serve percentage, but right now winning 83% of those serves when she's gotten them into the court.
Yeah, clearly Sabalenka has the greater firepower of that, there's no doubt, but those stats backing up the point we've made. Nearly 4 out of 5 first serves landed now for Boskova, and that's why she's remaining very competitive.
Let first serve.
So Sabalenka once again serving under the royal box at 1-2 in the second set here, live on the Wimbledon radio channel. Day 3 of the championships. After the early rain, we have afternoon sunshine. Backhand cross-court from Sabalenka. Defensive backhand from Boskova, and try as she might, she can't, scampering out to her right-hand side, retrieve another big bomb from the racket of her opponent.
Yeah, I think you just get a little bit worried when Sabalenka has time to take those 3, 4, 5 extra steps to the ball. I mean, you know she's just going to go after it, and you at those stages, you just sometimes have to guess which direction she's going to hit the ball.
Yet another seeded player in bother over on court 18. The big hitting Karen Achanov, the 17th seed, playing Mochizuki of Japan, the qualifier. Lost the first set 6-1. As Boskova finds the net with a backhand return. It just underlines, doesn't it, the strength in depth in the game these days, in both the men's and the women's. If you have a slight off day, you're vulnerable, regardless of reputation or previous success. You can't take anything for granted. So many big names already packing their bags and heading home, the likes of Alex Zverev, Daniil Medvedev, former US Open champion, and plenty more besides. And of course in the women's draw, even more graphically illustrated with the early baths that Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula and Zhang Qingwen have suffered here in the first couple of days. Bright sunshine now, bathing centre court, and a drive volley comes smash from Sabalenka to close out a very convincing hold at 40 love to game and 2 games all in the second.
I'd love to actually, I wanted to check that, how often Sabalenka has been coming to the net. I think that's been a strategy that the team have been looking to use a lot more, especially on this surface. And net points 1 right now, and Sabalenka's come forward 18 out of 23. That's how effective she's been.
Let's go, says Sabalenka, and that ball certainly went at a pace for a winner. Just looking once again to crank up the level just that little bit as she looks to close this match out without need of a nervy decider, having rescued the first set from a break deficit. 2-all, love 15 on the Boskova serve. Backhand return from Sabalenka, right back at the feet of Boskova, who's down on one knee, not for the first time. Backhand volley from Sabalenka, forehand volley onto the baseline for love 30.
So good. Again, the backhand volley. She wasn't in position to put the ball away, so did a great job making sure she got that ball nice and deep. That it makes such a tough shot for Boskova to know what to do with that ball. And it was a second shot that was just the easy put away for Sabalenka at the net.
Well, she said, let's go at the start of this game. Is this the moment for Sabalenka to take a firm grip on this match? Love 30 as she looks for the early break to go with the first set here. At the start of the second, defensive lob. Sabalenka smashes that away. Goodness me, I'm glad I'm not that ball. Some serious GBH inflicted there.
Exactly. And that's what stood out that point, just a huge injection of pace right from the return from Sabalenka, but kept it up throughout that point. Great overhead again on her back foot.
It's just this ability for the very best players in the world to just raise their level when the time is right. Sabalenka nets this time with the forehand, and as usual, looking less than thrilled to have lost a point, as though there's a law against it. But she's still got 2 chances to get the breakthrough as we head to the midway point of set 2 here. We've been playing for 78 minutes. It's been fascinating stuff. It's been very entertaining tennis here on centre court to start the campaign for day 3. Backhand drop shot into the net from Boskova, and maybe as she loses her serve to 15, just beginning to wilt under the relentless pressure of the Belarusian.
Yeah, it was a tough return because it just landed so short, so felt like had to throw in the drop shot. She saw Sabalenka coming forward, and so just cut it so fine with the threat of Sabalenka already making that push to look for the drop shot.
Twice a semi-finalist here, Sabalenka. First up, it was 2021. She lost to Karolina Pliskova, having won the opening set, and then exactly the same thing happened 2 years later. This time it was Ons Jabeur who got the better of Sabalenka in the last 4, having lost the first set. Now she would love to go a couple of steps further into the final and then to lift the famous Venus Rosewater dish for the first time. It would be a career high for her. It would be her 4th Grand Slam. There's a lot of work to be done, but she's getting herself into a position here to move into the round of 32, having missed the tournament entirely last season because of that shoulder injury. Looking to make up for lost time, Jill.
Yeah, and I think we heard the appreciation after that first match in particular, how happy she was to be back out in the court here. She really missed it last year, something that hurt her emotionally, actually, and you could hear it in her voice. She's so happy to be back on court 1. Of course, she played her first round, and then imagine how much she must feel being back here on center court.
Well, she's serving behind the break from the far end of center. It's a forehand to the forehand of Boskova. Can she now hit back? Another forehand from her up the line, and then more centrally struck, but the follow-up forehand stroke was lacking control, and that sailed well beyond the baseline of Aryna Sabalenka. So 15 love, 3-2, having taken the first set in just a little under an hour, 7-4 in the tiebreak. Raducanu or Vondrousova, who will follow later on centre to play the winner for a place in the round of 16, as the first serve out wide is big enough for Sabalenka to move to 30 love, and it just feels as though she's now, perhaps for the first time today, in control of this match.
Yeah, she was looking to serve and volley there too, looking to take that ball out of the air. Good eye, just let it drift long.
She's had to be patient because her opponent has played at a very high level. Drive volley from Sabalenka in behind.
Oof. Did she make that? That was close.
I think it was in, just. Yeah, shaved the line. Never in doubt. Gasp from the crowd as they saw how that just shaved the edge of the titanium pigment, as we come to know it, rather than chalk as it was back in McEnroe's day. And you cannot be serious. I've been watching a replay of that infamous point, by the way, on YouTube recently, Jill.
Have you?
As Sabalenka puts away the overhead. And it's pretty clear to me he was right. I mean, that ball was
that John was wrong.
It was, no, that McEnroe was right. It was in. It was on.
Oh, that McEnroe was right.
It was on the line.
Yeah, it was on the line. Oh, right.
I mean, chalk blew up, right?
Right, yes.
You cannot be serious.
Yeah.
And I do think
it's amazing how that phrase has become famous.
No, it definitely looked good to me. It's entirely irrelevant to anything that's happening here, but I thought I'd just throw it in. But of course, we don't have that
it's
anymore.
not. Yeah, I was going to say it's not so irrelevant, right? Because now that takes the argument away, and that's been the reasoning, I think, behind the electronic line calling.
2-4 then. Sabalenka backing up the break in style, and then the half volley pickup off another deep return from Sabalenka, just rushing her opponent now into mistakes with the power and the depth of the ball.
Yeah, I just feel like it must be so hard to just keep up with how much she just keeps coming at you.
Yeah, it's relentless, isn't it?
The feeling on the other side, yeah, it's just nonstop.
And when we talk about the very best players in the world, we talk about the, not so much the ceiling, the highest level they can attain, but their floor, the level that they very rarely go below.
Right.
This is so true of the likes of Djokovic and Federer and Nadal and now Alcaraz and Sinner. Their base level is just so exceptionally high. And to compete with that hour after hour in Grand Slam, so difficult. But that's a lob winner from Boskova. She enjoyed that one.
How she was able to find that space over Sabalenka's head. She barely got to that ball. Just got her racket underneath the last moment to get it off the first bounce, but somehow just understood the loft, exact loft she needed to get it past Sabalenka.
That was exquisitely executed by the underdog. No finer shot in the game from an aesthetic point of view than a perfectly delivered lob winner. Andy Murray was very adept at that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Dragging his opponent
especially on the
into
backhand
court.
side, yeah.
Watching that ball dip in with the topspin from a great height. 15-all, 2-4, Boskova. That's another deep return, though, from Sabalenka. Straight back into the saddle from her, having been lobbed just now. Backhand cross-court from Sabalenka. Nice angle from Boskova. That's got Sabalenka off the court, down the line for a winner on the backhand.
Nice.
Excellent play from the player from Czechia.
Yeah, such good feel on the angle, and you got to be careful against someone like Sabalenka when you choose to take pace off the ball. It's got to be so accurate, and the placement there from Boskova was just perfect.
And if she can just stay in the hunt here by holding serve, stay in contention, you just never know. She's already broken Sabalenka once. She knows she can do it. Got to hold serve here, though. 30-15. And that's a good serve that crumples the racket of Sabalenka as she moves out to her right for the tee serve.
She hits that one well, the tee serve on the outside. Really good placement, accurate, consistently towards that line on the ad side.
Down tee again, and it's a winner for Boskova, who skips to her
second set by 1 set.
chair at the change of ends, as if to send a message to her opponent that she still very much feels she can stay in contention in this match. She's got back to within a game. Of course, she's a break behind, but the positive body language is still very much in evidence for the underdog.
Yeah, we talk about her composure and how well she carries herself on the court, but I think also that she never backs down. I don't think I've ever watched a match of Boskova's where she's not fighting until the last point, despite the scoreline or whatever the circumstances. She's always putting in that 100% effort.
Just a reminder that it's been another great victory today for Britain's Sonné Cartal, who's gone through in straight sets to book her place in round 3. What a season she's having, breaking into the world's top 50 for the first time. And another fine win today, a pretty emphatic one as well. Cameron Norrie and Frances Tiafoe at level at 1 set all. On serve in the third. That always looked likely to be a battle, and it's proving so to be. And that other intriguing match we were talking about earlier between Jean Fonseca and Jensen Brooksby, 1 set apiece, as Jill mentioned. Brooksby now a break behind, though, in the third at 2-4. Laura Sigmund has beaten Leylah Fernandez, another seed going home early, the Canadian 29th seed, 2-3. How brilliantly did she play on her way to that US Open final when she lost to Raducanu, knocking out a number of the big guns en route before succumbing to the magic of Raducanu, who didn't lose a set, or look like losing one, frankly, from the qualifiers all the way through to the title match. Big overhead here from Sabalenka. That was too hot to handle for Boskova. 15-love, 4-3.
Yeah, I remember that run, of course, from Fernandez, and I think what stood out to me that I'd like to see her get back is, do you remember how much she smiled during that run? And I remember her saying that that's what her support team kept telling her over and over again, to enjoy it, and it really did help her relax and swing so freely.
Forehand return from Boskova, but then the follow-up forehand finds the net. And I guess, given who she'd beaten to get to the final, you would have made a case for saying she was the favourite to beat Raducanu.
I would have, yeah.
In the event.
I mean, I bring that up because I guess we see Alcaraz doing that all the time too, right? The smiling, the joy as in the court. And some players are now copying him with that.
Yeah, he really does embrace not only the quality of his tennis, but the occasion, the crowd. We saw him offering water to the lady who was in some distress the other day on centre, which brought about a 20-minute delay, offering his water bottle. And he's just very happy, isn't he, to share his success with those watching on. The way he celebrated with the ball kids at the end of the French Open, for example.
Awesome. That was so good.
You know, how to win friends and influence people. He's got that absolutely down, hasn't he? And he's quite useful as well. So it's a pretty potent combination when it comes to gaining the popularity of the tennis following public.
But I think that's what I like so much about him too, and say Sabalenka, is it's okay to show how much fun you're having off the court and other interests and other areas of life that you enjoy, and then you can still come back on the court and have that focus and zone in.
It makes you more real, I think,
yes,
doesn't it?
100%.
You're showcasing the fact that you're a rounded individual. It's not just about the blood and guts on the court, as Sabalenka holds with comfort again. And at the moment, doesn't look very likely to relinquish her grip on this match, now leading by a set and 5-3, having scored that break. And Marie Boskova, who couldn't have played much better, I don't think, in this match. Certainly in the first set, she was outstanding. Nevertheless, having to serve here to save the match at 3-5 after exactly an hour and a half on court. Bright sunshine continuing to beat down now on the third day at Wimbledon after the early precipitation on the stretch. Boskova manages to retrieve the forehand, backpedaling again. She's on the back foot in this rally. That's a huge backhand from Sabalenka right on the baseline, and then misses into the open court. But she seemed to have that exchange at her mercy.
Well, she just fell to the ground because she did an unbelievable job throughout that point, and she actually missed the shot that she was most prepared for. Just overplayed that forehand.
Everything was right up until the killing thrust in that exchange, but Sabalenka still in complete charge of this match right now. 15-love. Boskova, as she looks to prolong this match. Sabalenka going for the pass.
Just got late on that. Good pressure from Boskova. Good depth on the approach shot.
Following this match, of course, it'll be Tarvet against Carlos Alcaraz, as we've been discussing just now. The Spaniard, everyone's pick as the man to beat once again, going for a hat-trick of titles. Of course, Tarvet's story is a remarkable one, having had so much success out in San Diego, where he's studying, having lost only 2 matches this year, I believe. All-American in both singles and doubles, as Boskova moves to 40 love. So well placed to require Aryna Sabalenka to serve this match out. Blocked return from the Belarusian. Backhand cross-court to Sabalenka, and Boskova moves in to put away the volley. That was a beautiful grass-court point, perfectly executed. And so she holds convincingly, but now comes the tough bit. She's got to break Sabalenka for a second time to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, I think that was a nice game. Just that fact that what you said, she won it convincingly, relatively straightforward service game from Boskova. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think she's got to try and go after the return a little bit more here. Boskova, I mean, Sabalenka's been serving so well in this entire match.
7-6 and 7-4 in the tie-break, and 5-4 with the break for the Belarusian. The top seed, the world #1, looking to move through to round 3 here. And Cameron Norrie has now taken a 2-1 lead over Frances Tiafoe, the number 12 seed, who gave Alcaraz a real run for his money last year, you'll recall. But Norrie now, having lost the first set, has taken sets 2 and 3, 6-4 and 6-3. And Norrie has shown some improved form recently. He produced that comeback victory over Daniil Medvedev at Roland Garros, having slipped down into the 90s, I believe, in the rankings, having, of course, formerly been a top 10 player, but maybe getting his mojo back. We heard from his coach, Facundo Agonis, yesterday in conversation with Marcus Buckland here on the Radio Wimbledon channel. And what a long and enduring relationship, a real relationship built around trust that those two have enjoyed from their college days, Texas University, as Sabalenka puts away the backhand as she hones in on the third round here. 15 love, 5-4. Serving under the sun on centre. Forehand return from Boskova. Backhand up the line from Sabalenka is just too good, too powerful.
That's too good. Again, she's looking for that opportunity to pounce right after the serve, staying well inside the baseline to take the ball early.
Just 2 points away then from progress here at Wimbledon. Sabalenka arches her back, fires the serve down. Good return from Boskova, who's on the move at the baseline again, but that's another big backhand from Sabalenka. Then the drop shot, bringing her opponent in. And now Sabalenka looking to finish the point, and the sheer power of that cross-court on the backhand almost knocked the racket out of Boskova's hand as she tried to make the volley.
Yeah, it was also more kind of a surprise as well. I think from that low position, Boskova not expecting her to get that much pace from where she hit the ball.
An hour and 34 on the clock. Aryna Sabalenka has 3 match points. Just misses with the first serve. Nifty bit of footwork as she controls the ball that comes back to her from her opponent and then diverts it to the ball boy. Match point #1. Second serve, Sabalenka. Backhand return is a good one from Boskova. She's on the move at the baseline. Short ball, Sabalenka puts it away with an emphatic forehand and a clench of the fist. Aryna Sabalenka, 2 times Wimbledon semi-finalist, top seed and tournament favourite, through to round 3. She was given another serious workout by Czechia's Marie Boskova, particularly in the first set when she found herself a break behind at the end of it. But she broke back, she played a great tie-break, she took control early in the second and never looked like relinquishing her grip. Sabalenka eyeing a 4th Grand Slam after the disappointments in Australia and in France this year, is through to the round of 32. 7-6, 6-4 in an hour and 35.
Wow, she looked good, I think. Like you said, a little tested in that first set tiebreak, and Boskova did have a chance to serve out that first set, but I don't necessarily feel like Boskova did. But it was Sabalenka that lifted from that moment to get the first set under her belt, played exceptional tiebreak, and just kept that pressure on and put that extra pace behind her shots when it mattered in the big points.
And a really warm hand for the defeated player, who certainly contributed to what was a terrific contest. Marie Boskova played outstandingly well in the first set, served brilliantly. Ultimately, though, the greater power and just the class of Aryna Sabalenka proving too much as she came through 7-6, 6-4. And we're now going to hear from the winner, who offers her towel to one of her fans in the front row of centre court. And another one. Nice memento for a couple of the spectators here as the sun beats down on this third afternoon at Wimbledon. The rain clouds have gone away and the sun is certainly shining on Aryna Sabalenka. Through to round 3, let's hear from her. She'll be speaking to the BBC's Richie Passat.
Aryna, what a match. Straight sets win, but that doesn't tell the real story. How tough was that?
Well, yeah, it was a tough battle, and I'm super happy to win this match. She's a tough opponent. We played a lot of close matches in the past, and I'm really happy to be through this difficult round.
I want to ask you about one point in the match, because she just broke you, and then you broke back at the end of the first set to force a tie break. You looked to dig so deep to get back into the match at that point.
Well, yeah, that was a tough moment of the match, and honestly, I was just trying to put the ball back on that side and hope that I'll be able to break her back, because till that point, return wasn't great enough to break her serve, and I'm really glad that in that moment everything clicked together and I was able to break her back, and I kind of like felt a little bit better at that moment, and I think that's why I was able to win the tiebreak and get the win in straight sets.
This is the third time that you've gone into a major event as the #1 seed, the first time here at Wimbledon. I'm sure you're very well aware of those players who haven't made it through the first round so far, some big names. Do you pay much attention to that at all?
Oh, honestly, it's very sad to see so many top players lose in the first round, but as the time shows that it's like you better focus on yourself and stay away from the results. I mean, of course, you're gonna know the overall picture, but it's better just take it one step at a time and do your best every time you're out here competing. And yeah, I'm trying to stay away. I hope it's no upsets anymore in this tournament.
Well, you did.
I mean, if you know what I mean.
Well, you took a very impressive step today. Congratulations, Aryna Sabalenka.
Thank you guys for the support. Thank you.
We do know what you mean, Aryna. She doesn't want to be the victim of an upset because she absolutely craves her first Wimbledon title, Jill. And that was another serious examination. She was tested in her first round match against Brandstein, but that was an even more challenging match, not least because she had to retrieve the break in the first. How would you assess the state of her game right now as she bids to win this for the first time?
Yeah, I really liked the way she was looking today, because I watched that whole match against Brandstein as well, and I already saw a ton of improvement from that. First round's always tricky, but I think especially playing someone that's so consistent, what I really liked about her game today was how much she was looking to come forward. I loved how much she came to the net, and I really feel like that's something that she's trying to utilize more in this tournament, and I like that because she has so many opportunities. So that was really fun to watch, and I think she looked really good today.
Jill Krabus, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on our dedicated Centre Court commentary channel. We've got bags more entertainment coming your way on this third day, of course, this afternoon. And the winner of the match, that is the final one scheduled on Centre this afternoon, Emma Raducanu and Marketa Vondrousova, will, of course, play Sabalenka for a place in the round of 16. But next up here on Centre Court, it'll be Britain's Alcaraz-Tarvet, the qualifier from San Diego University against the great Carlos Alcaraz, the #2 seed, the 2 times and defending champion. And commentary will be brought to you by Barry Milnes and Chris Wilkinson. They'll be with you very shortly in just a few minutes' time when the players take to the court. But for now, from us, just for a short hiatus, it's goodbye.
Well, my thanks to the Wimbledon team as we get ready to go then for the next round on Centre Court in a few moments' time. What a fantastic atmosphere we've been witness to so far. It really has been superb. And while we prepare, let's check in what's going on around Wimbledon as well, everywhere else.
And she had to work extremely hard, good hitting from corner to corner, but Bouzkova had the opportunity in that first set. Here it was when she was serving for a first. Sabalenka shows the resilience and also the power, cutting down the angle. You can see and hear by the reaction how important that backhand strike was.
Yeah, she pumps up the power, she pumps up the volume as well. Anne Kyothafong has joined us. You were covering this match, Annie, and watching Sabalenka up close in the flesh. My word, it's impressive.
Yes, I thought this was a high-quality match from both women, but Sabalenka just had the edge in all areas, particularly at the front of the court and ball speed off the ground. She just never backed off, which you don't expect her to, I mean, do you, as the world #1? But she just kept applying the pressure. Bouzkova, though, hustled well, put lots of balls back into play, redirected well, but in the end, Sabalenka just too strong.
And it's an interesting thing in the women's game generally, it has seemed really unpredictable. But right now, Sabalenka is the player showing consistency and form. She comes here off the back of the final at Roland Garros, albeit she lost to Coco Gauff.
Yeah, absolutely. You always expect to see Sabalenka into the latter stages. I mean, she's very good at beating the players she's meant to beat efficiently, although today she was challenged. But we've seen it over the past 12 months at the Grand Slams. You know, we're expecting Sabalenka to be in the final at this year's championships. You know, I do think there's extra motivation having lost in the final at the Australian Open to Madison Keys in 3 tough sets, and then at the French Open as well to Coco Gauff. I think she's hungrier than ever to really get a Grand Slam title under her belt this year. And look, with the way she's been playing and with the style and brand of tennis that she brings, there's no reason why she can't be a dangerous player on the grass this year and in the years to come.
And there's no doubt that you mentioned it, Claire, when there's been those upsets, it's unsettling. If you're one of the top players and you're always talking about, yeah, I'm just going to concentrate on my own performance, you're absolutely aware of what's going on around you. And so, you know, when some of the top seeds have been knocked out in both the men's and the women's, I think you can feel a little bit more vulnerable. So to go out there and come through a difficult match like that, I think Sabalenka will take a lot of confidence.
For those that are not seeded or not expected on form to go through, though, it gives them hope. And Marketa Vondrousova did exactly that 2 years ago, came through as an unseeded player, won the final, lifted that trophy. It's going to be her or Emma Raducanu next for Sabalenka.
Yeah, I mean, that part of the draw is incredibly tough. I mean, I'd love to have been with Aryna Sabalenka last week when the draw came out and she took one look at that. Because today, I mean, she will tell you, every top player will tell you, they're just taking one match at a time. But Bouzkova today is someone Sabalenka has lost to in the past. In the next round, Emma, I mean, whether it's Emma, she's got, you know, if Emma does come through later today, it's not just Emma Raducanu, the tennis player, but it's the British public as well who will get behind the British #1. Or it's Vondrousova, a woman she lost to just the other week in Berlin. So, look, either way, it's not going to be easy. Right now, though, for Aryna Sabalenka, it's time to just rest, recover, and reflect on the performance today and see where she can improve for the next one.
You mentioned the British crowd. They have already been cheering because Sonny Cartel, who was the first British player into the second round, is now the first British player into the third round. An outstanding performance from her to beat Tomova 6-2, 6-2. She's so cool under pressure. She has an amazing variety in her shots. She's got a good support team around her, but just very, very calm. And you wouldn't know that anything was any different. For the second year running, she's reached the third round. Let's hear from her now.
Sonny, huge congratulations. You are back in the third round of Wimbledon for the second year running, and you're swiftly making #3 court a bit of a haven for yourself. Look, how pleased are you to come through that match, especially in straight sets today?
Yeah, obviously, I knew that match was going to be tough. I know she's an incredible competitor, and I knew I was gonna have to go out and win that match. But I think in the warm-up this morning, I felt good. On court today, I felt good. I felt like I was seeing it and hitting it really clean. So I think I just had one of them days where it was a very good day in the office.
Yeah, it's quite nice when that happens at your home slam in the second round, isn't it? But look, how important was it for you? You obviously beat Jelena Ostapenko in round 1, 20th seed, and then playing an opponent who's ranked, at least 50 places worse off than you. How important was it to back up that first victory in the first round?
Yeah, I think even last year, I wanted to back up the run I had last year. I didn't want people to think that it was just two good weeks out of the year. So this tournament, I really wanted to show that I'm at this level now and I can consistently play. And yeah, I think after the match against Jelena, I had so much confidence. And yeah, I feel like with each match on the grass and out here, I'm growing with confidence.
And I think people growing to know Sonny Cartel as well. This is a really big deal for her, Anne, because as far as the British players go, Katie Boulter, Emma Raducanu get a lot of attention from the women's side, and Cartel just kind of slips under the radar and does her thing.
She does, and she's very happy about going about her tennis and what she loves to do under the radar. But I do want the British public to get to know her more, and it's because she's such a fantastic person. I've had the privilege of having her on my Billie Jean King Cup team when she made her debut representing Great Britain in April, and she's so likeable amongst her peers. She works hard. She deserves all the success that comes her way, and the way she's been able to back it up here at Wimbledon, having 12 months ago qualified and reached a third round, now in the draw by right on ranking, and beating these top players and showing us what she's all about. She's got a great brand of tennis. She's solid. I mean, you've got to beat Sonny. If you go out on the court, you've got to have something special, because she will run and run all day and put lots of balls back in court and play with a brilliant attitude and a big heart.
She's also got the same team around her as she's had since she was really, really young, and it's the gang that were with her in Brighton. She still trains down there. She's solid in her tennis, but she's got a solid group as well.
That's right. Julie Pullen, former British #1, or now Julie Hobbs, has known Sonny since she was a little girl, playing at the Pavanav Club, and it's great to see Julie still working with her and on the court, supporting her, as well as Ben Reeves, who's done a fantastic job in helping Sonny develop her game. And there's a huge amount of trust that she has with the people she works with. But Sonny's also a player who's open to information and outside advice as well. And she's developing she's trying to develop a more aggressive style of tennis at the bigger tournaments, at the highest level. Look, like I said, she is a fantastic person, and enjoying every moment here.
And such a good role model, because we know her journey. She's not one of these players that's just sort of stormed to the top of the game. She's gone through every stage, working and improving, playing in the small tournaments, sometimes traveling on her own, and then this time last year ranked sort of 250, 300 in the world, and making that breakthrough. And now, top 50, looking so comfortable in a Grand Slam, getting through to the third round. And it just goes to show, when you invest that type of hard work, what is achievable.
And so much of that early stuff she was funding herself, so it really mattered. If she lost matches, it cost her. There was no fallback. She was really having to make decisions. She said, sometimes I made the wrong decisions, but they were my decisions. Yeah, and she takes ownership, and this is her journey.
Yeah, and she is absolutely reaping the rewards, because she's so invested, and we can see her now playing on the biggest stage, and how she's developing her game. And she's still relatively inexperienced at this level, and you think, well, If she can improve in, you know, whether she can get a little bit more weight of shot, then it's onwards and upwards.
She says she's growing in confidence, and you hope that that win will also spread confidence around the British camp, because there are plenty of British players in action today under the sunshine here at Wimbledon. And we are just going to sweep along towards #1 court, where Cam Norrie is up against Francis Tiafoe. Fascinating match this, because Tiafoe took the first set. Cam Norrie then came roaring back, took the next two, 6-4, 6-3. The crowd are absolutely lifting him, and every point that he wins, every chance that he gets, we can hear them from here, and it's a terrific match that is currently on BBC Two. Billy Harris is another player who's in action right now. This could be you know, it's a huge opportunity for so many of these players. I was talking to Tracy Austin earlier and saying, you know, there are 7 British players in action together today. She said, oh, there are so many of them. There are so many of them. Anyway, Nuno Borges it is who has the upper hand at the moment. He's taken the first set. He's a break-up in the second. All of these matches are available for you on BBC iPlayer. If you want to watch the Brazilian 18-year-old João Fonseca, who knocked out Jacob Fernley, then he's on court 12 against Jensen Brooksby, and that is going to be a long one. We could be in for another very long night, couldn't we? But on centre court, my word, what a match we have to come. We have already seen Aryna Sabalenka, the top seed, the #1 in the world, win through 7-6, 6-4. She beat Marie Bouzkova. Next up, Alcaraz-Tarvet of Great Britain is hoping to produce the biggest upset in Wimbledon history as he takes on the double defending champion Carlos Alcaraz, and that will be followed by Emma Raducanu up against the champion from 2 years ago, Marketa Vondrousova. Now, you would think on all known form that Alcaraz-Tarvet can't do it, but Alcaraz was involved in an extraordinary match on the opening day. John McEnroe called this the best opening match on centre court he's ever seen at Wimbledon, as Alcaraz was taken all the way by Fabio Fognini.
This is, by any measure, extraordinary if he does go out.
The end of that fourth set was some of the worst tennis I've ever seen.
Just see him there.
I was thinking, okay, what should I do?
The hottest opening day on record.
It's super hot out there.
Carlos Alcaraz is the man to beat.
He's trying to win the title here for the third time.
Two-time defending champion.
First to try, Fabio Fognini.
Playing Wimbledon for the very last time.
Here we are.
Fognini is a guy who rises to the occasion.
I'm relaxing right now.
And there it is, the champion who has stuttered in this first set, but he has the breakthrough.
I thought that this would be so straightforward for Carlos Alcaraz.
Fognini levels at a set apiece.
He's having a lot of fun in the sun.
I was really nervous, you know, at the beginning.
He's a little bit in awe of Fognini.
I love watching him play.
Carlos was flat as a pancake.
I'm gonna say I struggle with almost everything today.
I thought he was really feeling it physically today.
Sometimes I don't have joy on the court. I don't enjoy at all.
He looked spaced out.
What the hell is going
Trouble
on
brewing
here?
for the champion on centre court.
That's video game tennis.
From a 38-year-old.
One set to decide it.
I was thinking, okay, what should I do?
You think in the God, the last thing I want to do is lose first round after I won it. But you got to keep telling yourself, that guy, he's feeling a whole lot worse than I am.
He found a way.
5 dramatic and bizarre sets.
I cry in the locker. I couldn't ask something more beautiful than what I had today.
To be honest, I always trying to be calm, trying to be positive.
He's going to hope to play a lot better than he did today.
The only good news for him is that he's still in the tournament, because that was a disastrous performance.
It was most certainly not vintage Carlos, and Alcaraz-Tarvet comes into centre court ahead of the defending champion, and he will be greeted by a crowd who will be when they come back on his side. He's ranked 733 in the world. He's sharing this court with a 5-time Grand Slam champion. And Ollie is a big believer. He is full of confidence, and he will think, I'm here, I've got a chance. Laura Scott has been in and around Ollie's camp as he prepared for the greatest challenge of his tennis life.
If you're just hearing about the British underdog who's caught Wimbledon's imagination, then there's one thing you should know. He's Ollie, not Oliver Tarvet.
usually only get called Oliver when my mum's annoyed at me, so, you know, I try to avoid it at all costs.
So it's actually a little scary hearing it from the stand.
It is, yeah. I think I've done something wrong.
Tarvet's first proper tennis lesson came at the age of 6. His memory of that day might be a little hazy. For his former coach, it's as if it were yesterday.
I can just remember thinking, this kid is incredible. Incredible. I couldn't believe it, and I've always stood by this. Was the best first impression that anyone ever gave me in the first lesson. I kept making the challenge harder, and he just kept coming up with it.
He's taken big strides since then and moved to America, studying at the University of San Diego. With a number of Brits like Cameron Norrie and Jacob Fernley also coming through the US college system, it's proving a popular and successful route.
I think players are maturing a bit later, careers are lasting longer, and also the competition over there is great. I think it takes, not many players are ready to play pro tennis at 18 and go to places where, you know, not many people watch, and it's financially very difficult as well. So if you can mature and go through that process of 3 to 4 years of being in a great program, good coaches, playing within a team, getting an education.
Tarvet's first round match was out on court 4, a straight sets victory over another qualifier, Leandro Redi. It set up an opportunity today for the world number 733 that his proud parents can scarcely believe. Your son playing second on centre court against the defending champion, Carlos Alcaraz. How does that feel?
Well, what a mouth-watering prospect, you know, for a week of qualifying, a round 1 win, and this is just too much. I mean, it's going to be fun because, you know, Ollie's probably played in front of big crowds, 700, 800, 1,000, but to go in front of 15,000, that's quite a step up in there.
Tarvet is unknown, unfazed, and so far unbeaten on the Wimbledon grass.
I feel like I've been quietly confident this whole tournament, and, you know, it's got me to where I am so far. And I feel like a big thing for me is just playing the ball, not the player. You know, obviously the ball's going to be pretty heavy with it coming from Carlos's racket, but, you know, I think that's just a big thing that's brought me a lot of success, is just try not to overthink, you know, the situation or the player, and just try and play my tennis and what gives me success.
Winning today would mark the biggest upset in the championship's history, but backed by a home crowd, this 21-year-old from St Albans isn't about to throw in the towel.
And it's just a wonderful thing to be able to tell these stories. It's a bit like the film, isn't it? It's like the Wimbledon film. It's like, here's the big unexpected thing. Could it possibly happen?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the players that get the opportunity for a wild card in the main draw. This was an opportunity, a wild card in qualifying, you know, wins 3 rounds there, then, you know, gets a favourable draw to play another qualifier. But, you know, Ollie Tarvet has been absolutely brilliant the way he's gone out there and earned each and every victory, and gives himself this opportunity on centre court this afternoon.
And the interesting thing is when we analyse his steal score, so this is winning the point when you're in defence during the point, his score is 46%, the draw average is 31%. And that means in the first round he was defending really well, showing a lot of grit, and he's going to have to replicate that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's using his counter-punching skills, using his speed around the court, so that if he is in a defensive position, as we'll see here, he's behind the baseline, but then just that brilliant passing shot where you're turning defence into attack. And obviously with the attacking capabilities of Alcaraz, he's going to be in some of these positions. 3 meters behind the baseline, open stance, two-handed backhand, able to control the passing shot down the line. So yeah, I think these are the skills that you know, he has, but he's going to look to try and get on the front foot a little bit more, showing good speed to, you know, get forward and then put the smash away, even though he ends up on his back.
It is a fascinating head-to-head, this, because when you look at the difference between them in terms of age, it's only a year, but that's the only number in which they are close, because Tarvet's world ranking is 733. Carlos Alcaraz is number 2, obviously has been number 1. ATP titles, none for Ollie Tarvet. 22 for Carlos Alcaraz. Tour wins, 1 for Ollie Tarvet, and that came here 2 days ago. 252. But here, this is the fascinating one. Career prize money, £11,000 for Tarvet. Now, remember, he can only, under the American college rules, he can only here at Wimbledon make a $10,000 profit. And by the way, compare that to $33 million for Alcaraz and counting. So he can make a $10,000 profit, which is £7,290. So he's earned already 99,000.
99 for winning a round, yeah.
It's a lot of expenses going to have to be accrued.
Absolutely.
They need to be staying at the bigger, you know, rooms for everyone at Claridge's or something.
Private jets everywhere. But no, I mean, taking the money aside, it's just what an opportunity. And again, talked about Sonny Cartel, the role model that she's been, to see someone like this come through the college system that we're seeing more and more in British tennis. What a good opportunity it is. You know, I really hope that Ollie can go out there and you know, enjoy the opportunity and hopefully make life difficult for the defending champion.
He grew up in St Albans. He played at Batchwood Tennis Centre. He went to the Unique Tennis Academy, worked as a teenager with Joe Jurian, with Alan Jones, and this is just such an extraordinary story.
Well, it's a fairy tale, isn't it? And these are the opportunities you play for.
I'm just going to let Tim go a bit off to commentary because you've got to get in there. Yes, run, Tim, run.
I will.
Luckily, you're an athlete. You can run like Carlos Alcaraz. And it's an amazing thing to even be given this chance, and you can almost tell from his body language that already he's going, yeah, my moment, love this.
Well, it's so refreshing to see, isn't it? To see a British player out there who really believes he can take it to the world #2 and defending champion. And look, I'm excited to see what kind of performance we get out of Ollie Tarvet, but I don't doubt that he's going to leave everything he's got out there on this centre court.
You've got this chance. You have to believe. Let's find out how this can go with Tim Emmon will be there shortly, but first of all, Andrew Cotter.
Just another day in his office for Alcaraz, for Tarvet, a dream about to be realised.
Out. 15 left.
Well, welcome everybody back here to centre court. 15 all so far in what's been a highly anticipated matchup. We just had to wait a second because the main screen camera wouldn't load. Hello everybody. Joshua Birch with you to call the action alongside the BBC team as Alcaraz serves straight down centre court. So, this should be quite the entertaining battle as Alcaraz serves. Backhander coming in from Tarvet, and it goes out. 30-15. So, hello everybody to listening on USON and on JB Sports to this highly anticipated matchup. Ollie Tarvet alongside Carlos Alcaraz. The Brit and Spaniard racing together as a backwards hander coming in for Alcaraz now as well. On his serve, looking jolly strong, and hits the net to make it level at 30 all. So Tarvet, unlikely he's going to progress.
So far, taking very well to this stage.
But Alcaraz on a shocking opening day match that lasted 4.5 hours. We are not expecting that to last today, as Alcaraz sends the ball up straight down centre court into the net with a fault first serve. Again, kind of saw that one coming. Straight down centre court, forehander return from Tarvet. Backhander comes in, trying now to slow the pace down. Tries for a tricky, slow drop from Alcaraz. Not going to work out there. Goes out wide. Tarvet goes to 40. Great point.
Opening game for Tarvet.
Didn't expect the break point to come this early, to be fair. But Tarvet might just get the first game and break the serve for Alcaraz.
His mother, Jennifer, watching on. Gary is up there as well. Big crew, big moment. She is in the corner.
Okay, straight down centre court into the net. Fault first serve as we go break point. We try again. Straight down, backhander return from Tarvet. Forehander from Alcaraz. Alcaraz still goes long, takes it to juice. 40 all. Lovely first serve. The pressure starting, I think, already. Straight down into the net. Alcaraz keeps doing that as well with his run today. Not exactly been the way you would think it would go. Straight down centre court, backhander return from Tarvet. Backhander from Alcaraz. Tarvet goes long. He's still going in, but it's
we
out.
saw that problem in the first round. His forehand misfiring.
Tarvet goes through.
Goals for Ollie Tarvet.
The Tarvet advantage. So, Alcaraz will sign again. Straight down centre court, forehand return from Tarvet as well. Backhander comes in across as, again, Alcaraz begins the volley, tries to change directions. It goes out to go back to juice. Tarvet serve on his return, a little bit wide.
Yes.
The 21-year-old in his first major tournament versus the double reigning champion of Wimbledon. So far, holding his own in a very entertaining first game here on centre court. It's already going on for 5 minutes. Okay, sends it down. Fault on the first serve. Forehand return. Comes in, tries to slow down the pace there again from Alcaraz, goes out wide, out, advantage goes to Tarvet. What is Carlos doing?
We saw in the first round.
Carlos going a bit struggling here, out of pace like crazy.
Swimming away quite happily in the deepest of deep ends here against the champion in centre court. Another chance.
We go again. Fault on the first serve. Coming in from Alcaraz. Straight down. Backhander comes in from Tarvet. Alcaraz as well. Alcaraz still going to be in the forehander returns. Tries to pick up the pace, but Tarvet's going with him. And he gets it in. Juice.
He kind of sees off the danger.
Yes.
It's getting to the point where it's going to be one or the other the entire game at this rate. Again, as Matthew Owens said about Novak Djokovic yesterday, I share that sentiment though with Carlos Alcaraz, that he warms himself up into Wimbledon. Straight down centre court, forehand return. A little bit of a slow drop shot.
Yeah, familiar tactic as well from Alcaraz, going to the drop for the first time in this match.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
It worked that
Carlos
time.
Ferrero already chewing away.
It did work though, that was the point. That you also have to look for. These tactics work. The short little return drop. As Alcaraz serves straight down, let first serve, clips top of the net. It's Alcaraz on advantage. As our timing screens catch up. Straight down. Fault coming over the line. As Alcaraz straight down again. Backhander coming from Tarvet, then again from Alcaraz. Oh, big powerful serve. Tarvet had to really reach for that. Oh, wonderful return from Carlos to take it to game one. 8-minute
First
game.
game.
Very quickly. Alcaraz just going for a bit of sustenance. Just hearing from our marvellous stats people who check such things that his forehand RPM spin rate is down by 500 in this championship on his season's average. We've seen him struggling with his forehand against Fognini and going along an awful lot in that match. Anyway, there were signs, Tim Henman, hello, in that opening game, such signs of encouragement for Tarvet. You could easily be overawed.
Yeah, absolutely, and great to see him making inroads into Alcaraz serve. 9 minutes for that first game, but now just needs to play
Tarvet to serve.
A solid service game of his own just to continue to settle himself down and get his side of the scoreboard going.
Yeah, because 3 break points, you could see them as big opportunities missed.
We go again then. Tarvet sends it down, centre court. Forehand return goes out wide. 15 love. Alcaraz's return was too long. Tarvet will serve again. Only 3 bounces of the ball. Forehand return was good there from Alcaraz and goes out too deep, but makes it 15 all.
Don't like it from the Spaniard.
15 all.
Trying to break the serve now.
Tarvet had the opportunity really to dictate with that forehand, perhaps could have flattened it out a little bit more, but Alcaraz was quick across.
It's his first championship though. Straight down into the net. Straight down, backhand return, but a double fault makes it 30. Alcaraz. Yeah, Tarvet's just 21 years old, born 29th of October 2003. It's his first gentleman's singles. Straight down, forehand return was good there from Alcaraz. And I suppose if you're going to learn how to play at Wimbledon, you learn to play against the best, and it goes out. 40-15.
And now, having seen off, well, by that much, yeah.
15-40.
Having seen off the break points, Alcaraz has a couple of chances on the Tarvet serve.
The Spaniard's already hit a couple of big forehands that then pushes Tarvet further behind the baseline. It opens up the forecourt for that drop shot.
But it's a learning experience for the youngster as well. The kid can actually now learn against the best 2 years running here at Wimbledon. He may go out here in the first round, well, the second round, but he's going to be learning from the best. And it's like Alcaraz playing against Federer and Murray, but he just won a point there to make it 30. It's all about gaining the experience. We've got a great point.
Shouting at Let's Go and Alex Funkhauser. They're both from the University of San Diego. There's Stuart Havelock on the left from the Unique Academy in North London, where he went as a teenager.
Straight down from Tarvet serve. Backhander was good from Alcaraz. Backhander coming in from Carlos is superb as well. He's able to change direction and into the net goes Tarvet.
For the champion.
Great point.
And so does
Leads by 2 games to love first set.
all the promise of that opening game. First 2 games go the way of Carlos Alcaraz.
And it seems like he's come out with just far greater intensity in that first match against Fognini. It was flat, it was erratic, a lot of unforced errors.
Here we go again then. Straight down centre court from Alcaraz serve. Oh, and Alcaraz was a little bit off, and he's trying to run for it. TV pictures aren't working. I can't tell you what happened. It was in, but the TV pictures were wrong.
Just a momentary technical glitch there, but it was a sort of an Alcaraz special at that point.
Yeah, apologies for that. Hopefully we get our systems back up and running as Alcaraz straight down, forehand and return from Tarvet. Lovely return serve straight down. I think that was quite good actually.
That was 115 miles an hour on the forehand, which is just unseemly.
Faster than some people's serves.
Return. Oh, Tarvet had to duck there. Sorry.
The bounce right off the line, and the apology from Alcaraz doesn't do what
Carlos Alcaraz.
normal bounces off the grass do.
We've got 4 different
pronunciations. It is bizarre how it just checks, it just stops and nearly hits him in the head.
Yeah, but let's not remember as well, actually, that Carlos is 22 years old. Tarvet's 21, so their age range is it's just the same here. Goes out, though, to make it 3 games. Coming up, still on that second approach. Can't afford to lose points like that. Alcaraz, see? Yeah. Everyone cheering him on. Straight down centre court. Fault in the serve. Things like that. Can't be making these errors. Straight down centre court once again. Backhand return from Tarvet. Forehander changes it up from Alcaraz. Oh, and into the... Oh, hello! Tarvet got the return over the net. It catches out Alcaraz, and now it takes it to 30-40.
Away with this service game, not so.
40-30.
Talked about Tarvet's defensive skills, moving so well at the back of the court, able to control the slice forehand, keeping it low, keeping himself in this game.
They go back to the serve. Alcaraz straight down centre court. Backhander from... Oh, fault got goal. Okay, straight down. Clips top of the net. Ooh. Juice with a double fault.
We didn't see this opportunity coming. 3 points at all.
Straight down from Alcaraz's turn. Oh, another fault. 3 faults running now for Carlos. Not the best thing we were expecting. Straight down this time. Backhander return was good from Tarvet. Backhander from Alcaraz. Oh, and Tarvet to the net. 3 games to love.
Advantage.
Is close coming up. Tarvet knew that he made a mistake there as well. Let's see if we can get an ace up the sleeve. Straight down. Tried for it, went out a bit too deep. Gets it in. Tarvet returns it. Goes drop. Wonderful bit of volley serve going on right now. Backhander comes in from Tarvet. Oh, he makes Alcaraz run for it. Oh, Tarvet hits the net. Goes, damn it. 3 games to love for Carlos Alcaraz in the second round.
Despite that scoreline, Ollie Tarvet hasn't done a lot wrong at all, but so I think the scoreline looks a bit harsh because they're kind of serving first and Tarvet couldn't quite convert those 3 break points, but he's got to be sitting down now. saying, I've just got to get something on the board.
Yeah, that's right. I think, you know, Tarvet's quality of play has been very, very good. There's been a couple of, you know, 3 close games, but as is often the case, they've gone the way of Carlos Alcaraz. So, yeah, no panic. But as you say, he wants to get his side of the scoreboard going just to settle him down a little bit more.
You see, this is the Tarvet crew here, the Tarvet posse. I think that's his girlfriend Helena with her back to us there. But on the bottom right corner there, we mentioned his coaches, 2 in the white cap from San Diego. That's Ryan Keckley talking to Tarvet's mother Jenny.
Time.
And Alex Funkhauser having a good stretch. But just beside them, with the shades on, is Stuart Havelock from the Unique Tennis Academy in Hazelwood up in, there we are, North London. That was an academy started by Alan Jones and Joe Jury. Alan was the long-time coach of Joe when she was a player, and so many other British players. And his son Ryan Jones runs it there with Joe, and he went there as a 16-year-old, and it was actually Alan that spotted something pretty much in his work ethic, almost more than his talent, and then he went off to San Diego.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So St Albans to San Diego to centre court now against Carlos Alcaraz.
Ready for play.
And will be just desperate now to get a game on the board, because his play so far certainly deserves it.
I'm going to go with Carlos Alcaraz from now on. Let's see if I can figure it out. I'm going to go with the BBC. Tarvet with the serve, though. Okay, our phone ringing.
Thank you. Please make sure your mobile phones are switched to silent. Thank you very much.
Straight down centre court. Tarvet's serve was good. Alcaraz returns it with a backhander. Backhander from Tarvet. Forehand swapped up now from Alcaraz. Into the volley we go. Again, Alcaraz just slows it down, and Tarvet against the net. Love 15.
Love 15.
Hear the cheers on the other courts. We'll check in with those alongside us here on the commentary monitor. As we pick up, let's see if Tarvet can get something strong. Down centre court. Ace! Fantastic from Tarvet. Ace! And in by a fraction.
Only just. In by a millimetre.
An ace is an ace. That would have made it feel a bit better. Tarvet. Backhander. Oh, hit the net from Alcaraz. 30. 15.
See the intensity that he has, but you've almost got to control that adrenaline, otherwise.
It's his character, isn't it? It's his makeup. He's such a hard worker, as you say, but in these, you know, longer matches, you wonder whether he'll be able to maintain that or whether he'll run out of gas.
Tarvet straight down. Backhander from Alcaraz. Into the volley we go. Forehand swapped up now. Straight down centre for Tarvet. Oh, he gets it in just about. Goes out wide.
That's a mighty backhand.
30 all.
TV picture breaking up ever so slightly. Tarvet then, again with the serve.
Let first serve.
Let on the first serve, clips the top of the net. Straight down centre court to the net. There's a fly in the commentary box that's coming right near our drinks. Straight down, return hand with a backhander from Alcaraz. Forehand switch up for Tarvet, send it right down. Into the volley. Alcaraz trying to send it different ways, but Tarvet's ready for him. at every opportunity. Tarvet's dancing around centre court. Alcaraz is standing still. But lovely volley going on now. Alcaraz tries to slow it down. Tarvet's ready for it. He's trying to trick him into a shot. Lovely drop shot. Oh, it still gets in. Oh, beautiful! Tarvet gets it. 40-30.
Taking the cheers of centre court.
That was beautiful for the pair of them. What a volley.
It's brilliant hitting. You can see how Tarvet's used the drop shot brilliantly from the umpire's left. The end that Tarvet's serving from, it's almost like he's playing uphill. There's a pretty significant breeze down the court from behind Alcaraz, so Tarvet's got to be so aggressive in these rallies.
Let's go again then. Tarvet straight down. Oh, out! Alcaraz went out! And he takes it to 3-1 in the first set.
Had to work hard for it.
I'm not sure we could take 4 hours of this, but just to get a game up there, again, he has been so competitive. I'm just thinking of atmospheres at NCAA college tennis in the States. They can get pretty raucous, but this is a different scale.
Alcaraz to serve. Straight down centre, backhand and return as well comes in. Oh, Alcaraz returned it off the net. He didn't even make the whippet sound. Love 15. Exactly the way we were imagining it. Alcaraz sends it down. Forehand return. Out from Alcaraz. 30-50. Love 30. I'm pressing the buttons with my left hand. I'm right-handed, by the way, everyone. But I can press the buttons with the left on the iPad to control it. Alcaraz serves again, straight down. Forehand return coming in. Again, trying to lift up several places, differentials. Goes up high, drop shots. Oh!
Not the speed, not quite the touch.
Tarvet sent it high.
He's getting through some work
He tries.
early on. 15-30. I said it's not as warm as the first 2 days, but it's still pretty warm out there.
It's not too bad. It's warm, but adaptable. Okay, sends it down into the net. Let on the first. Backhander comes in. Into the volley we go again. Backhanders of the pair of them. Oh, ouch! Alcaraz goes out. 40-15.
Strike on the backhand there from Tarvet.
15-14.
So once again, to go with the 3 break points he had in the first service game of Alcaraz. Tarvet with another couple here.
It's break point. Straight down, return, goes long.
Nothing you can do about that.
Love 30. Sorry, 40-30.
107 miles an hour, but so much slice work on the serve, taking away from Tarvet's racket.
Couple of bounces. Okay, straight down centre court. Backhander return from Tarvet. Forehand now from Alcaraz, try and spice it back up again. Returns with the backhand, just nearly went out there actually as well. Alcaraz trying to slow the pace down. Tarvet again dancing around on centre court. Oh, slow drop. It goes out. And you can hear that no! Coming from Tarvet, he knew Bennett was too wide. We go to Juice.
It's an interesting shot from Alcaraz. He faked the drop shot on the forehand side, but still then bunted it deep. Tarvet had an opportunity with that forehand pass. 5th break point saved by Alcaraz in this first set.
Right, that's 3 different pronunciations in one sentence, BBC. Which is it? Because I've been saying 3 different ones too. Forehand return coming in. Backhander. Tarvet goes along his own box. Advantage.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
I don't think anybody knows what his name is. I've heard 5 different pronunciations in the one go. I'll go with Alcaraz. Straight down. Alcaraz.
Well, there's the hold. So that's
4 games to 1, first set. Tarvet hits the net several times. His turn to serve shortly.
It's amazing, just 5 months between these two men, but the difference in where they are and have been in the world of tennis and their different routes. I mean, 5 Grand Slam singles titles for Alcaraz and Tarvet. Going to college in the States, and that is another talking point. If he loses today, £99,000 prize money, doesn't get it. So much talk about that, and if you don't know of the rules, because he plays college in the States under the NCAA rules, that's the governing body basically for amateur athletics at college, you can't take more than 10,000. So the other big sports, American football, basketball, a little bit in golf as well, you can get big NIL deals, name, image, likeness, and you can make quite a bit of money. It doesn't really happen in tennis, so it's just it's a very, very interesting situation.
Yeah, that's right, and I think in virtually every other area of tennis you can accept prize money. Certainly in this country, coming through the junior game, if you go to a professional tournament, whether that's a future, a challenger, or the main tour, and you do well and you make prize money, you accept it. So look, the NCAA's I think is a fantastic route that more and more British players, more and more players in general are taking advantage to keep going with your studies, your education, but being in an environment with excellent facilities, good coaching, and playing a lot of matches.
Yeah. So if he wants to stay at college, wants to stay playing within the NCAA, then you can't accept more than that 10,000.
Thank you.
And a kind of free balls. Tom Daly among so many celebrities I'm watching. Is that one of the Jonas Brothers behind? I can't remember. Sorry, I'll narrow it down to which Jonas brother it is in a minute.
You know who John Bon Jovi is now, don't you?
I do, yeah. He was in Bon Jovi.
He's married, of course, to Millie Bobby Brown. Who's now Millie Bobby Brown, Bon Jovi! And Tarvet's serve was good there. Okay, goes.
Love 15.
Love 15. What's her name now? Is it Millie Bobby Brown Bon Jovi? MBBBJ? It's a long signature. She gets to the end of it, she's renamed herself. Backhand comes in. Okay, still now trying to break the serve again to Tarvet. Tarvet dances around centre court. The difference between these two men is unbelievable. Oh, and Tarvet hits the net. Tarvet just come in here.
Looks comfortable on the turn, Carlos Alcaraz. More comfortable, I think, than on his serve just now. Nick Jonas, that's it. Oh, Priyanka Chopra.
Oh, and Olivia Rodrigo's here. Nick Jonas and Olivia Rodrigo. They're not dating, are they?
No,
Are they
that's
friends?
Nick Jonas, that's Priyanka Chopra. Narrow it down. We'll get there in the end.
What's going on here? Olivia Rodrigo was here. Forehand return as well. Tarvet. Backhander comes in, slows it down. Oh, and Alcaraz into the net. 15-30.
15-30.
I know fans of Olivia Rodrigo are coming for me now.
I'm thinking the same thing.
You're doing well with the tennis, though.
Yeah, she's on centre court.
Leave the royal box.
Yeah, let's just drift away from the royal box.
Is she? There she is. Is she here for?
Got Tom Daly right. That was good.
Tom Daly and Olivia Rodrigo watching. Yes, there we go. She was at Glastonbury, of course. It's Louis Partridge who sat alongside her. Straight down centre court for Tarvet. Alcaraz was serving wide from Tarvet. 40 goes the points.
15-14.
And break
Tale
point.
of the match so far. Tarvet creating so many chances on the Alcaraz serve, but 2 points here for a double break.
I have a feeling it's not going to last long today, don't you? Let the serve from Tarvet there. I'm feeling my commentary box door might just close in a second. This backhander comes in from Alcaraz. Oh, Tarvet slipping on the grass here. Goes out. Alcaraz return serve. Second break point.
30-14.
30-14.
Didn't miss by much. Going for the inside in forehand.
When he was up at 62 unforced errors against Fabio Fognini, Alcaraz.
We go again. Tarvet serves straight down to the net on centre court. No one knows how to fix a GT Omega chair, let me know. Straight down, return serve looking good. Oh, that was cheeky.
And there it is now, double break for Carlos Alcaraz. The first set getting away from Ollie Tarvet.
Alcaraz.
5 games to 1.
First set.
Again, it's a demonstration of the great champions do with the big points and the pressure points, because again Tarvet will feel that he has competed pretty well in this first set, but Alcaraz ready to serve for it.
Clips on the top there. Okay, straight down. Forehand return from Tarvet. Goes out.
15 love.
15 love at the beginning of this 6th game, and Alcaraz serving for the set. 15 love. Can he get an ace up his sleeve? Straight down centre. Backhander comes in. Oh, into the net from Tarvet. 30 love.
30 love.
Alcaraz with the serve. Straight down centre court. Fault on the serve. Computer calling it out. Straight down. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Backhander comes in a little bit too wide. Goes out. 15 to Tarvet.
30-15.
Tarvet willing himself on now. Come on, come on. Oh, and my ankle has just cracked for the first time in days, and the relief all of a sudden is unbelievable. Oh, that needed to happen. Straight down from Alcaraz into the net. You know, when you have tension build up in it. Yeah. Ooh. Clicked and all my leg went whoop. Straight down from Alcaraz on the serve. Backhander comes in from Tarvet. Then from Alcaraz. Forehand comes in from Tarvet. Hits his own net. 40-15.
40-15.
Set point now.
So, 2 set points for the defending champion.
Let's see if Alcaraz can get an ace to round off the first set here. 6 games to 1 is the chance. Straight up, straight down. Backhander goes high. Drop shot coming, goes out. It will not be this easy. 30 now for Tarvet. due to Alcaraz' issue and set point for the second time. A cracking little game shaping up here on centre court today. Alcaraz straight down, forehand return from Tarvet. Backhander comes in slowly. Tarvet running for it, he gets it, keeps it in, goes back up, but it's out from Alcaraz. Juice! Wow! Well done from Tarvet.
Short.
Gets it
But
back
also
in.
the touch once he got there.
Yeah, it's a great drop shot from Alcaraz, just dropping the ball over, and Tarvet does so well to slide into that one, push the backhand down the line and keep himself in this first set.
Oh, that was good. Sliding on the grass. Alcaraz serves again then, straight down. Backhander comes in, good from Tarvet. Forehander still, backhander goes wide. Tarvet drops it again, one, stays it in, keeps it in. Tarvet takes the advantage. This is a surprise. Break point to Tarvet.
Advantage, Tarvet.
We talked about his ability to turn defence into attack. Great pass, exceptional movements, and controlling the racket head on the run.
I think
Little
Tarvet's
flick
looking
of
at
the
a
wrist.
star, isn't he?
Beautiful. Can he get one of these breaks back?
Juice again.
Sixth break point saved by Alcaraz in this first set.
Into the net from Alcaraz serve. Okay, straight down. Backhander returns again coming in. Oh, it's just a bit more problematic coming in. Forehands jump around a little bit. Tarvet really is shaping up nice here, and it's going to be out. Just about. Keeps it in. Oh! Lovely little play on the centre left side. Tarvet takes the advantage after Alcaraz tried to catch him out. It didn't work.
Advantage, Tarvet.
Again, showing such good foot speed. Getting up to those drop shots, running every ball down.
Well, creating the chances, but has to take them. Break point number 7 in this set.
Alcaraz with the serve. Forehander comes back in. Tarvet sticking with the backhander, keeps it in, makes him run for it. That's in. Drop shot coming. Back to Juice.
Tried the speed again. But Alcaraz there.
Juice again.
Juice.
The court that he's covering at the moment, the acreage that he's running down.
Alcaraz still with the serve. Tried for an ace, came up as a fault. Into the net. Tarvet now back with the advantage. Alcaraz continuing to make small errors, third break point. The crowd loving it though. Tarvet looks a little bit out of breath, but again, running around after it's his style. Alcaraz straight down, backhander comes in from Tarvet, small little up drop.
Oh, that's a beautiful touch. It was back down on his toes.
From Alcaraz, fourth juice.
That time using the serve and volley. You can get a good view of this forehand volley here. Really gets down, soft hands, taking the speed off the return.
Alcaraz straight down. Backhand looked up as well.
A
into
good
the net.
serve, says Alcaraz.
Alcaraz went out with the chance for set point for the third time. Let's see if he can take it. This time by. Oh, tried it with an ace. Straight down centre court. Backhand from Tarvet, slips up slightly, doesn't get traction on the grass. Alcaraz goes up high once, twice, drop shot comes in, picks it up. Oh, Tarvet shouldn't have gone for that. The ball comes up high, doesn't even hit the ground, he tries to tap it back, it goes straight out. 6-1 for Alcaraz in the first set. It goes his way. Claire.
Can keep going. Second set, get it even closer. Anything could still happen there. Look at this across all of the courts. Doubles now in action as well. The men's doubles here at Wimbledon is now best of 3 sets, so not quite the marathon matches they used to be, but you can see all those courts are full of people around them and players on court. Well, the crowd on number 1 court have been celebrating because Cam Norrie came back from losing the first set against France's Tiafoe to win this match in 4, knocking out the 12th seed. He said it's my favourite court. He was really pleased that he stayed so calm. He enjoyed the battle, but ultimately really happy to get over the line. He said he got goosebumps as he walked down the corner and saw how big the crowd was, and he had his parents, his sister, his girlfriend all watching, supporting him. A really good win match for former semi-finalist here at Wimbledon, Cam Norrie. 7 British players in action today. Sonny Cartel already through, Cam Norrie already through, as you've just seen. Billy Harris trying to fight back against Nuno Borges. This match currently live on BBC 2. Borges took the first 2 sets. It's 1 game all in the third. That live for you now on BBC 2. At 4:30, though, we will be heading to number 1 court because that's where Katie Bolter will be taking on Solana Sierra. And Bolter loving it here at Wimbledon, says she feels very, very much at home. So that'll be the next match on BBC 2. On centre court, we will be seeing Emma Raducanu. She's the 3rd match on. She's up against the champion from 2 years ago, Marketa Vondrousova. And Raducanu hoping that she can emulate her best performances here at Wimbledon. She's reached the 4th round, did so on debut. Mark Petchey there in the background, who's now part of her, leading her coaching team. But what about Ollie Tarvet? Let us see how he can go in this second set with Tim Henman and Andrew Cotter.
But it was a very, very competitive 6-1, if that sounds straight. 45 minutes near enough for 6-1, which is rare. But you have to take those chances. 8 break points for Tarvet in that first set.
Tim Henman and Andrew Cotter alongside myself, Joshua Birch. And straight down, backhander comes in from Alcaraz. Tarvet with the serve. Takes it immediately to 15. Love. Tarvet with a great serve there.
Played some very good tennis. Put that set behind him. Really got to just try and play a strong service game here to establish himself, keep his nose in front, try and turn the tables in this second set.
Forehand return from Alcaraz, backhander from Tarvet, backhander again, Alcaraz again. Tarvet's running around out of nowhere. But a lovely return serve. Tarvet to 30.
As Tim was saying, a strong opening service game will do wonders for him. Awkward put away.
Unfortunately, it was awkward. Tarvet serves again. Straight down into the net. 30 love, though, is good for him. As things currently stand. Backhander comes in. Backhanders all around. Forehander goes high, Alcaraz! 40 love Tarvet.
generally speaking, his forehand has been firing better in this match, but not on that occasion.
Tarvet, the only one with an ace so far in this game, serves straight down to the net. Forehand return from Alcaraz, backhander coming in, forehand again, into the net from Tarvet, 40-15.
40-15.
Okay, look at his racket, making sure it's still strong. Legends watching on.
Safer ground there. Roy Hodgson, Thomas Tuchel, none of them. The Jonas brothers.
Backhander comes in again from... Oh, Target to the net, 40-30.
Played a strong service game to get up 40 love. Forehand error, backhand there that he really should have made. Important that he just seals the deal here. Doesn't want to let Alcaraz back into the game, get to deuce.
Ball up straight down, return serve goes high for Alcaraz, and Tarvet gets the first game of the second set, and he is happy with the way that's turned out.
Joining in and feeding him the energy. I think he needs the energy, he's got plenty of that, but again, a vital hold.
Let's go Ollie around the centre court.
Talk about the, our forehand quality and how it's stepped up today.
Yeah, absolutely. In that previous match, it was so erratic against Fognini, making so many unforced errors. And today, taking into account the speed, spin, depth and width, accuracy of each forehand up at 8.8, huge improvement from Alcaraz.
Backhander comes in lovely there from Tarvet. Now on Alcaraz serve, and Alcaraz really having to run it around.
Well, Tarvet looks stunned, but you have to applaud that. It was right on the line.
That was good. Tarvet was stunned.
A look of disbelief.
It was like, what did you just do?
Backhand volley, deflecting it off, and look at the speed and the width.
Tarvet was shocked at that. I think we all were, just inside the line. I was getting ready to call ace. Straight down again. Backhand return from Tarvet. Forehander coming in from Alcaraz. Out wide. 15-all.
15-all.
It's the pressure that keeps on mounting. Alcaraz needs to regain control and not lose this set. Straight down, forehand return from Tarvet. Slow return for an upwards drop shot coming in. Beautifully done from Tarvet, second to 30. Alcaraz went the wrong way, and he's on up and down. Tarvet slowly pops it back down low.
Really good backhand here, driving it down the line, setting up the easy backhand volley. All the positive body language is really giving off a sense of belief. Perhaps he can make life difficult for Alcaraz.
Let first serve.
Let first serve. Where's that? Straight down again. Fulton again. Can't do that again from Alcaraz. I give it 40 to Tarvet. Backhander comes in. And the second set's always where Alcaraz starts to fail. As Tarvet hits the net, 30-all.
30-all.
Yeah, but Alcaraz does like to win the opening
One of
set,
these
then
players
drop
with
it.
quite an extreme grip on the forehand side. Tarvet just came over the top of it, dragged it into the net. He'd be disappointed at 15-30.
Forehand returns coming in. And yeah, it's these little shots that just don't work. Oh, it's still in, and it goes out.
Again, good running. Alcaraz knew he hadn't done quite enough for that drop.
30-40.
I'm saying now, okay, maybe a double champion, but he plays wrong. Loses too many of the second sets. He tries to be cheeky, and every time he does, it catches him out. Just play fast tennis, not the slowdown. Forehand return was lovely there from Tarvet. Backhander coming from Alcaraz. Forehand now swaps up between the pair of them. Oh, Tarvet really put some spin on that one. And Alcaraz sends it up high and goes out. Second game in the second set. That's 2 in a row for Tarvet. Here we go again from Alcaraz. Again, making errors. He serves broke.
Tarvet leads by 2 games to love, second set.
Hasn't dwelt on those opportunities. He's just kept working hard, fighting for each and every point. Now he's got that breaker serve.
But then you have to calm and follow it up and hold serve.
Straight down for Tarvet serve. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Now into the volley. Trying to swap it up again. Oh, that was risky. Remarkable stamina from these two. Into the net from Tarvet on the return serve.
I felt Alcaraz was just waiting for the mistake from Tarvet. Quality hitting from both men. Just an almost imperceptible nod from Juan Carlos Ferrero, former world #1, who has long now been the mentor of Alcaraz.
Tell him to play better shots in the second set then.
Okay.
Tarvet with the serve. Straight down into the net. Forehand return was good from Alcaraz. Oh, backhander coming in from Tarvet. Gets out of shape. Drops it in. Lovely return from Alcaraz. Tarvet now knows he can't do that again.
30.
This is the point you watch Alcaraz now on serve. He looks a little bit uncomfortable still, but receiving.
Look at that athletic ability. Full
Stretch
stretch on the
yeah.
forehand volley, controlling the racket face. May have just lost his serve, but he's looking for the break back.
Carlos Senior again, ever present.
Tarvet serve was out wide.
40.
It was always going to be the challenge after that break to hold, but 3 break points for Carlos Alcaraz.
Tarvet with the serve again. Into the net. 117 mile an hour. And it's game! Alcaraz. That's better. He now is just one behind in the second set. And it's his serve next.
Mention for the now sadly late Alan Jones, who we talked about earlier in the match, who with Joe Jury, who coached for such a long time for that academy, which in North London, where Alcaraz-Tarvet went as a teenager. And again, so many other British players went through it. But Alan Jones, he was the coach of Jeremy Bates as well. Elena Baltacha, Laura Robson, and Kyothawong all went to that academy. Jack Draper worked there as well. So it's there are some very good setups in the UK as well. Now he's gone to the States now to college, but that Hazelwood and the Unique Tennis Academy was fundamental in his tennis education.
Yeah, definitely, and environment is so important, and it's great now that we've got, you know, a few different opportunities, a few different options in this country. Good coaching, better facilities, the right work ethic. Now, with the support of the LTA as well, we're producing some good players, both men and women.
Wow, what a season he's having of late, Carlos Alcaraz. He's got on this run because he stalled a little bit in the springtime, but then now on a 19-match unbeaten run, where he won in Rome, then the French Open, that amazing final against Yannick Sinner, and then Queens. Now you're back on serve in the second set.
Alcaraz's serve goes out wide, but keeps it back in after a nice volley. He takes it to 15-love.
15-love.
And this is such an important match for Alcaraz because he knows he has to find form again. He just looked uncomfortable for so much of the match against Fognini.
Yeah, that first round was a bit of a wake-up call, and you see him now. He's playing with that intensity, that focus, the shot selection, and the execution so much better.
Fault on the serve. Straight down. Forehand return was high from Tarvet. Alcaraz still goes high. Out wide. 15-all.
However,
he can still mishit the forehand occasionally.
Occasionally or more often than not in
It's
this
been
today.
interesting, to say the least, in the tennis we've seen so far at Wimbledon. But that forehand has wandered a bit.
Alcaraz with the serve again. Hits the net. 130 mile an hour though. Tarvet knew it was going to go back wide.
15.
He certainly shows his emotions.
He does, doesn't he? He needs to get that under control. Sun now out in full force here. 2:85 in the afternoon. Oh! Alcaraz sets it up backwards to the crowd.
40-15.
Sorry, Tarvet sends it back up into the crowd. My apologies for that one, yeah. Tarvet sends it back up into the crowd and they can't get the ball back.
Obviously not that keen to get the ball back.
Oh, here's the pantomime villain. Ebenezer with an armband. Anyway, no, you have to give them back.
They get recycled, of course. Oh!
Lovely touch to
2 games all then. Lovely little slow drop coming in from Alcaraz. Takes it 2 games then in the second set. They're level in set 2.
It's the first time he's faced a British opponent at Wimbledon, Carlos Alcaraz. Yeah, that's become a thing this year.
Chanting.
Nobody really joined in with that one.
Sounds better in Paris, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, trumpet rather than somebody singing it.
coming in strong again. Tarvet's serve. Not exactly gone his way in this set. Now they're into a nice little volley actually here. Oh, brilliant from Alcaraz. Gets back on the power with a forehander straight down.
Some strong hitting from both players at the back of the court, but then this forehand from Tarvet just stays in the middle of the court. Alcaraz unleashes the 101-mile-an-hour forehand.
Yeah, from a sort of ball that's not moving at him with any great speed, he's just generating all that speed himself.
That's insane. Oh, 15-0. Target's serve is good.
15-0.
Tarvet obviously had 2-love in this set. It's now 2-all. Got to try and hold serve here to keep his nose in front. Can't let Alcaraz just run away with it.
Tried for an ace, but it went out wide again. Alcaraz returned, didn't work. Tarvet takes it 30-15.
Mother Jenny enjoying this occasion.
It shouldn't be this difficult. I don't understand why Alcaraz not. It's a weird Wimbledon this year. As Tarvet comes back in again, straight down. Okay, returns it backhander. Goes out! What is Alcaraz doing? This might go 4 sets, surprisingly. Here we go again. Into the net from Tarvet. Ball up. Return with a backhander from Alcaraz. Oh, drop coming in. Oh, Alcaraz it is! He hits his own net trying to do that slow drop back again. 3 games to 2 for Tarvet in the second set. Alcaraz still has a set from earlier. It's typical again.
So again, he has been more than competitive. You look at that scoreline, you think that Alcaraz has been running away with it. 6-1 in the first set, not so at all. And if he is around for a while, we've got that Ollie, Ollie, Ollie chant to come for a few years. And no reason not to believe that he might be. Olivia Rodrigo, as I know well, fresh from Glastonbury. And she's here with Lewis Partridge as well, so there he is, just... He said, hopefully. Honestly, popular culture. Was that Dominic Cooper as well? No, I don't think it is. Oh, Tommy Fleetwood, again, safer ground. He loves his tennis. Bottom right, and with his wife Claire today. My nerve's gone, Tim, to be honest. But
back to the tennis.
Focusing more on this. He has a real chance in this second set because now, again, he knows he's creating opportunities on the Alcaraz serve.
You've got the whole list of the Royal Box and the seating plan. But you've still managed
it was back
to get
to
it
front.
Thank you.
Straight down.
15
Alcaraz says takes 15 love. Turn hand again from Tarvet was a little bit off the pace. And
again on the forehand.
Alcaraz, yeah, Alcaraz. 15-0.
It's his father Gary there. Ollie Tarvet is leading the most. He's smiling away.
It's a surprising setup right now. What's going on? As we see another serve coming in. Alcaraz straight down. Clips the top of the net.
Let first serve.
Let first serve. As I try and readjust my legs in the commentary box. Alcaraz with another serve. Backhander into the net.
Good
Tarvet.
serve, says Tarvet into the body.
Straight down. Backhander comes in. Fault again on that serve. I'm going to put my second shoe on. It may as well make a bit more sense. Slip-on trainers. Straight down we come again then. Tarvet's return serves are equally as powerful. Well, there's that forehand with so much pace from Alcaraz. It's that slow down of the drop shot I don't like. It goes out.
Right idea.
Alcaraz to 40.
40-15.
Alcaraz still with the serve. Can he get an ace to level it up here in the second set? No, into the net. The tension here, a bit more palpable. Straight down centre court. Return hand from Tarvet is okay. Oh, that's going to be tight and into the net. And Alcaraz return. Tarvet takes it to 30-40.
40-30.
Okay. Okay, we're looking a bit concerned here, but this is by his own doing. Always bad in the second sets. Backhander was good there. Forehand return. Tarvet, by the way, remember, 3-2, second set. Okay, needs to pick up the pace here. That was out return. There it is, 3-all in the second set.
Carlos Alcaraz.
3-all, second set.
A bit rare for Alcaraz as well. He's such a popular figure. I'm not used to. He's got plenty of the crowd with him here as well, but he knows that the bulk of centre court is behind the man ready to serve now.
Tarvet with the serve. Oh, good return from Alcaraz. It almost looked like it was the ball was magnetised. And Tarvet with a great return to make it 15-love. Straight down to bottom right. Centre court was perfect. That's more like it.
15-love.
Good pass here. Look at that on the lunge. Great forehand volley. Alcaraz just questioning the umpire whether the serve was a let.
Straight down on into the net. Tarvet's serve not there. Straight down centre court. Backhander comes in as well. Into the bit of a rally now. Oh, just in from Alcaraz to make it 15-all. Just hits back left.
15-all.
If Tarvet hold.
Beautiful forehand volley, to be fair. That's what we like to see. Laughing on centre court as well. Forehander comes in strong again. Oh. Into the volley. Forehander comes back in with pace. Yeah, that was going to be a mistake there. Beautiful from Tarvet's return. I thought it would be Alcaraz who would capitalise with Tarvet making a mistake, but Tarvet's longevity of the arm gets to the ball and sends it back right centre court, 30-15.
Taking the opportunity to move forward. It was a good backhand volley deep into the corner, but look at that. Falling backwards, but still ripping the forehand cross court.
Here we go again then. Straight down, return. Oh, again, another beautiful, powerful from Tarvet, and takes it to 40. Alcaraz looking like he's struggling now, and the youngster is coming back for a second set.
Getting on the front foot again, Tarvet looking to dictate at every opportunity.
This
is not easy to do.
It's not normal. Alcaraz likes these struggles though. At this rate, we're going all the way for 5 sets. Oh, Tarvet puts it in the net.
It's the right shot.
40-30.
Just not quite the execution.
Roy watching on. Tarvet is up. Oh, just a few little issues. Alcaraz with a drop shot. Catches him out! Tarvet's loving this! 4 games to 3 second set! And Alcaraz trying to be clever is costing him games.
Crowd. As if he needs any feeding in that department. They're enjoying it, he's enjoying it. And all you want to do when you're coming to this stage and this occasion, it's daunting, you just want to give your best. And I think he's giving close to his best, that's the key thing.
Oh, absolutely. I think his quality of play, his movement have been absolutely first class. And now we see him up 4-3 in this second set. He's got the opportunity to put a bit more pressure on the Alcaraz serve. And you know, here again, I mean, this is an excellent drop shot, just clearing the net, but getting there and controlling the backhand on the run.
And you don't play tennis on grass in the NCAAs in college tennis. So again, he's come through qualifying. He's obviously comfortable on the surface. Just
Yeah,
watching his
definitely.
movement, everything.
Yeah, and you know, to come out on perhaps the best court in the world and show this type of body language and real belief that he can cause an upset.
Now going back to 2022, and he lost to Sinner in the 4th round.
Thank you, players already.
Getting a buzz around centre court.
Straight down, forehand return high! Kept it in though from Tarvet. Goes out second time by. Okay, takes it to 15, love. Straight down centre court into the net for Alcaraz. Make it unnecessarily hard on himself this time, Mike. Tarvet's coming back though with a stronger pace. Oh Christ, how British, 30 love. That was very British. Straight down into the net. It goes out again.
40 love.
40 love. It's not exactly helping, is it, at the moment for Tarvet? He can't break Alcaraz's serve. Could be 4 games all. I sense a tie-break coming in this second set. Backhander returns coming from the pair of them. As we go into the volley. Forehander now with power into the net from Alcaraz.
40-15.
Again, we saw that a lot against Fabio Fognini, really going to rip that forehand and just getting it slightly wrong. A lot of unforced errors. But comfortable hold.
Game goes to Alcaraz. It's 4 games all in the second set.
Second set.
And these are the nervy times when you get to 4-all.
You feel like this is the end. You're sort of playing into the breeze. Feels like you're playing slightly uphill when you get into those baseline exchanges. The umpire's right. Probably has greater opportunity to dictate, so big moments these for Tarvet.
Into the net. Nice return as well from Tarvet's serve. Alcaraz still going to try and slow it down. Picks up the pace of the backhander with a bit of power. 103 mile an hour on that return. Backhander alone. Forehander goes in, keeps it. Drop shot coming. Brilliant! Tarvet doesn't do it! Fabulous backhander from Alcaraz looking backwards.
From Carlos Alcaraz.
Fabulous!
And this game is going to be hard for Tarvet.
Yeah, Tarvet had the opportunity on the topspin lob here. Alcaraz choosing to move forward, then going back behind with the backhand volley. He's so close to the net. And I think a yard over the service line would have won it for Tarvet, but beautiful backhand smash.
Straight down centre court. Oh, Tarvet tried for an ace. It's going to be a long game, this one, isn't it? Forehander comes in as well. Backhander goes into the net from Tarvet, 30.
Yeah, troubling times. Just we need to find those precious first serves.
Yeah, that second serve was just into the hitting zone of Alcaraz, and he took advantage of it, crushed it back straight down the middle. Love 15 becomes love 30.
Straight down again, backhander. Goes out, and he knew it. 40.
40.
Alcaraz nearly on for a fifth.
Soft game. You hear Ollie Tarvet saying soft game, and just when he didn't need it. But again, this is what pressure can do in centre court. Tries to lift him, but 3 break points for Carlos Alcaraz.
Straight to the net. Backhander comes in with some pace. Tarvet hits in the net.
He felt it coming.
5 games to 4. Tarvet now coming and losing shots. Alcaraz with more power.
And centre court rather stunned, but when you get to 4-all, and you explained just that feel of serving from this end as well. That was a big game, and really Alcaraz dominated it.
Yeah, definitely. In these big stadiums, quite often you get a little bit of breeze coming from one end, and when you've got that breeze behind you, it just gives you a little bit more time on the ball in the rallies. It just gives your shot that little bit of extra weight, and Tarvet certainly felt that. It's when you need to make those first serves, so you're not giving your opponent the opportunities on second serve. He's got to try and respond very quickly.
I think the murmuring around centre court. A lot of that murmuring will be knowing the way this set is going, and possibly the match. But I think as he comes out, Alcaraz-Tarvet, he has to take the encouragement from the fact that he's created so many opportunities on the serve of the champion, and has to do so again. But a bounce in the stride of Alcaraz. Serving for a 2-set lead.
Straight down on Alcaraz's serve. A fault for the first serve. Double faults.
New balls, double fault.
Only his third of the match, but not the way you want to start when you're serving for a set.
3 double faults from Alcaraz, only 1 for Tarvet so far in this match. It's an interesting lineup, isn't it? Alcaraz sends it down. Backhander from Tarvet. Forehander picks up pace as well. Oh, and Tarvet hits the net. 15-all.
He knows it. That's a rallying ball. Wasn't trying to do anything really in particular, just make the shot, caught the top of the net. 15, that was a half chance.
Yeah, it was. Alcaraz sends it down again. Forehand return was good there, but goes out again. 30-15.
Simple 1-2, open up the court.
Yeah.
30-15.
Yeah, it was a safe but effective play. He's got the new balls there, Alcaraz. He's gone out wide, which is the safe serve, only 114 miles an hour, but he got the short reply. Dictated with the forehand.
Trying desperately to pick up the pace again. As Alcaraz straight down, clips the top of the net, lets on the first serve, ball comes back. Perfectly caught actually from Alcaraz, and the crowd like that.
Gets the admiration.
Straight down again, return was okay, goes out wide. 40-15. Set point now for Alcaraz to take 2 sets. Love. Can he do it with an ace? He's yet to have one here in this game. Yes, he can! First ace of the game takes him 2 sets up. A fantastic switch as we now go in to the 3rd set. The Women's Euros are getting underway shortly as well. All the action as well available on the BBC. Well, so far then around the other courts as well, it's all going rather splendidly as well. The ladies singles are on court 1 at the moment as well, with Britain's Butler just behind in the first set, 4 games to Syria on 5 as they come into it. Clear Balding.
One for coverage of Switzerland against Norway, that from 7 o'clock, which means that the tennis will be on BBC 2, or you will have a choice of top-class sport on the BBC. Turning gently in the distance on another warm summer's day, and Katie Boulter is out on #1 court, fighting for a place in the 3rd round. Interesting match this. It's been topsy-turvy. Boulter broke straight away for an early lead. Sierra broke back and then went ahead and served for the first set, but Boulter has just saved those opportunities, and she is now serving to make it 5-all. That is currently live on BBC Two. On BBC iPlayer, you've got the option of any match across all 18 ports, and you may well select Billy Harris, who's in a third set tie-break, and he's got a mini-break ahead. He needs to win it to stay in the match and take it all the way against Nuno Borges. Lots of entertainment out there and big, loud, proud support, but nothing is louder than the roar of Ollie Tarvet every time he wins a point on centre court. He's got to win a fair few more if he is to extend this match against the defending champion. Carlos Alcaraz, who's facing a British player here at Wimbledon for the very first time. He's taken the first set, Alcaraz 6-1, took the second set 6-4. It is close though. It is hugely entertaining. It is high energy, high octane stuff. And Tim Henman and Andrew Cotter enjoying it.
Enjoying the match and enjoying the, well, just chatting about absolutely nothing at the moment, because Ollie Tarvet has disappeared for a break, and a wise decision to take that break. Hello everyone. Greetings. 1-0, but that's about as busy as I've seen it, Tim. You should start charging.
Well,
in your hill.
Trying to encourage that idea to our board.
So far, Ollie Tarvet, again, it's a tale of big points taken by Alcaraz. You look at the overall match, and Tarvet has been competitive.
Yeah, I've seen Tarvet play a few points here and there from that first match, but to see him out here on centre court, I've really liked what I've seen. His attitude is first class, his movement is excellent. He's definitely got a very solid backhand that he can flatten out. The forehand is quite an extreme grip that sometimes doesn't generate the same type of power, but you know, at this stage I think he's got huge upside in his career going forward.
Again, very strange to think there's only 5 months between these two in age, but where they are in terms of development and I suppose their talent. I mean, there are a few talents like Carlos Alcaraz, but when you go to college in the States, it's quite good for your development, but it does delay it a little bit in terms of playing professional tennis.
It does, but I think there are very few players that are ready for tour life at 18 or 19, and whether that's technically or mentally. So I think the American university, that option is very appealing. It gives you the chance to maintain your studies, your education. It puts you in an environment where they've got some fantastic facilities with some good coaching, and also learn how to compete. You play so many matches out there. So by the age of 22, 23, you're perhaps more rounded and more ready to come onto the tour.
Yeah, and others have done it. British players, and Cam Norrie and Jake Fearnley as well. Again, not a lot of people even within the British tennis establishment knew that much about him because of that, because he'd gone to San Diego. It's his girlfriend Helena watching on. Again, they can all be very proud, and they're still very encouraged by what they've seen today. Coming through qualifying, winning that first round match against Reddy of Switzerland, another qualifier in here. Giving a very, very good account of himself against Carlos Alcaraz. San Diego. Serving to start this third set.
Tarvet with the serve then. Third set. Is this the last one? Straight down centre. Return goes high. Forehander comes in from Tarvet. Alcaraz sends it in, and Tarvet hits the net. Love 15. Doesn't want to keep making these mistakes, does he? John Cena is at Wimbledon, ladies and gentlemen, in centre court. That on the first serve. Straight down again. Return was good there from Alcaraz, but out it goes. 30. Now to Alcaraz. It's getting worse and worse all the time. Tarvet with another serve. Alcaraz waiting for him. He senses maybe he can break Tarvet's serve in the third set. Fault again. Arcaer leads 6-1, 6-4, 2 sets to love as Tarvet sent it down. Forehander was powerful but goes out wide. It gives Tarvet the first points of this set.
Come on, mate.
Tarvet saying, come on.
Tarvet just trying to fire himself up again. He knows how important it is to try and hold this first service game in the third set.
Straight down again into the net. Tarvet sends it down. Backhander from Arcaer. Backhander Tarvet. Forehand with power coming back from Arcaer, but it goes out.
15-14.
So straight away in this third set.
Come on, mate. Come on.
Break point now for Arcaer.
2 break points.
So saw that coming, didn't we? Return was good from Arcaer. Tarvet dancing around centre court once again compared to Arcaer's set, but he's gone out.
13-14.
That's Ryan Keckley. He's the head coach at San Diego.
It's 30-40. Tarvet on 30. Arcaer on 40. Tarvet with the serve again. Straight down centre. Backhander goes wide from Alcaraz' return.
You see how pumped up he is. Just, I mean, these are big points, saving 2 break points, but he's feeling every point as if it's match point.
Smiles all round. We go again. Tarvet with the serve. Forehander return with a bit of power, goes out wide. Advantage Tarvet.
Advantage Tarvet.
Same old mistakes, time and time and time again. Straight down, clips the top of the net, lets in the serve. Crowd cheering outside from court number 1. Straight down centre for Tarvet. Return with a forehander coming in, bit high. It goes out, back to Juice. Tarvet's was
It's the
too
one
high.
area with that extreme grip if you get rushed on the forehand side. Especially on a grass court if the ball's coming through pretty rapidly.
Straight down centre, forehand return, goes out wide, still stays in the lines. Into the right. Oh, Arcaer knew that was wrong. Tarvet's happy with it. The slow return from Arcaer that he tries to do backfires for the 7th time today.
Poor shot selection and poor execution from Alcaraz.
Yeah. Tarvet with the advantage now. Can he get his 2nd ace of the game? By the way, yesterday with Djokovic, 23 aces. Today, only 2, 1 each. Now, what does that tell you? Djokovic, very much I think could easily go a long distance here. I'm going to be very surprised to see what we're going to see at Wimbledon this year. Tarvet straight up. Backhander comes in for Arcaer. Forehander now changes again. Goes out.
Ripped it. Better execution on that forehand.
Juice. 3rd time today. Tarvet was 2 out.
That was 101. I mean, any time you get up in the 90s, it's a big ground stroke, 101. Huge.
Tarvet with the serve. Straight down. Oh, clips the top net. Just a few issues. As Tarvet now sends it down. Backhander return goes a little bit too wide. Forehander goes in with some power. Into the rally. Oh, that was okay from Alcaraz. Tarvet got it back, and Tarvet again takes it to advantage, but Alcaraz struggling. Every time he tries to slow the pace down and play a difficult shot, it goes wrong for him.
Great reaction to that. Big slide on the forehand, open stance, bunting it back deep.
It's time and time again there's these mistakes coming through. Fault on the serve, but it would have been a nice ace from Tarvet. Good serve from Tarvet this time by Alcaraz. The returns are okay. Forehanders a little bit of power. Here comes the drop shot again. And again! Again! When Alcaraz tries to slow the pace down, it doesn't work. The shots don't work. He's now lost yet another game. First game of the third set goes to Tarvet.
That's right, it's every game's a big game for Tarvet right now, and he's having to work so hard, but again, his body language so good. Loves the fight, his footwork up to the ball. Wants to make this last as long as possible.
But again, it's how you compete on a stage like this when you're here for the first time. And this is the first time he's played. Well, qualifying for Wimbledon was the first time he'd played best of 5 tennis. You know, so everything is new to him, and he's taking to it so well.
Yeah, and it would be so valuable for him. Even if he does lose this match, he's had a taste of the big time. He sees where the standard is.
Thank you.
Serve there from Alcaraz, looks strong. Tarvet's going to try and catch out him again. Know how sometimes it goes wrong for him. A little bit wide there. Beautiful! Tarvet! Great shot down. 18-shot rally takes him 15.
That's the forehand when Tarvet flattens it out. That's the one with more spin. This one sits up 96 miles an hour. Great strike.
Beautiful, beautiful run. It's going to be a difficult set though, isn't it, really? Forehander goes sky highwards. And out for Tarvet, 15 all.
15 all.
Ooh, we can hear the crowd outside. We go again, straight down. Tarvet knew that was going wrong, 30-15. Straight into the net on his return serve. Just too low on the racket, and it cost him. Okay, with the serve again. Straight down, forehand return, a little bit of power there coming in, but Alcaraz back up to his old tricks. 40 to Alcaraz, 40-15. Fans watching on now. we go again. Alcaraz sends it down. Backhand return was a bit out of nowhere. Game goes Alcaraz 1-all then in the third set. Alcaraz brilliantly volleyed down. And it just changed over quickly.
An improvement against a very different opponent compared to his match against Fognini. The pressure on the serve of Tarvet once more.
Oh! Tarvet falls and slips on the grass. It goes out. Alcaraz takes 15, but the crowd support Tarvet. Yeah, just a small slip on the grass. On Tarvet's serve. Lost out on that one. Love 15. As far as the BBC didn't have any commentary on that. They don't say much. Straight down into the net. I presume being a tennis commentator for television is remarkably simple. Radio, like we do, harder. Tarvet straight down. Backhander comes in from Alcaraz. Into the rally we go. Forehand now changes up pace for the pair of them as they try to pick up some speed. Backhander now changes back for Tarvet. Again, right into the court, right into close to the net. Comes Alcaraz. He tries a slow down drop and puts it on his own side. 15-all. Stop with those shots, Alcaraz.
Delicate with this backhand volley.
It's daft.
First one was good. Second one just trying to cut it too fine.
It's just Alcaraz losing his own points. Straight down we go again. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Forehander now from Tarvet. It goes out. 30. Tarvet 30. Alcaraz 15.
Tarvet is a hugely damaging first serve.
Alcaraz does not look happy out there. Because he knows he needs to wrap this one up and not go 4.5 hours like he did on Monday. Backhander comes in into the net!
That one, though, was decent enough. 124.
Target to 40. Alcaraz into the net with the backhander that went wrong. Official term, backhand forced error, of course. Tarvet serves. Computer voice screaming out the fault. Backhander goes upwards and out from Alcaraz, and the game goes to Tarvet. He now leads set 3, 2-1. Alcaraz leads 2-0.
Restrictions that there are on payment, and again the prize money that only Tarvet would get for losing here of 99,000 isn't get that because of the restrictions placed on him by the NCAA. And if you're a US college player, there is an action being taken against the NCAA and the payment restrictions. There's another college player, Reese Brandmeier, she's part of an action against those restrictions, and so we'll see how that goes, because again, you can't make big NILs, the name, image, likeness money. You can't really make it in tennis because they don't have the stars in college tennis that you'd have in college football and basketball. So it's not something to really concern us long term at Wimbledon, but for a lot of players who go to the college scene, it is a big deal, because they are playing in tournaments all the time, not just at Wimbledon.
Yeah, that's right. It will be interesting to see how that all unfolds. But I still think when you go back to the principles of college tennis. It is such a good ground to learn your trade.
Well, there was an Australian player, Maya Joint, and she reached the second round of the US Open last year. She was studying in Texas, so she's joined that complaint as well. Watch this space, or that space. But here we are, still on serve in this third set. And can Tarvet once again find something on the Alcaraz serve.
An ace from Alcaraz to begin. Straight down centre court. Just in as well.
7 millimeters, we're told.
7 millimeters, my goodness. That's his third ace of the game. This as I said for Djokovic, we saw 22. Backhander clips the top of the net, keep going. Tarvet got lucky there. And he's going to get lucky again. A beautiful volley between the two, and again, Alcaraz comes right up to the net to try and block the slow shot and ends up putting it out wide. 15-all. Alcaraz, young still, but it's bad mistakes. It's not table tennis, it's grass tennis. You need to be a bit further away to get the ball. Forehander comes in strong again. The pair of them, oh, up high, goes out from Tarvet. 30-15 as the umpire calls it. Alcaraz still on the serve. Hits the net. Backhand went wide, Tarvet knew it immediately. 40-15.
Frustrated noises coming from Tarvet.
Well, it's going to level up the third set once again at 2 games all if Alcaraz can do a fourth ace of the game. Let's see what he can do. Backhander, and he's got it. 2 games each, third set. Alcaraz coming back.
Third set.
2 games all in the third set, but Alcaraz leads 2 sets to love so far. As Oliver Tarvet now with the serve. Ball up, straight down. Oh, fault to the ball. Straight down again. Backhander not going to be yet in play. Now it is. Forehanders with power from Tarvet, all of them. Brings it in again, tries the drop shot, gets it in this time and loses out again. Tarvet's wise to it.
Such a good point from Tarvet.
Alcaraz keeps coming in and losing points. Closer to the net doesn't work.
A little shake of the head from Alcaraz to say, too good. Deep forehand, brilliant backhand pass. This wasn't a bad volley. Still gets up to it, chips the backhand down the line. More sliding.
Straight down centre, into the net. Talbot with the ball, straight down. Backhander coming in from Alcaraz. Forehander now coming back from the pair of them. They just about keep it in. It's going to be another drop. It's out from... It's still in!
Not going to get that one. Every inch of centre court covered.
The words
unused
escape me as the ball darted around centre court. A brilliant piece of skill from the both. It's 15-all. Alcaraz nearly went out several times. Talbot just got it in. And Alcaraz shot it down centre and got the point back. 15 all.
There we are. I asked and I received. Both men.
Yeah, 2,809 metres covered. 2,700 covered. Oh! Apologies for the language, but Alcaraz hits the net. It goes 30-15. Wimbledon watches on. Forehand return still going at a stronger pace. Just a little bit of extra pace here as we're into the rally. Alcaraz trying to catch out Tarvet. Tarvet though ready. And watch, Alcaraz comes in again but gets the point.
It's wondrous stuff from Alcaraz. Quality hitting from both.
Forehand winner.
Just 94 miles an hour on this one.
Beautifully in. Thirty all. Ball up. Another fault comes through. They're tied in this third set at the moment. 2 games each, 30-30. But as I keep reminding you, Alcaraz leads 2 sets to love. Forehand return as well from Alcaraz, goes out wide. It's 40 for Tarvet.
That was a strange return.
Alcaraz keeps doing the strange returns.
Second serve was kind of in the middle of the box, and Alcaraz just went for the chip forehand, missed it long at 30 all.
We go again. Straight down for Tarvet's serve on a fault. Out by a long way. Serve again. Forehand return was good from Alcaraz. Tarvet sends it over the top of the net. Drop shot coming back in. Out goes Tarvet on his return. Juice.
Juice.
Well, this is getting an entertaining day, isn't it? As I knock my microphone, I apologise. Let's see it again then. Tarvet with the serve. Straight down, backhand return from Alcaraz. Oh, this time it's Tarvet who came in and it didn't work out for him either. Advantage Alcaraz.
Advantage Alcaraz.
Well, we saw off 2 break points early in this set. He's going to have to see off another here. Alcaraz with a far better conversion rate when given the opportunity.
It is break point. And this is where the tension starts to rise. Straight down. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Forehand again. Backhand, it goes out wide.
Takes it brilliantly.
But he's got it just in. 3 games to 2 for Alcaraz in the third set. And now it starts to come through again.
The defending champion turning up the heat there on Britain's Ollie Tarvet. Meanwhile, on number 1 court, Katie Bolter on her 4th set point made the most of it. It's been a topsy-turvy first set for her against Solana Sierra of Argentina, who's playing in her first Wimbledon. But for Bolter, desperate to do it here in front of the home crowd, her boyfriend, her fiancé, in fact, Alex de Minaur, watching on. Look at this for celebrations. She knew how important that was. First set under her belt. They are underway in the second set. Just in the first game there, it's live currently on BBC 2, and Bolter has just held serve. So that currently live on BBC 2. Katie Bolter against Solana Sierra. Bolter trying to join Sonny Cartal, who was a winner earlier today, and Cam Norrie. Those are the other British players so far through to the third round.
And the winner of this one will play either the number 25 seed, the Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime, or Germany's Jan-Lennard Struff. They're playing later on today. Heading from afternoon into evening, and still much to come on centre court.
Ready for play.
With Emma Raducanu up against Marketa Vondrousova, but here Alcaraz, the champion, with the break in this third set.
Let on the first serve.
Love 15.
Love 15. Thing is, I didn't press that button, so that's JT's back and pressing buttons. I'm not going to press it now to see if that changes. He's not in the Discord call. Straight in, fault on the serve. Alcaraz serve still struggling. No, he's not. Ooh. Backhand return from Tarvet. Backhander from Alcaraz. Goes a bit too long. Forehand with a bit of power there from Tarvet. Goes up high. Drop shot. Capes it in. Oh. Tarvet couldn't get the ball. It rolls down centre court. 15 all. Who pressed that button? Oh, lovely nails.
Doing it properly.
Wimbledon coloured nails on centre court. There's no better time of the year. Straight down, backhand returns, goes out wide, but it was a fault anyway. That was glad for Tarvet because it hit the racket and went square off in the other direction. Alcaraz on the serve again. Straight down, backhander keeps in the line this time. That's out from Alcaraz. Tarvet takes it to 30.
15-13.
Sun beating down on centre court now at 5:40 UK time. Our second of 3 games here tonight. Definitely going to be finished on centre court before 11 o'clock. So we'll bring you matches from court 1 here on JB Sports. Alcaraz straight down. Backhander's looking good. And they're both coming in out wide. And again, Alcaraz goes out wide. Tarvet takes it to 40. He's losing himself his own points. Break point.
15-14.
Certainly doesn't go away, Tarvet. One thing he has in spades. Fighting qualities.
Alcaraz straight down.
But again,
3 games each is on the cards here. But
one of them,
Alcaraz comes back.
another one here. Time and time again, Alcaraz coming up with the big serve.
Second break point. Alcaraz with the serve. I'll do it again. Alcaraz serve straight down centre court. Backhand return from Tarvet. And now, very slow play. Big pick up from both men as the rally begins. It goes out, but it doesn't matter. Out for Alcaraz, but brilliant for Tarvet. He levels it up in this third set, 3 games each. Alcaraz just struggling massively. Struggling massively.
He's kept competing well, but Alcaraz will be pretty disappointed with that loose game. Unforced errors. Get us back on serve in this third set.
Time and time again is a
that
problem.
adrenaline, this is where it has to be controlled, and you come out and serve.
Here we go again. Tarvet serving straight down. Backhander comes in strong. Forehander now switches back up with a bit of pace from Alcaraz. It just goes out wide. Out it goes on Tarvet's serve. Love 15.
Love 15.
He doesn't have many easy service games, Tarvet, certainly not against Alcaraz here. Everyone a struggle.
Struggle could be both sides, really. Ball up, straight down. Fault on the serve. Backhander comes in from Alcaraz serve. Goes a bit too high. Tarvet's ready for him though. Tarvet dropped it there, went wide. 30 for Alcaraz. Tarvet got sent wide and was not happy about it.
13.
From the left to the right side of the court in one shot, not happy.
After a few wayward forehands in the previous game, executing that shot beautifully.
Tarvet serve then. Forehander comes in strong. Oh, and Tarvet in the net!
A familiar pattern. Whenever he has broken, he's been broken back.
14.
Now it's
3
break point.
opportunities here for the champion.
Computer's graphics getting ahead of themselves. It's break point now. The tension palpable right now. Will Alcaraz take the position? Tarvet serves into the net. Serves again. Forehand of return. Oh, and Tarvet goes to reach, brings down the ball onto the ground. It's 4-3 in the third set, and Alcaraz has it.
Centre court on the break for Ollie Tarvet. Suddenly there's that bit of a hush again, but you can almost see it coming. Every time he has that emotional release at the break, you think, look, you have to back that up, and not able to do so.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a sort of sudden then drop in intensity. It was more around, you know, whether he could hit the spots on his first serve to then get offensive in the rally. In these service games, he hasn't made those first serves, had to hit second serves. Alcaraz able to then dictate and dominate from the back of the court. So it's all such a steep learning curve, but I think there's enormous upside in Tarvet's game. His attitude is absolutely first class. His movement's excellent.
Time.
And the next step, he's actually going to take this autumn away from his studies to compete in a few Challenger Tour events. The ATP have got this accelerator program, which is really meant for those playing in the US college system, so it sort of provides that bridge into full-time tennis. You might not be too far away from the end of this dream run for Ollie Tarvet, but what a run it has been. Alcaraz once again with the break in this third set.
We're ready to go then. That's Alcaraz serves straight down centre court. Backhander was a bit poor there and goes skywards. Tarvet keeps it though somehow in and gets the first point.
Well, that was a good first serve from Carlos Alcaraz.
Tarvet did well to get it back in the court and then really stepped in early to take the backhand down the line.
It was a quite surprising
For
strong,
another
actually.
breaker serve.
Yeah, good game, actually. Straight down. A fault gets called. Oops, and okay, I gets hit in the face with the ball. He serves again. Backhander comes in from Tarvet. Oh, and it's dropped down. It goes out.
15 all.
15 all.
It's those type of misses you can't afford, not just against one of the best players in the world in tour tennis. That 15-second serve, you've got to make your opponent play.
Ball up. Straight down. Forehand return from Tarvet. Alcaraz straight it down. He's brought the game back in again. Tries that drop shot. This time, it pays off. 30-15.
30-15.
Took time for that one to come back into it, but at least it did work. We go again. Okay, hits the top of the net. He might have to defend for the game at this point. Let's just go straight down. Back out of return into the net. Tarmac really not happy with that one as it goes 40-15. And he knows he might have to face a break serve if Alcaraz wants to win this match.
Emotions spill out.
Up goes Alcaraz, straight down. Bad return. Okay, well, they both sent each other to the extreme opposite ends of the court. Tarvet though manages to get it to 30-40. Brilliant. Took a little bit of time, that one, because they were both darting to different ends of the courts. But these two men are making each other move tonight. Over 3,000 metres covered for the pair of them now. Ball straight down from Alcaraz. Alcaraz down!
Okay. Alcaraz.
He's on his back, but
he's got the game
has
though.
to hold.
Tarvet was wide as Alcaraz drops to the floor, but Alcaraz takes it 5-3. As we get ready for what could be the final set of this game. Or final game of this set, yeah. Final game of the game?
Equipment change
Double
for
entendre?
the champion.
Sun's starting to come through beautifully now from the side of the Coventry box store.
Strong service game required from Tarvet to stay in this match. The champion waits in the shadows.
The cheers from centre court.
And centre court calls for one more effort from Ollie Tarvet.
Thank you.
Target to serve then. In what could be the final game, not only of the set, but of the entire match. Target to the net!
Love 15.
Love 15. It's been an impressive game from Tarvet. Definitely a star of the future coming. Straight down. Forehand and return. Alcaraz goes up high, goes out! 15 all. He's not done yet.
15 all.
Will he serve it to a fourth set, maybe? Unlikely. Ollie, 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 ollie. We'll hear that a lot at Silverstone this weekend as our coverage of the British Grand Prix will be on JB Motorsports. Full. Oh, and into the net from Alcaraz. Ollie takes it 30-15. The crowd cheering him on. They want to make Alcaraz serve for the match. Tarvet. Straight down. Forehand return was out wide. It's 40 for Tarvet.
Doing all the right things to ask Alcaraz to serve it out.
6-1, 6-4, 6-4. Does sound like a close match, to be fair. I think I'll take it. It's been unusually close, actually. This man has talent, Tarvet. Ball up. Backhand returning to the net! Alcaraz makes another mistake. 4 games to 5, third set. Alcaraz will have to serve for the match.
His moment in the sun is extended. He'll not be thinking of it that way. He will be thinking, okay, I've broken him before. I can do it again. That's the way you have to think.
Yeah, most definitely. And the first point is always a big point in service games, let alone when someone's serving for the set, serving for the match here. Alcaraz's experience to the umpire's right. He's got that little bit of breeze behind him. I feel like he can hit the spots with the serve and then dictate from the back of the court, and it's just that extra weight of shot, the consistency and the experience that has been the major difference today.
Time.
Out he comes with that familiar bounce, and Tarvet just lingers in his chair a moment longer. And then he's welcomed back onto court. Now this crowd who will be hoping, most of them, that he can somehow prevent Carlos Alcaraz serving for the match.
Straight down. Alcaraz serving for this one. Forehander return strong. Tarvet's in a slight bit of shade as well in his part of the court, so he's having to deal with the shadows, but he's hit the net. Alcaraz takes it to 15.
15 up.
Did well to force himself into that rally with some huge hitting from Alcaraz, but Tarvet looking a little vulnerable on the slice backhand there.
Alcaraz straight down, backhander return. Alcaraz beautifully tried, but it didn't go over the net. 15 all.
15 all.
Interesting choice. Alcaraz going to the big kicker on the first serve, 92 miles an hour. Got Tarvet way out of court, who responded with a good return. A little bit casual at this stage.
Couple of bounces of the ball. Straight up, down, forehand return. Goes out wide from Tarvet. 30-15 on the match call. Emma Raducanu is up next. Here on centre court. Presumably a couple of hours earlier than they thought. Straight down from Alcaraz. Not working there, I'm afraid. Straight down again. Backhander from Tarvet. Forehander coming through. Oh, and Tarvet into the net! Can Alcaraz serve an ace to end this match? He is 1 point away from the third round at Wimbledon.
Being ended by the champion, 2 match points.
Here we go, straight down, return goes into the net. The game is done, and it is Carlos Alcaraz once again, who does not make it easy for himself. But Oliver Tarvet is a star upcoming. He has proved that today. 3 sets to love. But the game result does not show it. 6-1, 6-4, 6-4. An incredible opener here on centre court for the man who has never played on the centres for Ollie Tarvet. That is a special memory for him and a learning experience he will never forget. Let's check in with how they feel.
I'll be very happy to be through to the third round, but spare a thought for this man. Great run through qualifying. Won his first main draw Grand Slam match to be out on centre stage. Steep learning curve. He'll take many, many positives away from today.
That really was a terrifically entertaining match, and as a centre court first experience for Ollie Tarvet, he clearly loved it, if not the result. Carlos Alcaraz marches on into round 3. You will hear his interview on BBC 2, which is where we're heading with our coverage right now as we leave you here on BBC 1. Thanks for watching.
So coverage now moving to BBC 2 for coverage of Wimbledon here as it comes to the 6 o'clock news. A fantastic opening match, and let's go straight there now to Claire Balding.
Autographs and tennis balls, and remind himself that this is where he wants to be again.
Is someone out there? Can you open this door?
We'll be hearing from the champion in a moment, but
Thank you.
I think Carlos Alcaraz fully understands that Ollie Tarvet deserves every moment in that corner before he heads off.
Who is it?
And on to play Felix Auger-Aliassime, or a match against Jan-Lennard Struff, perhaps. One of those two. They're playing later on. We'll get his thoughts on this performance. Ollie Tarvet still in the corner, signing away. So there might be a bit of applause in the background for him, but it's time to hear from the winner. Still going, talking to Rishi Prasad.
Carlos, you've won in straight sets. How tough a match was that for you? How good a performance have you had to produce today?
Well, first of all, I had to give a big credit, to Oliver. Coming, I mean, it's his first or second match on the tour. I just loved his game, to be honest. I mean, the level he played, in the first match on center court, that I know that is really, really difficult. He saw a really great tennis. I knew at the beginning that I had to be really focused, try to play my best tennis. I think today I just play a great tennis. Just really happy about my performance today. But yeah, just a big credit to him as well.
Normally, when you play at Wimbledon, the crowd are on your side. This is the first time that you've played a British player at Wimbledon. So what was that like for you?
Well, yeah, as I said, after the first round, I know it's not personal, so yeah, I mean, it's yeah, just really grateful, for the support that I'm receiving here after every match, in every match, every day, in every practice. It's unbelievable, to be honest. Today, yeah, playing against someone from here, playing at home is not easy, but once again, they were really respectful to me, to the match, to the opponent as well. Just I love playing this atmosphere in this court, and once again I enjoyed so much.
This win today is your 20th consecutive tour win, and that comes after the back of Rome, Roland Garros and Queens. For normal human beings like me and others, what's it like to be in such an amazing run of form?
Well, I just I found the right way. I guess I'm trying to enjoy, after every match, when I step on the court, I'm just trying to enjoy. It doesn't matter if I'm winning or losing. I think that was the key, since the last 2 or 3 months, having a great consecutive, winning streak. I'm just trying to keep it going, to keep enjoying. I think you know, playing in this tournament, in this court, just trying to keep going forward. I think it's a gift. So I'm trying to make the most of my time here in Wimbledon, playing this in this beautiful atmosphere, in this beautiful court, and let's see how far did I go.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Carlos Alcaraz.
Alcaraz so generous there, paying credit to Ollie Tarvet and saying how much he liked his game. That was terrific stuff, both for, I hope, everyone watching, but also for the centre court crowd. And still to come, we will be seeing on the women's side a former champion from 2 years ago, up against the British #1.
And I think you can see the confidence oozing from Emma at the moment.
My goodness, she is raring to go. She's back to a brilliant pass.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Emma Raducanu. Simply stunning.
Emma Raducanu, the British #1.
At her very best, she plays to a level that could win this title, and she is a Grand Slam champion already. When she made her debut here in 2021, she got to the 4th round. Later that year, she went on to win the US Open, having come through qualifying. She did the complete unexpected. So too did Marketa Vondrousova when she won the title here 2 years ago as an unseeded player. That will be a fascinating matchup on centre court. Meanwhile, on #1 court, the British #2, Katie Boulter, is locked in battle, and she is trying her hardest to stay in the second set, having taken the first on a tiebreak against Solana Sierra, as we rejoin Martina Navratilova, who's alongside Sam Smith.
Let's second service. $15 love. $30 love.
Well, learning on the job, isn't she? The lucky loser who wasn't able to serve out for the first set, but she's got, as you mentioned, a double break here rather than the single, so more of a cushion. And she's starting to look right at home here on the grass.
40 love.
This is quite some comeback. Sierra at set point.
Game and second set, Sierra.
Well, we will have to go to a deciding set as Solana Sierra takes the second by 6 games to 2. Well, tennis matches it's a funny old game, isn't it? Because it really did look as if Boulter would come out of that tiebreak and then put a player who is, significantly more inexperienced to her on grass and on the tour and really run away with the second set. But I have to say, Sierra showing why she's, ranked where she is and how she's come through a really difficult tournament.
Exactly right. I mean, generally speaking, when the favorite player is not playing well, but they get through the first set and they win it, they relax, start playing better, and the other person gets maybe a little bit down, and they run away with the match. And it's been exactly the opposite here, as Sierra's became more aggressive, positionally, hitting the ball as hard, getting more inside the court, and Boulter just playing a little passive, not going for her shots, and missing too much. And then the serve, I think, it's been really giving away a point in each service game. It's a hard one to overcome.
So what of the third set? What are we going to get?
We'll see. I think Katie needs to go more on the return of serve.
Time.
And maybe just roll some first serves. Use second serve first, so you don't have to worry about getting the second serve in. Sierra's going to attack it anyway. And maybe more body serves for Boulter to not give Sierra the free swing.
final set.
Give it, slice it to
Katie
the body. Here we
Bolter
go.
to serve.
Let's go, Bolts. Come on. Give us something different here. Come on now.
Come on, Katie, come on.
You got this. Let's go.
Let's fight your arse off here, come on.
Love 15.
So the British number one against the lucky loser from Argentina. Start of this final set. At Wimbledon in main draws, Katie's won 5 of 8 deciding sets, including 2 against top 10 players, against Karolina Pliskova 3 years ago. And of course on Monday against the 9th seeded Spaniard, Paula Badoza. And she do it again here.
Love 30.
Oh, everything is going Sierra's way right now, and nothing is going Katie Bolter's way.
Well, Sierra eyeing up a 4th consecutive break of the Bolter serve. It's been some turnaround.
Game, Sierra. First game, final set.
And not surprisingly, it's a little muted out here on court 1. But Coach Miguel, well, he's been the constant cheerleader, and Solana's attitude has been excellent. Hasn't dropped her head at all coming out of that opening set breaker. And also, she's changed things tactically, Martina.
Well, you see how much closer Sierra is to... she's inside the baseline for most of her shots, where she was about 3 feet behind the baseline in the first set. She's a foot and a half, almost half a meter inside it, and that's what allows her to spread the court wider, get better angles, and hit a much safer shot. Of course, it gets the ball there faster, so Bolter is just playing defense too much and not able to turn those points like she did in the first set. She was able to turn it around. Now she can't.
Let first service.
And now Katie has only held once and lost her serve 4 times in this last set in 1 game. And that also really devastates your confidence. New balls, is it? No. Oh,
Love 15.
No, not yet.
It flew like a new ball, but nope.
Might have been one that's been hiding somewhere. 3 more games before we change the ball. We change them.
15-all.
I think Katie doesn't need to hit the ball harder. She just needs to accelerate a little bit more with her wrist. Maybe a little more spin on the ball. Just make it a little bit safer. Give yourself some more space to hit into. Spin brings the ball down, so the more topspin, the longer the court and the wider the court.
15-30.
Handful of double faults now for Sierra, but it hasn't been really such an issue for her.
That was a great shot from Sierra, who is just so confident right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
40-30. Game, Sierra. Sierra leads 2 games to love, final sets.
Well, she looks a very different player to the one that walked on this court a little over 90 minutes ago.
Katie Boulter's just going for too wide, too many unforced errors. She's got 6 winners, 30 unforced for the match. So you've got to nail it a little bit better than that. Go more through the middle of the court, try to get the ball deep, but take the sidelines out of play at least, and take the net out of play, and get some rhythm going.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, Boulter hasn't held since the opening game of the second set. Did so well to fight back in the first, 5-2 down if you remember. Came through in the breaker, and she looked to be set for the third round at that point.
Let first service.
Katie, though, does progress great fighting qualities. She's been through a lot in her career, had a nasty virus and sort of a chronic fatigue situation when she was a young player. She's had a stress fracture in her spine that kept her out for a couple of Wimbledons.
Things just, the wheels have come off the wagon. Just about all of them. It's going to be hard for her to get it back here.
How does she steady? She is a resilient character.
Just refuse to miss at this point, if you can. Easier said than done. Now the shadows coming across the court. A bit tricky to see the ball.
And that pretty much sums up her afternoon. Sierra now with a double break lead in this final set. We're always looking for reasons, Martina, you know, what's happening and why. Let's have a look at what, break it down a little more in more detail.
Well, you see how even it was in the first set, both players attacking about 22-23% of the time, and then Sierra just started going for more. The neutral shots became attacking shots by her. Boulter played pretty much the same, little less aggressive, but not that much. But Sierra just really turned it up a notch, and she's dictating way too many points, and I don't understand why Boulter is missing so many unforced errors, rally balls where she's not on the run, not under that much duress, and still missing the next shot. That's where she's really losing it. Shots that she's supposed to make, she's missing too many of those. It's one thing when you're going for a winner, but it's another one, it's just a rally ball, and you still miss that one. When you're not, it's on the forced error, it's hard to get out of that hole. Again, Boulter holding serve once. This last set and a half, losing it 5 times.
15 love.
Bolter has been able to turn around the point and get from defense to offense. Sierra has just really looks like she's been here a while. Doesn't look like a rookie. Doesn't play like it, that's for sure.
C15.
Well, she's won the last 5 games from 4-2 up in the second set. And maybe we are seeing the quality that she has. You don't reach a junior slam final, particularly in Paris on the clay, where all the best players are, unless there is some quality about you. She was the under-18 South American champion, national champion back home in Argentina as a junior.
Well, the nerves have got to kick in sometime for Sierra, but we'll just see if it happens on time for Bolter.
We'll see. Making her debut here at Wimbledon, has never won a Grand Slam match, main draw match.
(40-30).
Well,
Game, Sierra.
the 21-year-old debutant holding her nerve here.
Sierra leads 4 games to love, final sets.
Katie Bolter has got the fight of her life to stay at Wimbledon 2025. We're going to keep you updated on her progress, and coverage continues on BBC iPlayer, but right here on BBC Two, over on centre court as the sun starts to dip in the sky and the temperature also lowers. Walking out onto court just a moment or two ago, we have Emma Raducanu and Marketa Vondrousova. Emma Raducanu, who made her debut here 4 years ago, reached the 4th round. She was only 18 on that occasion. Along the way, she beat Vondrousova, who, of course, 2 years ago came here unseeded and did the unheralded, the historic run right the way through to the final and lifted the trophy as an unseeded player, something that also Raducanu managed to do at the US Open in 2021. These are two players who know each other pretty well.
1 of 7 completed. Good signs.
I'm very happy to be back. I feel excitement. It's Wimbledon. She is the homecoming hero. You're a home slam. The homecoming hero. If you don't get excited for these moments, then I don't know when you're going to get excited. This is a recording. I remember watching her. She won Wimbledon, which is incredible. Always seemed way above me, way further ahead than me. It's very difficult to maintain that top level after winning a slam. She's a great player. I feel like she's found her way into tennis matches again. She won Grand Slam, so...
She's done it with an ace! The US Open champion!
Grand Slam, so... I feel like she had racing pressure, but I feel like she belongs there. I know she's super tough. She's really playing in form right now. I'm going to need to play very well to get over the line.
Tracy Austin is here with me right alongside centre court. We just saw a woman outside as we come in who was looking through the door. She didn't have a ticket for centre, but she looked through the gate and burst into tears at the sight of centre court. She was so excited. And it makes you remember, Tracy, what an amazing theatre this is.
It really is. I have not walked out into centre court this year, and I've been here so many years, year after year, and when you walk in here, you just kind of feel almost the ghosts of the Champions Pass, and this is the same court that Tilden played on, Longland played on. It's a wonderful theater.
And for both of these players, it is a place where they feel comfortable. They have been here before. Vondrousova obviously has won a title here, and they met each other, actually, not on this court, but they met at Wimbledon in 2021, the year of Emma Raducanu's life.
Yeah, and this is when Raducanu was playing such aggressive tennis and getting to the fourth round and really making a name for herself, because so many in the tennis world hadn't heard of Emma Raducanu 2 months before this. And she really took out Vondrousova, who's a tough player to play against because she doesn't give you a lot of rhythm. She has a lot of variety and variation in her game, but Raducanu on this day just looked so good, controlled aggression. Wonderful win.
So in terms of Raducanu knowing she can do it, she knows she can. And she knows she can on this surface. But let's have a look at the power points that Raducanu has, the aggression she has on court. Tracy, talk us through her strengths.
I think, first of all, her mind. She's got a very strong mental toughness. She believes in herself. She trusts herself. And then it's the ground strokes. The backhand is so accurate. Her ability to have amazing timing and hit the ball early, change it from a cross court to a down the line with precision, with control. And again, it's just that excellent balance, the good athleticism. Emma doesn't mind finishing points off at the net. So today she's going to have to be very much in control as well as far as her court positioning.
The interesting thing in that first round match against Mimi Zhu was Raducanu was expected to win, and that puts the pressure on her. Where she seems to be really strong is against players where she's not expected to win. And one could argue the case here, and she may well in her head, that Vondrousova is favourite.
Absolutely. Emma is seated or ranked 40 in the world, and Vondrousova at the moment is 73. But Vondrousova coming back from shoulder surgery. This is only her 7th tournament that she's played this year. But Vondrousova just won a title in Berlin, taking out Sabalenka and Keys along the way. So she seems to be playing back to the level where she was playing a couple of years ago when she won Wimbledon. But Emma Raducanu, she's having a great year as well. I said she's 40, so she has a good summer. She could be seated at the U.S. Open. She's had some big wins this year, and she's looking more consistent.
Well, a lot of the crowd here on centre court took the opportunity after the Tarvet-Carlos Alcaraz match to go out, refresh themselves.
Yep, and now we're going to hand over to our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio as we get ready for our third and final match on centre court tonight.
So the play was slightly delayed, but certainly the sun's back out now. No sign of any of those rain clouds.
Great crowd in, as you would expect for this one. And it will be Emma Raducanu to get this second round encounter underway. Serving first in the shaded half of the court. There is one half of the court bathed in sunshine. That's where the royal box is. And the other side is in the shade now. That's where Raducanu finds herself. And she winds up for the first serve of the match. And it's a good first serve down the tee. Forehand down the centre of the court from Raducanu. It's forehands at the moment for her. Forehand comes in from Vondrousova. That's long from her.
It didn't quite have enough bite on that slice backhand. It just seemed to just fly off the strings and sail over the baseline there. It is a little breezy. You can see the dress of Raducanu just fluttering in the wind, so that'll make it a little tricky out there for the players.
Both players wearing visors as Raducanu fires a forehand winner and right away wheels away with a shout of come on. She's up for this.
She is. I mean, she got fired up in the early stages in her opening match, just trying to keep that energy, and that was a great strike with the forehand back in behind Vondrousova.
30-love opening game. Raducanu looking for a fast start here against former champion Vondrousova. That's long with the first serve. Couple of bounces of the ball here for Raducanu as she dials in for her second serve. 30-love. Great crowd inside centre court. Backhand there from Vondrousova into play. The forehand just clips the net on the way through from the Czech. It's a slice backhand that keeps this rally alive. Raducanu trying to get on the front foot with the forehand. Backhand this time for the Brit. The drop shot from Vondrousova, we know she likes those. Raducanu comes forward to meet it, and Vondrousova long with the attempted lob. And this is a terrific start for Raducanu.
Yeah, she was certainly ready there, wasn't she? Raducanu knows exactly what to expect from Vondrousova. Quickly up to that drop shot. Drop shot not quite as good as Vondrousova can play them. She's got great touch. It was a little deep in the court, and Raducanu able to hit through the shot and draw the error.
40 love, little breeze going across centre court, and the first serve again finds the target for Raducanu. Backhand from Vondrousova. Forehand this time from Raducanu, just down the centre of the court. Vondrousova tries to wind up with a forehand. That was a cracker from the Czech. She has that firepower, and that is a winner.
She does, and that's why it's difficult to play her, because she can change the pace. She can take pace off it, as we've seen with the slice, but they're just moving back behind the ball and able to accelerate the racket and hit that winner up the line.
40-15, opening game of this second round here on centre court. And Raducanu misses a first serve wide. So many fans bathed in sunshine here. Plenty in shade as well. Perhaps they're the lucky ones, but it wasn't as hot today as it has been the last couple of days. Raducanu with a second serve. That finds the target. The backhand from the Brit. A big wind-up on the forehand, and that was too hot to handle from the Czech. And Raducanu sends it wide.
Great pace on that forehand, right in the corner, really hit through the shot there, Vondrousova. And again, just aware that Raducanu's coming out playing aggressive tennis, so just showing her that she's able to do that as well.
40-30. So from 40 love, this has just become a bit more complicated, this first service game for Raducanu. First serve lands safely, and Marketa Vondrousova sends the return wide. And a sigh of relief for Raducanu.
First game.
Good start for her.
Good serving, and that's going to be important today. That's what she did when they played a number of years ago now here at Wimbledon. Raducanu played a brilliant match there. First serve percentages were up in the 80s. She was able to then dictate and control the point, because Vondrousova will be looking to attack the second serve. So that's a number that we need to just keep an eye on for Raducanu. She served well against you as well. That can make a big difference to a game when she is landing enough first serves.
So the turn of Marketa Vondrousova to serve for the first time. Lefty serve, misses the target with that first serve. As an eager ball boy goes to fetch that ball, the squeaking shoes. Vondrousova aborts the ball toss on that second serve. She'll try again here as Raducanu is waiting patiently at the baseline. It's a double fault. She never quite looked settled there, the Czech.
No, she didn't. I mean, she didn't accelerate at all up the back of the ball there. There's hardly any speed on the racket. I mean, the ball did well just to find the net.
Love 15. This time the target is found for Vondrousova. The forehand from the Czech. Excellent backhand cross-court from Raducanu. Just trying to get something going on the backhand is Raducanu. This time with the slice. She has that variation at her disposal. The forehand cross-court from Raducanu. Backhand beauty from the Brit. And that is met with warm applause.
Great play. And had to deal with different types of balls there. Raducanu got down really low for that last backhand. Full commitment and such a good strike cross-court for the winner.
Love 30. Vondrousova with a first serve down the tee. It's knocked back into play by Raducanu, and then the backhand followed up by the Brit is long.
Good depth from Vondrousova. Raducanu just coming up a little too early on that backhand, causing her to lose control of the ball.
15-30. Vondrousova trying to wriggle through this game. First serve into the net. It's her turn to serve at the shaded end of centre court. Second serve, looking for the target, does find the target. It's a deep second serve from Vondrousova. Raducanu with the inside-out forehand. Vondrousova sends a forehand up the line, and Raducanu looked a little off balance there, trying to retrieve that, and it goes long.
Just got caught out, left a little bit too much space there, Raducanu. Found herself exposed on the court. She rushed there on that forehand.
30 all in this first Vondrousova service game. Raducanu has already held serve in the opening game. Backhand return from Raducanu. The drop shot from Vondrousova, and Raducanu moving forward just a little overzealous and sends the ball long. So 3 points on the spin for the Czech.
Again, the variety, you never know what to expect, so it can leave you a little unsettled. You obviously want to try and play your own game, but you've got to be ready to react as well.
Big booming serve comes in from the Czech. Backhand from Raducanu. It's a backhand exchange at the moment, and the forehand is long. And Raducanu misses the target, so it is 1 game all.
Vondrousova just settling in. Of course, she opened, didn't she, on centre court last year, and was struggling with the shoulder injury there. Lost to Buzas Monero in her opening match.
Raducanu serving at 1-1 in this opening set. She's in the sunshine now. Has the white visor on that the first serve is a let. Gets an extra ball from the ball boy at her end. Shadows lengthening on centre court as the first serve this time lands safely. Backhand from Raducanu. It's good depth there from Raducanu, and Vondrousova can only spoon it wide.
Great strike again from Raducanu, and the depth there. She's going back in behind Vondrousova. Didn't want to give up her court position. She was right up there on the baseline, taking the ball as early as she could.
Very clean striking so far from the Brit. She'll be content with this start. Can she keep it going? First serve misses the target. Second serve to come. Vondrousova waiting patiently to receive. Takes her time, Raducanu. Second serve is safely in, and then the follow-up backhand from Raducanu into the net.
Yeah, just trying to slice that, trying to mix things up herself there, Raducanu, but the depth from the return just caused it to be a little more difficult. Not always easy when the ball comes through quickly to then be able to change the pace, use the slice.
Always so much spotlights on Raducanu on and off court. As it's 15-all, Raducanu with a safe first serve. The backhand from the Brit towards the backhand of Vondrousova, who uses the slice well. She's got a lovely slice as the Czech. Forehand from Raducanu. They're just locked in an exchange here, and Raducanu blinks the forehand into the net.
And she's at the end where she is very much in the spotlight, isn't she? The sunny end.
Yep.
I mean, looking at the court now, the end where Vondrousova is in is pretty much all in shade. There's just a tiny, it's almost like a triangle, isn't it, at the front of the court there that has a bit of sunlight, and then all the sun shining at Raducanu.
15-30, good first serve. It's knocked back into play by Vondrousova. Backhand is deep from the Czech. That's good from Vondrousova, but it's good retrieval work from Raducanu. Backhand cross-court from the Brit. This is a decent rally already. Excellent backhand from Raducanu to move forward with the backhand. A little clip of the net on the way through, but she wins the point. Good resilience there.
Really good resilience, and she was quick up to that short ball. It wasn't an easy ball to deal with. She had to make the decision what shot to play and pick the exact right one, just sliding it in back behind Vondrousova.
Had to do some defensive work in that point, Raducanu. And we move to 30-all, 10 minutes played in this second round encounter here on this Wednesday evening. Glorious Wednesday evening at Wimbledon. Forehand from Raducanu, moving forward again. She'll finish at the net, slapped away with authority, and she moves to 40-30.
Good play again, because that was an awkward return to deal with. The sliced block return from Vondrousova short in the court, but Raducanu, she's ready for that ball. Got down low. She, again, was able to just place the slice forehand in an awkward position for Vondrousova.
These are the stages that Raducanu wants to shine on, and she's starting well here, 40-30. First serve finds the target. Started well with the serve as Raducanu, but that forehand is a little bit wild and goes long.
Yeah, that flew, didn't it? That can be the side that, if she is rushed, can break down. Again, just hitting the strings with her hand. She was not happy with the tension when she played in her opening match. It was much hotter. It was lively conditions and took a bit of time. She had to send some rackets off to get restrung. So maybe she might change a racket.
First serve is good from Raducanu. Decent return from Vondrousova, who then uses the backhand slice just to get some depth on the ball. That's a really good strike from Vondrousova. Raducanu defending well again, though. Backhand cross-court from the Brit. Backhand again from Raducanu. She's in that backhand corner, and that's a really good cross-court shot from Raducanu. It must have just about landed on the line. Vondrousova staring at the line. She can't believe it's in.
Advantage. And again, Raducanu just feeling the tension of her string, looking up to her coach, Mark Petchy, who was the same scenario right at the start of that match with Zhu, and she went to speak to him and then ran off and sent the rackets off. So that might well happen again. Doesn't feel overly happy with the tension.
Advantage here for Raducanu in the third game of this match. Again, the first serve is good, but a decent return from Vondrousova. There's an excellent strike from the Czech. The forehand is fiery, but this time she goes wide, and Raducanu does hold, but like you mentioned, Lucy, she looks towards her team, gestures, and I don't know what to do, sort of look, maybe change the racket.
Yeah, I think it is. She's sending this frame off. So just saying she wants it tighter, so that'll get sent off. She obviously feeling that the ball's flying, and it was difficult. I mean, if you played this morning when they went on much cooler, heavier conditions because of the rain, then you probably wouldn't want it as tight. So difficult to gauge, and the temperature has gone up. Certainly not as hot as we had the opening couple of days where the ball was really lively, pinging around. But she's obviously feeling that that's happening out here. So that racket will quickly get sent off. And they have to go all the way over to Arangi where the stringers are, and you've got different people that are certainly getting fit through the championships because they have to sprint back to Arangi, wait for the racket, and then sprint all the way back up. And I'm told that they do about 20K a day.
Goodness me.
Be a good job, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
I think we'd love that job.
Well, Emma Raducanu, headline maker on and off court. So much conversation about this 22-year-old who grew up in the southeast London borough of Bromley. We're in the southwest part of London here on this famous old court as Vondrousova gets this game underway, and she goes wide with a forehand.
There's been a few errors from Vondrousova so far in these early stages. There'll be something that she just will need to tidy up on.
Love 15. Vondrousova with an excellent serve, and that's too hot to handle for Raducanu. Vondrousova, born and raised in Sokolov, a little town in the west of the Czech Republic. She now calls Prague home. Lovely city there. 15 all. First serve down the tee. Vondrousova moving inside the baseline. Can she just get on top in this rally? She was, but she dragged a fairly simple forehand wide.
Yeah, just shaking her head there, and again, we can see that it is breezy out there. Something, it seems as if the end that she's at, the Royal Box end, the wind's moving down the court, so needs to just get a bit more cover from this end.
Raducanu stepping in to play the backhand return. She's full of zest out here, is Raducanu, enjoying this early evening as the forehand comes cross-court from Raducanu. It's good defence, though, from Vondrousova. She's looking pretty comfortable in this rally. There's a good forehand cross-court from Vondrousova, and then the finisher up the line from the former champion Vondrousova.
Good play. Good court construction there. And I think she's just signalling to her coach that she's finding it difficult to see from this end because the ball's coming out of the shadow, and then you can sort of lose it, and it then can feel as if it's quickly onto you. So not easy conditions for the players right now.
Vondrousova with a first serve that lands safely. The forehand comes in from her, and Raducanu stretching to get the forehand squash-like shot back into play. Raducanu scrambling back to find the backhand, but just pushes it wide. And Vondrousova moves to 40-30.
Such a good volley there from Vondrousova. Made sure that she got the contact point right out in front and placed it really close to the baseline there. Raducanu just found herself in a position that was too far up the court. Had to quickly backpedal, couldn't control the ball.
Game point here for the Czech. That first serve is into the net. Second serve to come here. Raducanu waiting as the forehand from Raducanu is decent down the centre of the court. Then she gives it a bit more gusto with the forehand, and Raducanu can't get to a sort of miss-hit drop shot from Vondrousova. Was that a miss-hit?
Yeah, I'm not sure she sort of meant that. She just took a bit of a swing at the ball. She was slightly off balance there. Got a little lucky. Her best drop shot by far, and it caught Raducanu out. Certainly that's even more difficult to read, let alone try and track down.
Well, she is one of the best in the business at the drop shots, we know that.
Up there with Gaston.
Absolutely.
Moutet.
Let's keep listing them.
Chabert.
How about Alcaraz? He's pretty good as well.
He's okay, isn't he?
Heard of him, everyone? Raducanu might have heard of Alcaraz. It's 2-2 now at the start of this match.
A mixed partner.
Yeah, at the US Open.
If you hadn't heard.
I think we all have heard. Just over a quarter of an hour gone here in this second round encounter. Raducanu serving at 2-2. That's a good serve, and Vondrousova attempting the backhand return. Shake of the head from her, it's into the net.
Didn't quite get in position there. Good slice around the outside of the ball from Raducanu. Just slightly shorter up the court, created a really sharp angle there.
15-love. Raducanu has settled into this match pretty nicely after waiting all day for her turn to step out onto centre court. That's long on the first serve. Will Vondrousova sense a moment to really step in and attack this second serve? Raducanu patient in waiting to deliver the second serve. The forehand cross-court from Raducanu. They're into a rally now. The forehand up the line this time from the Brit. She attempts a drop shot. Why not? And Vondrousova scrambling to get there, and she can't quite put it back into play.
It thought about it, didn't it? It was a smart, clever shot there from Raducanu. Just short in the service box there. Vondrousova able to get up there, hit the top of the net, bounced up high, but then decided to bounce back on her own side.
Raducanu seeing the drop shots from her opponent, thinking, I can do that as well. Whatever you can do, I can do. 30-love Raducanu, misses with the first serve. Second serve to come here. Nearly 20 minutes played in this match. Vondrousova with the return into the net.
Yeah.
40-love.
That serve's working well, isn't it? That slice serve out wide, it's making it awkward for Vondrousova, who's reaching there with the double-handed backhand. She might have to think about taking one hand off and actually trying to chip that back.
Raducanu, born in Toronto, raised in Bromley, has Romanian and Chinese heritage. As the first serve goes long, multilingual, speaking English, Mandarin, Romanian.
What can't she do?
She's a star with global reach. But today she's on this old court in London as the second serve is safely in. The forehand goes long from Raducanu. Still in a good spot in this game. She's 40-15 now.
Yeah, taking a bit of extra time, Raducanu, just to get herself set. Petchy, as I mentioned, coaching Raducanu. Jane O'Donoghue as well, who worked for the LTA for so long and was with Raducanu throughout most of her junior career.
Yeah, seems to be in a good spot with her coaching setup right now, does Raducanu. First serve to come once again. This one safely in. It's a really good return from Vondrousova, but then the forehand from the Czech into the net. And Raducanu has had 3 service games and 3 service holds. And that will do nicely as she leads the way 3-2 in this opening set. We're on serve. Good start.
A good start. I mean, it's clear that Raducanu knows what she's looking to do out here and trying to stay aggressive, mixing up the serve well. That slice serve out wide on the deuce side has been effective. She's looking to take the ball on, get that first strike in and rush Vondrousova, but she's also ready for that variety, ready for the drop shot. We've seen a few that she's been able to get up to and be effective. So I'd say the better start for Raducanu so far.
Lots of fans just standing up and stretching their legs at the change of ends, gives them an opportunity to stay limber. It's a long day. Watching a lot of wonderful tennis here on centre court. I can see some in the Royal Box who are standing up as well, but the umpire has called time, so they've quickly taken to their seats once again. Do as you're told, everyone. Miriam Blay, the chair umpire, she's in charge. Been a lot of famous faces in the Royal Box, as always. Olivia Rodrigo from headlining Glastonbury on Sunday. She scampered over here to Wimbledon.
She's recovered.
I think so. It was some show, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. Great finish.
Anyway, 3-2 down. Marketa Vondrousova serving, lands the first serve. That's a really nice serve, as Raducanu does well to get that back into play. Slice again from Vondrousova, uses it so well. It's a little slice battle at the moment. Here comes the two-handed backhand from Vondrousova. This time the forehand up the centre of the court. There's the backhand slice again from the Czech into the net.
Again, the errors from Vondrousova just starting to rise.
Love 15. Raducanu sensing perhaps there might be a moment in this sixth game. Expectant crowd here on centre court. Second serve to come. Double fault. Vondrousova. Love 30 now. A little slump of the shoulders from her.
Yeah, sometimes that can happen with Vondrousova. Be frustrated there with the double fault.
Raducanu tries to get a return back into play, but that was a better serve. The backhand from Raducanu just framed away.
Much better serve. Good slice on that. A good response, having hit the double fault.
15-30. Vondrousova with a first serve safely in. The backhand from the Czech. And Raducanu, you might just hear the effort from Raducanu with the forehand there. Vondrousova resists well. Forehand comes in from Raducanu. That's got good heat on it. And Vondrousova having problems with the backhand slice. That's another one into the net.
Yeah, she's been rushed off that wing. Good work on that forehand from Raducanu, and it's a real contrast with the court positions. Raducanu's finding herself right on the baseline. Vondrousova a good couple of meters behind it.
2 break points. Here's the first of them. Raducanu, forehand cross court. Is this a big moment in this match? Vondrousova moving forward with an excellent forehand cross court, but Raducanu with a passing winner, and it's a big celebration from her.
Great play. Good hustle, because Vondrousova was the one that was dictating the play, found her way forward. I thought that she might have been able to get a play on that last volley, but maybe didn't quite read it. Raducanu staying down low and getting good pace on the backhand pass.
She enjoyed that one, and so did many inside centre court. 4-2 Raducanu leads. Back with her serve now. First serve into the net. Yeah, the bigger the event, the better the British #1 seems to play. Her winning percentage of 57 on the main tour rises to 66 at the majors. As the second serve safely in from Raducanu. Then the backhand into the net.
Love 15.
Yeah, just signalling to herself that needed to get down a little lower, get up the back of the ball, get that extra bit of shape to get it up and over. I want to be backing up the break of serve here. We'll want to keep the pressure on Vondrousova.
Bit of breeze going across centre court once again. Raducanu just waiting patiently before delivering this first serve, which is a good one again. She's serving nicely. The backhand into the court. She moves up to the net, and Vondrousova with the lob. Raducanu scrambling back to keep this point alive, but Vondrousova fires a forehand winner. Just had Raducanu scrambling there.
Didn't she? I don't think Raducanu expected the ball to go up over the top. It was good movement out to that ball from Vondrousova, but good hand skills, good awareness to just play that chip lob up over the top of Raducanu.
Love 30. Some pressure back on the shoulders of Raducanu. First serve finds the target, and the backhand is into the play by Vondrousova. This time a bit more heat on the backhand from the former champion. Cross court again from Vondrousova, and it's a miss-hit forehand from Raducanu, and it's 3 break-back points.
Frustration there. And again, it is pretty breezy out there, and I think the ball just caught by the wind that time. Raducanu a little too far away from it, left reaching it. That's why she missed it there.
Work to do here for Raducanu to retrieve the situation in this game. First serve, that's a safe one, and backhand cross-court from Raducanu just made it awkward there for Vondrousova, who sends the ball long.
Yeah, and that time it's Vondrousova that's left reaching for the ball, didn't quite get her feet up to it there. It was a good strike again, though, from Raducanu.
15-40 still, 2 break opportunities here for Vondrousova to get back onto serve in this opening set. First serve is safely in from Raducanu, gives her the chance to move forward with the backhand, but good defensive lob from Vondrousova, and well put away on the smash by Raducanu.
Yeah, that time she was ready for the lob, just held herself back slightly, didn't close the net down quite as much, and was able to then make the adjustments and put the smash away.
Back against the wall, Raducanu coming up with some good tennis in this game. She's seen off a couple of the break points. Still work to do, as Vondrousova wants to convert here. Raducanu with the first serve. It is in, and Vondrousova chips a return back into play. It landed just inside the baseline, and then Raducanu goes long with a subsequent shot, and suddenly we are back on serve. So 2 breaks of serve in a row.
She'll be a little disappointed there, Raducanu, and wasn't a great game from her. Similarly, the game that Vondrousova played, she was a little loose in that game, so neither player able to take or keep that advantage. And I think it's maybe conditions down there are trickier than perhaps we're seeing up from the commentary booth because of the breeze, because of the wind, which can then start to swirl within the court, because of the sun as well, which I would say in probably about 5 minutes will be fully off the court. Although on the juice side at the Royal Box end, when you're looking to return there, that's going to be a little difficult, particularly if they use the slice serve out wide. But it won't be long before the court will be fully in shade, so that might make life easier for both players.
It is a glorious evening. I mean, just the sort of temperature you want to be enjoying the tennis here on centre court. Plenty still inside the Royal Box that you mentioned, Lucy, and, well, there's some big names still there. Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, he nearly won the other week, didn't he?
He came so close to winning a major.
Tough.
It'll come, Tommy. Serve from Vondrousova. It's at 4-3 Raducanu. We're on serve here as Vondrousova with a forehand that goes long.
Shaking her head again. She's frustrated with some of the errors that she's made so far in this match. They got the break back.
Intriguing start to this one as Vondrousova sends down a first serve, and that is a forehand into the net. Love 30. We've seen 2 breaks of serve in a row. Are we about to see a third? As Vondrousova has some work to do in this service game. Raducanu leading 4-3 in this opening set. There's the first serve delivered by the former champion Vondrousova. The backhand into the net from Raducanu. And you can hear the difference in reaction when Vondrousova wins a point compared to Raducanu.
Yeah, as expected, the majority of the support is for Raducanu, and Raducanu there just hitting straight down into the bottom of the net with that last backhand.
Vondrousova missing the first serve, trying to go wide. 15-30. Just over half an hour played in this match so far. The second serve is a bit of a safe one from Vondrousova. Raducanu with a blistering backhand up the centre of the court, and it just had too much firepower, too much crack there from Raducanu, and Vondrousova sends it long.
Yeah, continuing to just rush Vondrousova. She's been hitting the ball well, she's been taking it early. Talked about her court position well up on the baseline or even inside throughout most of this match so far.
Break points to fend off. There's one. It was a decent serve from Vondrousova.
Yeah, that serve's been working well. She's used that slice down the tee, getting that ball to move away from Raducanu. It's been an effective serve.
Champion here in 2023, Marketa Vondrousova misses with the first serve. After 2 years of surgeries and setbacks, this grass court season, she's playing like she never left. A champion recently in Berlin. There's the second serve that comes in from Vondrousova. Backhand from Raducanu. Better from her. Vondrousova has the answers there.
Didn't quite do enough with that backhand up the line there, Raducanu, and she found herself in a tough court position. A lot of space for Vondrousova to be able to hit her backhand into.
On to juice we go. 2 break points have been seen off by Vondrousova. First serve misses, goes long, just narrowly there. Blighted by a shoulder injury that had her considering her future in the sport, Vondrousova. So good to see her back, but the second serve into the net, and that was low into the net.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times where it's just the racket is almost slowed down as it is approaching the ball. Unable to get any sort of work on that second serve.
Czech player who has so much talent on any surface. Here she is trying to get it done on the grass. It's a break point for Raducanu, though. First serve was a let, so she'll go again. Gets another ball from the ball kid. First serve here, that's perfect. Down the tee, powerful, imposing.
Yeah, 114 miles an hour. It is interesting, she can produce that pace, she can also use that slider, and that time choosing to step up and look to be really aggressive with the serve.
On to juice we go. Vondrousova trying to level up this match at 4 games all in this fascinating first set here on this Wednesday evening as the time just about approaches 7 o'clock on the dot. There's another double fault. That's becoming a problem for Vondrousova. 4 now.
Yeah, that time correcting herself, a lot more racket head speed, but that of course then sent it long, so it's not quite finding the solution as yet.
Another break point for the Brit, lurking at the baseline. She tries to take the return early, Raducanu. Backhand is excellent from Raducanu. And Vondrousova goes wide with the attempted forehand up the line. It's another break. And Raducanu will serve for this opening set here.
Well, the double fault certainly didn't help, but Raducanu keeping the pressure on there, and again just rushing Vondrousova. Found herself just maybe a little too deep behind the baseline that time. It's difficult for her to be able to almost drag that forehand back up the line.
It has been high quality so far as Raducanu serving at 5-3 up. Can she seal this opening set? We told you this would be good. Have you cancelled your plans yet this evening? Second serve to come. Raducanu, a few more bounces of the ball. This is an important second serve. Can she keep the pressure on Vondrousova? Good second serve, and Vondrousova goes wide with the return. Just took a bit more time, Raducanu, before that one.
We've seen that time and time again, though, where she's used that slice serve out wide, takes a bit of pace off it, but the ball's just fading away from Vondrousova, who, again, is trying to keep 2 hands on the racket, trying to hit through that backhand, but maybe something she's got to consider, maybe just use the slice there. She'll get a little bit more control on the ball that way.
Raducanu with an excellent serve. It's her first ace of the match. What a time to find it.
Yeah, great time there. Flat one down the tee. Found the line, good accuracy there from Raducanu and a good change-up.
These two players have met at Wimbledon before. You might remember back in 2021, Raducanu winning in straight sets that day. Good first serve from Raducanu, and she now has 3 set points.
110 miles an hour, that one, but again, very close to the line. She did serve well that day, and she has served well so far in this match.
It's been impressive stuff from Raducanu so far. Can she deliver in this set? She misses with the first serve, but she'll be delighted with how she's performed so far. Second serve to come. Again, she takes a bit more time between the serves. Certainly more time than her opponent does. Second serve comes in and it's safely in. Vondrousova with the forehand return, which clips the net on the way through, and Raducanu goes wide with a backhand slice.
That just seemed to break her rhythm, didn't it? Just a little unlucky there for Raducanu. Just slightly lost control of the ball. Forced to have to use the slice there. The ball was really low off the net from Vondrousova.
40-15. Still a couple of set points here for Britain's number one. Raducanu with the first serve. That is good this time. And Vondrousova stabs a forehand back into play and then finds a winner, passing winner, with Raducanu moving up to the net.
Almost hoping that that was going to go wide there. Quickly turned as Vondrousova hit that, but couldn't have been more accurate. Bang on the line from Vondrousova there. Slightly mishit, perhaps, so just looking at the replay.
So 3 set points becomes 1 set point. Raducanu winds up for the first serve that's into the net this time. Just a bit more pressure now on the shoulders of the Brit. Can she get it done behind a second serve? Vondrousova stepping in inside the baseline, finds a forehand return, does the check. Now she can step forward. Vondrousova, the former champion, trying to make things a nuisance for Raducanu. But it's long there from Vondrousova, and Raducanu celebrates and walks to her chair. This is good so far from the Brit, but she's still got a job to do. But she'll be delighted so far with this.
Really good start from Raducanu there. 38 minutes to be able to secure that opening set. Good aggressive tennis from her, but she's also been very ready and aware when Vondrousova's mixed things up using the drop shot. She's dealt with that well, and I think the big thing, she's served better than Vondrousova, so she'll be looking to do more of the same in the second set.
Certainly will. Outstanding stuff from Raducanu. Will we see a response from Vondrousova? Raducanu, first set, 6-3.
Yeah, made sure there that she was able to not do what happened when she broke Vondrousova. Tighter there with her serving, hitting her spots well. That slice serve out wise, I keep saying, that's worked well. Vondrousova does need to look to try and change up perhaps a return position, give Raducanu a different look, or just be happy to try and block that back, because we saw that in the start of the match. Some of those awkward short slices that she hit, they can be difficult for anyone to deal with. She'll be hoping that a level does get a bit better in this second set. The unforced errors just starting to mount up for her, particularly in key moments.
So where next, everybody, as the second set about to get underway, and it's Vondrousova serving first. This court now basically bathed entirely in shade, as Vondrousova first serve is out, goes long. Will we see a response from the former champion here? That's another double fault. She served 4 double faults in the first set. That's the first of this set.
It's becoming a bit of an issue, isn't it?
Love 15, Raducanu. A fast start here would be very welcome. Forehand slice back into play from Raducanu. Backhand slice this time from the Brit. Then the backhand, beauty again. Oh, she's got that going. The backhand cross-court a couple of times now, we've seen that.
Oh, such a good shot. I mean, she times the backhand so well, and particularly when she stays down low and commits to that shot. Slightly mishit from Vondrousova, and Raducanu stepped in and took advantage.
It's a good serve this time from Vondrousova, and Raducanu sends the return long.
Yeah, that slider down the tee is always awkward to deal with against a lefty.
15-30. First serve is decent again. It's deep into the service box, and Raducanu sends the return long.
Oh, she's trying to take that early. She doesn't want to let that slice to continue to move away from her. But of course, then you're dealing with more pace on the ball. Just mistiming it there, Raducanu.
30 all, and Vondrousova with a first serve down the tee. Forehand from Marketa Vondrousova and the backhand from Raducanu into the net.
Just a little off balance there. I don't know if the wind became a factor. Ball just getting a bit too close to her. Found herself jammed up.
40-30. And the Czech again finds the target with the first serve. And Raducanu sends the return long. And it's a good start in the end for Marketa Vondrousova.
Did well just to recover there and not let the double fault phase her. Certainly found some first serves as well and was able to get a few unreturned shots from Raducanu, keeping the energy as well. Vondrousova had a quick drink and then just running out to her side of the court, looking up to her team. I think just wanting some feedback from them. I think probably in terms of what to maybe do with the return and with the second serve as well. Have been the two issues.
Yeah, Raducanu serving it. Love one in this second set. First serve is deep and a good one, and Vondrousova sends the forehand return long.
Yeah, trying to block that back with the forehand there, but 108 miles an hour, just enough pace on that serve, just forcing Vondrousova to lose control of the ball.
On the whole, it's looked like a balanced, focused, in control Emma Raducanu so far. We've seen a couple of positive moments of celebration from her, nothing negative so far, as that the forehand inside out from Raducanu. Forehand again is venomous from Raducanu. Vondrousova with the forehand in response, and the Raducanu drop shot's a tasty one, but Vondrousova gets there, but then Raducanu with a backhand passing shot. That was such a well-constructed point from the Brit.
It really was. Great play from Raducanu. I mean, good pace, good power, and then she was the one that just hit the drop shot up the line. It had quite a lot of side spin on it, so it left Vondrousova out of the court. She was then scrambling to try and get a better court position, and Raducanu smart there with the back behind pass.
30 love. Raducanu sends the ball into the sky, and to the first serve again is safe, and Raducanu with a cross-court forehand. Vondrousova defending nicely here. Backhand slice from the Czech now. There's great depth from her. The forehand from Vondrousova as she tries to move forward now. But Raducanu says, you're not going to do that. Then Raducanu with a backhand into the net.
Yeah, found herself off balance there. It was good play from Vondrousova. Just she then went back in behind Raducanu with good pace as well. And Raducanu just not on balance at all.
30-15, Raducanu in this second game of set 2 here on this sunny Wednesday evening in southwest London. I thought about the first serve, but aborts that ball toss. She'll go again here, Raducanu. First serve is to the forehand of Vondrousova, the lefty forehand. There's the Czech's forehand once again, trying to rip it, which she does. And Raducanu with a backhand slice. Again with the backhand slice, Raducanu. Vondrousova responds with a slice of her own, but then the two-handed backhand from Vondrousova. We're back with the slices now. Raducanu with a forehand down the center of the court. Cross-court forehand from Vondrousova. And then it's long and wide from Vondrousova.
What a point. Great hitting from both players there. I mean, Raducanu just kept going at Vondrousova. She's hitting her forehand brilliantly, able to get on the front foot, really commit through that shot, and finally able to draw the error.
40-15. Raducanu trying to keep Vondrousova at bay. Serving pretty nicely all through this evening so far, and there's another first serve that is safely in the service box. The backhand is long from Vondrousova, and it's one game all. And for Raducanu, it is another service hold ticked off.
It's good tennis, good ball striking from Raducanu, and you know, Vondrousova is a player normally that can make a lot of balls, can draw errors from you because she can disrupt you with the variety that she plays with. But so far, Raducanu is able to deal with everything that's being thrown at her.
Backhand return from Raducanu as Vondrousova gets this third game underway in set 2, but then the moans and groans from around centre court as the forehand from Raducanu into the net.
They're expecting Raducanu to be able to win every point, can't they? The disappointment they're not able to hold in out here.
High expectations on the shoulders of the 22-year-old Brit, but she's got these expectations because of what she's done so far in the game at such a young age. She burst onto the scene in remarkable fairy tale style in New York. 15 all in this Vondrousova service game. The Czech just feeling a bit of heat from Raducanu in this match. First serve into the net. Second serve to come here. Raducanu stepping in with the backhand. Cross-court forehand from Vondrousova. There's good resilience from the back of the court from Vondrousova again, and Raducanu with an attempted drop shot goes wide with it.
I like the idea there, but she ended up just rushing it a little, had quite a big swing on the drop shot, so didn't manage to delicately take the pace off it, as you have to do if you're playing that shot or attempting to play it.
30-15, Vondrousova leads the way. Misses with that first serve. Much quicker between the first and second serve than Raducanu. Second serve down the tee, and Raducanu stepping in with a forehand return. Vondrousova tries to fire a forehand in response, but into the net. 30 all now in this game.
What a return from Raducanu, just going all out there. Vondrousova rushed after the serve, crouched down low just to be able to fend off that shot.
Has a foothold in this game, does Raducanu. Vondrousova with a first serve that lands safely, but that is a wild forehand from the Czech, sends it miles long. And it's a breakpoint chance here for Emma Raducanu.
Continuing to be aggressive with the return, another return deep down the middle of the court, rushing Vondrousova.
30-40, breakpoint. Raducanu gets a return into play. It was a forehand sliced back into play. Vondrousova with a forehand down the centre of the court. It's an awkward backhand slice from Raducanu, but then she ups the ante with a forehand driven cross-court, but the backhand long from Raducanu.
Yeah, just a little too much there, but I'm liking the variety that now Raducanu is starting to use out here. The power as well as knifing down the back of the ball to hit a few slices as well.
A breakpoint chance slips through the fingers of Raducanu for now. On to juice we go. Vondrousova with a first serve that's deep into the service box. The backhand slice from the Czech is really crafty and awkward to deal with for Raducanu.
Yeah, this time Vondrousova rushing Raducanu's great placement with the slice, but it didn't hardly jump up at all as it hit the court there. She was able to keep it down low. A little bit of side spin on the ball as well.
Advantage here for Vondrousova. Misses with the first serve as she took some of the pace off the ball and tried to send it wide. Second serve to come. And that's long. She gave that one a bit more heat. That was probably quicker than the first serve.
She's trying to just correct the issue. We've seen at the start of the match, we've seen the double faults where there's been hardly any racket head speed at all, not really committing to hitting the second serve. Now she's got the problem of hitting it too much.
Back to juice we go, and Raducanu gets a return into play. It's deep from her. The backhand is a little bit shorter, though, from the Brit. And then the backhand from Raducanu into the net.
Timid there from Raducanu, and she's been hitting the backhand well, but that time her racket head speed slowed down, didn't quite fully commit to the strike.
It's been a tough game for Vondrousova early on in this set, but she'll be delighted to wriggle through it if she can. The forehand return from Raducanu. Then she steps on the gas with the backhand, again with the two-handed backhand Raducanu, and then Vondrousova goes long. Better pace on the backhand there from the Brit.
Much better, full commitment once more, and just going to her towel, taking a bit of extra time. She knows, you know, she doesn't want to let this game slip by. She's got an opportunity here to extend her lead even more.
Back to juice we go again. Vondrousova with a first serve into the net. Opportunity may be opening up here for Raducanu. And look at a second serve. Backhand with some gusto from Raducanu. You could hear the effort from her, and then framed wide there from Vondrousova. She was just caught out by the pace and power of that return.
And the serve from Vondrousova just a little too slow. Gave Raducanu the opportunity to be able to really take it on, take it early.
Breakpoint Raducanu. It's a good first serve from Vondrousova, but Raducanu with a decent return, and then the backhand into the net. It almost trickled over.
Didn't it? It thought about it, hitting the top of the net, but just a little too low, bouncing back on her own side.
Glorious evening here at Wimbledon on the famous grass of centre court, and Raducanu is trying to make this stage her own here this evening. Vondrousova serves at deuce, and the first serve is good, but then the forehand is wild. We've seen that a few too many times now from the Czech.
Finding herself in trouble once more, Vondrousova.
Break point to try and see off again here. Vondrousova, first serve to the backhand of Raducanu. Forehand cross-court from Raducanu. That's got Vondrousova scrambling around, and then the backhand back behind from Raducanu. She's on top in this rally, and she gets the break. Vondrousova sends the ball long. The Czech struggling with her radar right now. And Raducanu, well, she's in a great spot now. A set and a break to the good.
What a game from Raducanu there. I mean, just keeping the pressure on Vondrousova, who didn't maybe land enough effective first serves, and Raducanu all over the second serve. What a start to this second set. Vondrousova, who just hasn't really been able to dismantle Raducanu's game. She's tried to mix things up, but Raducanu's dealt with the different type of ball that she's getting, and she's almost thrived on it at times. She's mixed things up herself as well. We've seen her use the drop shot. We've seen her use the slice backhand as well. And sometimes, you know, you have that contrast where, you know, it's pace, 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 then she mixes it up and then goes back to the pace, which is maybe something Vondrousova hasn't been able to do quite as much.
It's a calm demeanour we've seen from Raducanu so far here this evening. I heard her talking about a more well-rounded approach to her game and to her life. Recovery a vital part of that, not just the ice baths and the sports massage, but sometimes switching off and spending time with friends away from the game. She stressed the importance of having Emma time and time on her own. Went on to say she loves going for walks, morning, evening, whenever. Finds a nice little coffee shop. Loves hot yoga as well, Lucy. Tough stuff.
Who doesn't love hot yoga?
I'm a fan.
I am.
I know you like a sauna as well.
I do.
We've spoken about this before, but let's not get sidetracked now as Raducanu starts well with this game.
Continuing to use that slice serve out wide and continuing to get unreturned balls from Vondrousova. That backhand going into the net. She's not figured that serve out as yet.
15 love. Raducanu lands the first serve safely. She's got a spring in her step here this evening as the Brit, and she moves forward with a forehand that's well dealt with. But Vondrousova passes Raducanu with a forehand of her own.
Just apologises there off the top of the net. It was a difficult ball that forced Raducanu to come forward, and well, this time didn't manage to do quite enough there. Vondrousova holding her court position and able to, in the end, pass Raducanu pretty comfortably up the line.
Raducanu has been sprightly throughout this evening so far. Vondrousova with a backhand return that's into play. Raducanu with great depth on the forehand. There's that famous drop shot from Vondrousova, and Raducanu goes long.
Too much airtime there. Didn't manage to keep it low enough over the net. She was quick up to it, had time, just trying to put it back in deep behind Vondrousova, but on that occasion, just a little too deep over the baseline.
Raducanu, who had the break in the previous game. It's not a break until you hold serve the next game. She's at 15-30 here. First serve. Excellent wide serve. Vondrousova gets it back into play, and Raducanu sends a forehand long. 15-40 now.
This is what we saw in the opening set, didn't we? Raducanu, again, just taking a bit of extra time, just wanting to find maybe the slightly newer ball.
2 break points here for Vondrousova, who spins her racket in her hands as she waits to receive this serve. Raducanu with a good first serve, but Vondrousova has got that back into play. Raducanu moving forward, and Vondrousova, seeing Raducanu move forward, puts it into the net.
She was frustrated there, looking up to the sky, Vondrousova, because Raducanu hadn't actually transitioned quite quick enough up to the net, and found herself just inside the service box there. So there was a lot of space, a lot of time there from Vondrousova.
There goes 1 break point. There is still 1 remaining for Vondrousova. First serve is a little bit wild this time from Raducanu. Tried to give that a bit extra. Bit more breeze going across, and Raducanu just waiting for that to slightly die down. Couple of extra bounces of the ball here. It's a big moment in this match. The second serve is good from Raducanu, and she uses a forehand slice to get the rally started. Forehand with venom there from Vondrousova, but wide.
Was trying to be aggressive, wasn't she, Vondrousova, but just not quite getting enough work on the ball, just catching it slightly late. She's then just demoing and shadowing what she should have done on that shot.
Spoke about the wellness routines that Raducanu trying to implement into her life in terms of covering all bases. She's working with an expert nutritionist, been focusing on eating a lot more protein lately. Her doctor says eat more steak, which she's been enjoying. Boost the iron level, she says.
Yeah, it certainly does, and just shows, you know, the attention to detail and, you know, how disciplined she's trying to be to get the best out of herself.
Big points here with the forehand from Raducanu. It is a winning forehand.
And a fist pump again, and the cry from Raducanu, which we've seen throughout the championship so far in her opening match and today as well, keeping herself fired up, hyped up out here.
Advantage now for Raducanu to move 3-1 up if she can hold here. Just about an hour played in this contest. The first serve is excellent from Raducanu. Stabbed back into play by Vondrousova. No doubt the Czech is on the defensive here. Raducanu moving forward, and Vondrousova into the net. And some mutterings of frustration from the Czech. Raducanu looks towards her box. Mark Petrie is standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain silent during the rally.
And that's what I think the frustration was for Vondrousova. Maybe there were just 1 or 2 words from the stands while that point was going on.
I think so. The crowd just getting a little overexcited there, so the umpire just stepping in, but a lot of it will be frustration as well for Vondrousova, the fact that she wasn't able to break back.
Rips a forehand, Vondrousova, in the first point of this 5th game in set number 2. Raducanu with an excellent forehand, and Vondrousova gets it back into play. Vondrousova again on the defense, and Raducanu with the smash, which isn't quite put away, and that is a terrific pass from Vondrousova.
Really good point from Vondrousova, again using the lob, which I do think Raducanu was expecting, but not quite quick enough to be able to get underneath the ball, and didn't get enough purchase on that smash, and Vondrousova are able to take advantage.
15-love. Raducanu leading 3-1 in this second set, and Vondrousova with a first serve that's accurate. The backhand comes in from Raducanu, and Vondrousova moving forward with the volley that is too good.
What a great volley that was from Vondrousova, really just cutting around the outside of the ball, had good work on it. Drawing the error there from Raducanu, and sometimes you wonder, you know, with her hand skills, how well she can volley, why she doesn't maybe look to get to the net a little more often.
Good pace on the first serve from Vondrousova. Backhand comes in from the Czech, and Raducanu with a backhand in response, and Vondrousova drops the forehand into the net.
It's another error, isn't it? I mean, you maybe put it down as a forced error because of the pace there from Raducanu. Vondrousova just not quite getting the racket through quick enough.
30-15 on the Vondrousova serve. The first serve is to the forehand of Raducanu, and then the attempted drop shot is wayward from Vondrousova.
needs to maybe take her time.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, Mikey, she certainly is the one that doesn't hang about. It maybe goes a little too quickly from point to point, although Raducanu just slowing her down now.
30 all. And the first serve is a let. A double break would be very nice indeed for Raducanu if she can find it. First serve to come again from Vondrousova. Raducanu stepping in with a backhand up the line. Up in the ante, turning up the dial. She does sense this moment.
Well, she's going after it, isn't she? She's taking things into her own hands. Right on top of the baseline there, lands as she hits that ball inside the baseline. There's good leg work there on the return.
Let first serve.
Break point chance. Again, it's a let. Vondrousova is not enjoying this evening so far. She slumps her shoulders. She's looked out of sorts so far, the Czech. There is still time for her to turn this around. We know her qualities, the former champion here at Wimbledon. Forehand tried to steer back into play by Raducanu, and it's wide.
Serve much better there. Good 12 miles an hour there. Faster than what we've seen in this game so far from Vondrousova. Do you feel that maybe she's got to start being a little more aggressive with her game?
First serve into the net. Raducanu moves inside the baseline. She's got a little spring in her step, and the second serve is met by a backhand by Raducanu. Then the forehand is powerful from her, but backhand back into play by Vondrousova. Raducanu with a cross-court backhand. That's a winner. She's got that shot tonight.
She really has. But again, the forehand has been impressive. The way that she's kept going after it, kept committing off that side. And again, it's another winner that's gone past Vondrousova. Couldn't track it down.
Break point here for Raducanu. And it's wide with the return.
And I think we've seen the replay there. I mean, that was millimeters wide. I think both players thought that maybe that was in. I think relief for Vondrousova there.
Calm and composed this has been from Raducanu. She's piling on the pressure. Vondrousova with a first serve into the net. Can Raducanu find a double break? Second serve is accurate this time from Vondrousova, and Raducanu, well, you can see she's trying to be aggressive. The backhand, she wasn't holding back, but into the net it goes.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get that extra bit of spin, the shape to get it over. Just a little too flat, that return.
Advantage here for Vondrousova. What a big game this could be for the Czech if she can hold here. Forehand, cross-court from Vondrousova. She's a high-quality operator, we know that. The drop shot comes from Raducanu, and Vondrousova trying to scamper forward, can't get there.
Again, smart tennis from Raducanu, continuing to play with variety, continuing to just mix things up when she needs to, and you feel she's picking the right balls to do that, just catching Vondrousova out there. She wasn't expecting that short ball.
Back to juice we go here. Vondrousova with a first serve that is long. So again, Raducanu will have a chance to step in. She's bouncing around at the baseline. That ponytail is bouncing as well. Second serve is met by a backhand of Raducanu. This gives her a chance to move forward, but Vondrousova with a good drop shot. Raducanu couldn't quite chase it down in time.
Brilliant touch. I mean, that hardly bounced up at all, and it hit the grass. That one she got spot on.
Vondrousova trying to wriggle out of this game. It's not been easy so far for her. But there could be plenty of twists and turns in this night just yet. The backhand is long from Raducanu. And that might just be a very big hold, as it keeps Raducanu at just the one break of serve.
What a huge hold you feel. I mean, Raducanu, the way that she's playing, the confidence that she's got, sat at the change of ends, 4-1 up, set and 4-1 up, and you can then continue to maybe play with a bit more freedom, but with the scoreboard now just a little tighter, that'll add some more pressure on this next game for Raducanu. Hasn't done too much wrong. Been really impressed with her composure, with her plan in terms of what she's looking to do out here. She's been ready for what Vondrousova can do, and she's rushed Vondrousova. We've seen that time and time again.
Can I tell you why Vondrousova looks a little bit out of sorts? I picked her as one of my picks. I think I've probably put the kiss of death on her.
You have, I think. I don't know how she found out that maybe that had happened and it's just got into her head out here.
Well, maybe. Sorry, Marketa, but there is still time for her to turn this around. Raducanu in a good spot here. A set and a break to the goods. But still, lots of work to do against a former champion in Marketa Vondrousova. Raducanu serving here, and the first serve is accurate. Vondrousova steers a safe forehand back into play and gives her the chance maybe to move forward. But Raducanu says, I have other ideas, and forces Vondrousova back.
Vondrousova there trying to really commit to her shots, but didn't put enough on it, and then left herself in a really difficult court position up inside the baseline, left the gap behind her, which is something Raducanu's done well. She's used that back behind play at the right times.
15 love, Raducanu with a first serve to the forehand of Vondrousova, and Raducanu with a sliced forehand that is low and stayed low, but then she goes wide with a follow-up topspin forehand.
Yeah, just came up a little too early, just causing her to lose the contact point, catch the ball late. Didn't need to be quite that big, actually, because she'd got Vondrousova once again in a difficult court position, had the big space up the line to hit the winner in.
15 all in this, the 6th game of set 2, and the first serve ball toss is aborted there by Raducanu. Should go again here. Vondrousova, maybe just a spring in her step. The backhand attempt from the Czech is into the net.
It's been such a good play, that slice serve out wide. I mean, she's barely lost any points when she's looked to use that serve. It's made life difficult for Vondrousova, and again, she's still trying to keep two hands on the racket, trying to hit through that, but many a time it's found the net.
Just wide with the attempted serve down the tee, Raducanu. Second serve at 30-15 here, the Brit. Can she keep her foot on the gas and keep a former champion at bay? Again, an error from Vondrousova. That's been a problem for her. She's gone long time and time again with her ground strokes.
Yeah, that ball flying there. I mean, she's trying to be aggressive, but just hasn't found her margins. Didn't quite get enough cover on that backhand. And again, a quick point for Raducanu.
And a quick point is a good point for Raducanu right now. 40-15. As the first serve is accurate and perfect, and an ace. Vondrousova can't get near it. And Raducanu has a 2-game cushion now. 4-2 she leads in this second set.
I think that's been the story of this match, hasn't it? We've seen Vondrousova not maybe playing quite at her best. We've seen the errors from her, but you've also seen how Raducanu's continued to step up, keep the pressure on, and in the key moments, she's the one that's produced.
What a performance she's putting together on this Wednesday evening. Raducanu with a forehand slice here as she moves forward to the net. She tries to get the work done in the forecourt, and Vondrousova, that's a perfect lob from the Czech, who has Raducanu scrambling back, and Raducanu with a defensive lob that puts away Vondrousova. Wonderful put away there by the Czech.
Yeah, it was comfortable in the end, wasn't it? It was the lob that had done the damage. Raducanu thought about trying to get up and smashing it, but wasn't able to do so, so then found herself in trouble for the rest of the point.
15 love, Marketa Vondrousova served to the backhand of Raducanu, who's really been dialed in on return in this match. And Vondrousova goes long with a forehand. This has been so impressive from the Brit.
It really has. I mean, she's just kept the pressure on again there, just rushing Vondrousova, who's forced to actually have to play that slice forehand, which, you know, when she's forced in that position, she can then sometimes lose control, as she did in that last point.
Forehand from Vondrousova into the forehand corner of Raducanu, who just about gets the ball back into play, but this should be put away. It was a bit safe, though, from Vondrousova, and Raducanu does get the ball back into play. Again, she'll attempt to get this one into play. Vondrousova, well, she wasn't really being too aggressive with the smashes there.
It was well read from Raducanu, who's jumping it around the baseline there, picked the right way, able to keep herself in the point, but eventually just one ball too much, couldn't quite get hold of that last one. A smile from her, I think she enjoyed that one.
A few deep breaths from Raducanu after those defensive efforts there, as Vondrousova rains down at a first serve, but it's a let. Lovely languid style, the lefty serve that she has, but it's been a serve that's been struggling a little bit so far in this match. There's the serve out wide to Raducanu, and that's into the net.
Yeah, good movement on that serve, bit of extra slice from Vondrousova. Raducanu just trying to block it back, but finding the bottom of the net.
40-15, Vondrousova, former champion here 2 years ago. The first serve is excellent down the tee, and Raducanu just about gets it back into play. Then the backhand is aggressive from Raducanu, and the volley was tough to control for Vondrousova.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a good serve from Vondrousova, 140 miles an hour. That's probably up there with one of her fastest, but the anticipation from Raducanu, she knew exactly where the forehand was going to go, was able to set up and really commit to that backhand pass.
She's been predicting well, anticipating well, hasn't she? All through the match, Raducanu, where to go for the return. A let once again. 40-30, Vondrousova leads. First serve is out. Raducanu was trying to be aggressive and step inside the baseline. Will she do that again with this second serve? She might fancy her chances here. Second serve is in this time from Vondrousova. Then the forehand up the line from the Czech. She's on top in this rally now as Raducanu sends it defensively high into the sky. And again, we're into this routine where Vondrousova can't put the smashes away. Raducanu bouncing around at the back of the court. Oh, that's brilliant. Defense to attack from Raducanu.
Unbelievable. I mean, she's everywhere at the moment, Raducanu. Vondrousova just turning around and looking at her almost in disbelief there, starting to get into her head, not being able to put the balls away.
On to juice we go. As Vondrousova just pauses for a little bit of noise to die down. Big moments here for Vondrousova as the first serve is out. Comfortably long. Raducanu goes back to her return position. Second serve is in. Vondrousova with the backhand through the centre of the court. Raducanu, that's disappointing from her. A rally ball, a forehand long.
Yeah, just wasn't in the right position there. Almost just falling backwards as she's making contact with the ball. So again, as we see often do, just shadowing that needed to really get over the top of it, get some cover on that shot.
Advantage here for Vondrousova. The backhand slice back into play by Raducanu, and Vondrousova cross-court forehand winner. And she gets a little bit of respite, does the Czech, as she holds serve, and Raducanu does lead 4-3.
Another good hold there from Vondrousova, because she was certainly feeling the pressure. She's just been able to keep herself calm, keep herself focused, and stay as close as she can to Raducanu. Hope that, you know, maybe some nerves will come into play. Raducanu, who will serve the previous game brilliantly, served it out to be able to extend that lead. She's going to have to do it again. Be interesting to see if we do see a bit of tension from Raducanu. Be a big win for her. She talked about how, you know, she's coming into this event with not too much expectation, had a few issues with her back, well, she pulled out of Berlin, didn't she, where she had a wild card into the main draw. Didn't seem any signs of any physical issues, though, so far, and had a bit of extra time just to get ready. Did play down at Eastbourne, where she lost to the eventual champion, the Aussie qualifier, Maya Joint, 6 in the third.
Well, there is a buzz around centre court. This has been a terrific performance so far from Emma Raducanu, but she will be as aware as everybody else. She needs to tie a bow on proceedings here. A couple of games will do the trick. And she's serving at 4-3 up here. The British #1 goes long with that first serve. Place in the third round on the line. She has beaten Vondrousova here at Wimbledon before. That was 4 years ago. So much has changed since then. Second serve from Raducanu. Backhand from the Brit this time, and the backhand up the centre of the court. Vondrousova tries to respond with the same shot, but goes long.
It's the pace, isn't it? The way to shot just can inject a little more into the ball off both sides. She's hit the forehand as well as the backhand so far today, and that's drawn errors from Vondrousova.
15-love, Raducanu winds up with the first serve, and it's got a lot of heat behind it.
99 miles an hour, certainly not her biggest, had a bit of slice on, but it was the accuracy, the movement that it had as it hit the court, just moving away from Vondrousova.
30-love, Raducanu trying to be as clinical as possible here. Vondrousova with a return. Raducanu in the centre of the court. That's a cross-court forehand from her. Backhand up the line from Vondrousova. She senses the moment to move forward. Raducanu will put it away into the open court. And is Vondrousova just running out of ideas? She looked a little bit forlorn there.
I think she might be. I mean, she came forward and had to deal with a really difficult shot. There was a great effort from Raducanu, who was in defence, but able to just place that ball down at the feet of Vondrousova, get the high reply that she took care of.
40-love, Emma Raducanu to move within one game of this match here. Vondrousova down the centre of the court, and then Vondrousova on the defensive. Raducanu, there's too much purpose and power to her ground strokes at the moment.
Just not backing off at all. No signs at all of feeling pressure, trying to close this one out. I mean, didn't really give Vondrousova any opportunity to get into that service game there. And you know she'll continue to do this here. You know that she'll be looking to get onto the return.
Vondrousova serving to stay in this match at 5-3 down here. And the backhand return winner, Raducanu. She's in a hurry now.
Yeah, she is. And well, Vondrousova just quickly grabbing a ball. She's not hanging around either. Maybe she needs to take a little more time.
Here's Vondrousova unravelling right now. The first serve is accurate this time. Raducanu thought she'd found a good return again.
She had a play on it, didn't she? Once more, just hitting the top of the net, but choosing to stay on her own side of the court.
15 all as Vondrousova finds the net. Raducanu on the prowl at the baseline. Second serve, it comes quickly from Vondrousova. She doesn't waste any time, does she? The backhand up the line from Raducanu. She's on top now in this rally. Here comes the forehand cross-court from Raducanu. Vondrousova's just recovered here. It's a clip of the net on the way through from the Czech. Forehand slice from Vondrousova. It stayed low on Raducanu's racket.
Well, it stayed really low. I mean, that's some shot from Vondrousova, just carving down the back of the ball. I mean, she was stretching for that slice forehand, but it ended up being very effective.
30-15, Vondrousova. Can she keep this alive here? Misses with the first serve. Raducanu waiting patiently for the second serve. And it's a backhand that she has with the return, and it's deep from Vondrousova. Raducanu was moving up to it. Vondrousova attempted the drop shot, and it's short into the net.
Vondrousova having to crouch down so low to deal with Raducanu's ball. I thought it was actually long. I was expecting a call, but nothing from the electronic system, and then we're trying to play the drop shot, but that time didn't have quite enough on it to get it over the net.
30 all, and Raducanu 2 points away from a place in the third round here. She reached the fourth round 12 months ago. Can she stay on course once again? Vondrousova with a second serve down the tee, and Raducanu steps in and tries to take command with the backhand. Raducanu again with a cross-court backhand. She's loved that shot today, and Vondrousova goes long with the forehand, and now it is Emma Raducanu who has a match point.
Great play once more. She is just not backed off out here, Raducanu. She's been so aggressive.
Vondrousova, can she fend off this match point? First serve was tame and into the net. Has the Czech run out of ideas? Second serve to come here. Raducanu with a forehand slice into play. Vondrousova with a backhand through the centre of the court. Can Raducanu sign, seal, deliver this match here? She does! Raducanu with a smile. That is...
Emma Raducanu has won the second round here at Wimbledon with a superb 6-3, 6-3 two-set wins. At times it looked close, but a perfect control from the US Open champion of 2021. And she wins here on Wimbledon Centre Court with a fantastic approach. Let's check in with the BBC.
Emma Raducanu, she moved well, anticipated beautifully, and Mark Petchey, the whole group there, has to be so pleased.
Stunning performance from her in that match. And we've wrapped up Centre Court 3 hours early.
Well, there's never any danger of us not getting ahead of ourselves at times like this, and we have to say that it is Aryna Sabalenka in the next round, and that news is sobering news, but it won't take the smile off Emma Raducanu's face or stifle the laugh. That was so good, and all of you watching it, enjoying it with us, will know that without us telling you. We can bombard you with numbers, but we won't right now, because we just have the memories of the shots and the defense and her all-round game, and seeing the kind of game that Emma Raducanu was showing when she was introducing herself to us for the first time, when she was winning titles in New York. She's beaten Vondrousova in straight sets, 6-3, 6-3, and here she is with Rishi.
Emma, congratulations on another fabulous win. Listening to what people were saying during the match, I heard phrases like, "That's the old Emma Raducanu." What did you make of your own performance today?
I mean, I think today I played really, really well. I think there was some... I mean, there were some points that I have no idea how I turned around. I think one for sure that I remember in the second set, but I knew playing Marketa, it was going to be an extremely difficult match. I mean, she's won this tournament, and it's a huge, huge achievement. So she's also in form really well. So I'm just so happy with how I competed, put my game out on the court, and I was just really focused the whole way through.
You glanced up at your box a fair few times. Obviously, we know Mark Petchey's in your corner, technical improvements, but also a change in mindset. Would that be fair? More aggressive in the way you're going about things?
Yeah, I mean, I knew today I had to be aggressive because Marketa would beat me if I was going to, push the ball around. But I think, Mark's helped me a lot. Everyone in that box has really been there for me, my friends. It's amazing to have them here as well. And of course, the support, it was incredible. And I really, really felt it today. The atmosphere was electric, and I'm just so happy to get to play another match here.
Well, I know you've just won, so I always feel a little bit bad about asking you about that next match, but it is up against Aryna Sabalenka next. That will be something. That will be something next here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, of course, she's #1 in the world right now, so dominant on the tour, has won literally everything. So, yeah, it's going to be a really difficult match, but I'm just so happy with how I performed, and all I can do is control my side of the court as best as possible. When you play an opponent like her, you have to play well, but yeah, I guess there's no pressure at all on me the next round.
Just want to Just want to ask you one last question, because I know this is your first appearance on centre court this year, and I know you said that quite often you take the opportunity to have a little peek up who's in the royal box. Have you had a chance to do that through the match? Or were you too focused on what you were doing on court?
No, I was really trying to stay focused today because I barely looked at my box, to be honest. I knew I had to just focus on locking because I can so easily get distracted. So I just had to try and focus on the tennis ball today.
Well, it worked for you. Congratulations on a fabulous performance from Emma Raducanu.
Well, you see Dominic Cooper among those applauding her performance. Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters is up there. Olivia Rodrigo is up there. Thomas Tuchel and Roy Hodgson, Tom Daly, Tommy Fleetwood and his wife Claire also watching from the Royal Box. But those young fans know they've witnessed something very, very special. Emma Raducanu at her best, and particularly on grass, is just a stunning thing to watch. She's so athletic, she's so quick and powerful. It's almost as if she's not thinking. It all happens so fast. And it was all too fast for Marketa Vondrousova, the champion from 2 years ago, beaten 6-3, 6-3, and there are all sorts of upsets happening in the top seeds of the women's. We've lost the second seed, Coco Gauff. We've lost the third seed, Jessica Pegula. The fourth seed, Jasmine Paolini, last year's runner-up, is in big trouble, has already been match point down. In fact, she saved 3 match points against Kamila Rakimova. That is currently on number 3 court. We'll keep our eyes on it and bring you up to date. In fact, Rakimova's got another match point right now. So who's to say that the top seed couldn't also be vulnerable? Anyone is vulnerable in the women's game, and certainly they are vulnerable when they're up against an in-form Emma Raducanu, because we know that she is a Grand Slam winner. She's done it. She did it at the US Open when it was least expected. And here at Wimbledon, Mark Petchey and Jane O'Donoghue among those celebrating. Terrific job from the team, but it's the player with the racket in their hand that has to do it. They have to go out there, they have to face their opponent. Nobody can help them once the umpire says play. And next up, it will be in 2 days' time, Aryna Sabalenka, a player who's reached the last 3 Grand Slam finals, who is a Grand Slam winner herself, who is hugely strong and powerful and passionate. And she had to come through it a fair bit. Marie Buzkova really stretched her, particularly in the first set, which went to a tie-break. But in the end, it was Sabalenka who emerged victorious. So the top seed will be the third-round opponent for Britain's number 1, Emma Raducanu. But as I was mentioning, Jasmine Paolini was in big trouble against Kamila Rakimova. And this is Rakimova serving match points. Oh, and Jasmine Paolini is out, last year's runner-up, who was won so many fans. The bouncing Italian is the 15th seed out of Wimbledon, and we are only on day 3. There have been plenty of upsets in the men's as well, but the women's draw is wide open. And although on paper Emma Raducanu has the toughest test of the lot in 2 days' time against Aryna Sabalenka, this is a sport in which genuinely anything is possible. Tracy Austin has made her way from the commentary box, and she's come through the crowds, all of whom were buzzing. There was a massive roar on the hill as Emma Raducanu sealed that match point to win her way through to the third round. And Tracy, you sounded so impressed with that performance.
To me, it's very exciting to see Emma Raducanu, who won the US Open as a qualifier, win those 10 matches without dropping a set. And then so many ups and downs since then. Surgeries and injuries, getting back to playing, and then another surgery. It's just been very difficult to watch, all the expectations on the teenager. And that was the best I've seen her play since the US Open. Claire, that was spectacular tennis. The serving was awesome, serving out wide on both courts to open up the court. Really picking on the Vondrousova forehand, but you have to hit it hard enough, because if it's not hard, then Vondrousova can start working you from side to side. And Emma was accelerating her racket head speed, just getting enough topspin on it for control. really using that backhand down the line beautifully, throwing in some backhand slices. I feel like she's been using that more on the grass court season. I think Mark Petchey, the tactics that he must have come up with, I'm crediting Mark because I work with him in the States on television, and he's just so smart. But as you said, Emma had to employ them, and the return of serve was phenomenal. I mean, Emma's technique, short backswing, great timing, hitting that ball well out in front. And we were seeing so often that she was hitting the ball within 6 feet of the baseline. So Vondrousova, by the time she served, the ball was on her feet, and she was kind of having to back up. She was feeling rushed.
Which was interesting as well, because right on her feet, then she can't create the angles that she finds so useful. Let's have a look at Emma Raducanu playing from defence, because she mentioned there in the interview that there were points that she felt, how did I even win those, from positions where she really looked as if she couldn't. And when you look at this, you'll see when Emma Raducanu is in white, she's in a neutral position. When she is in red, with the red ring around her, that means that she's in a defensive position. And how is she managing to do this from, you'd think, this is it, no way, 5.2% winner probability, she nails it.
Well, we know that Emma Raducanu has such great hands, and she's got great precision, and even on the full stretch, she can find a winner. But it seems like she was flying out there, Claire, the way that she's moving, and we saw that kind of movement, especially at the U.S. Open. It's movement, but it's also great anticipation when she gets there. And then, of course, the tennis IQ. This was so smart. I thought Vondrousova could have done a lot more with that overhead. I think that she didn't put enough intensity behind it. You can't do that against Raducanu, because she will find a way to work herself back into the point with the great defense, and then immediately went back into offense. And so it's such that I just love that as a little girl, you know that Emma, playing tennis, starting to get serious about tennis, must have been thinking, I want to play at Wimbledon, and I want to play unbelievable tennis at Wimbledon. Well, she just played just about the best I've seen, as I said, since the U.S. Open, and that's got to be so joyful for her, and her team seems high-spirited right now. Petchey seems to have a smile on her face, put a smile on her face as well. You know, I told you this before the match, that he's a father of two, and two girls about the same age as Emma, so I think he kind of understands the ebbs and flows, things that she's been going through. He's a former player, and he seems to really listen. And then I think Jane O'Donoghue has been very helpful as well, kind of that steady force on her team.
And that's what Emma Raducanu needs. She needs that. We were talking earlier about Sonia Kartal and what a steady team she's had around her since she was a very, very young player. And Emma Raducanu has been searching for that stability. It hasn't happened yet.
Well, as soon as she won the U.S. Open, she broke up with that coach, and then she had a change in, you know, in her agent as well, and then all the expectations. When you win the U.S. Open as a teen, ranked 150 in the world as a qualifier, you need as many things to stay the same, I think, in that foundation as possible.
Well, you went back to school. I mean, you did win the US Open as a teenager.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that, Claire.
You did.
I did. And by the Tuesday, I was back at school. And so many kids wouldn't have done that. But I felt I needed that foundation and that regularity and that normalcy and something to kind of ground me. And I feel like Emma's getting that. We've seen the coaches and the changes, and that's a lot of different voices for her to hear. And it feels like she's found some grounding and some stability. She just looks happy out there, and that brings joy to all of us.
The happiness is one thing, and it is so lovely, and hearing the musicality of her laugh and the way she is in the interview as well. But also physically, how did you think she was moving? How did she look to you?
She looked fantastic, and that's so important because it has seemed like she's been fragile with the wrist surgery here and a wrist surgery on the other wrist. And then she had the ankle surgery. 3 surgeries in 2023. She's been dealing with some back issues, just some spasms this spring. I thought she was moving incredibly well, and she is such a good athlete. She has such incredible balance, and balance is everything in a sport. To read and recognize those short balls from Vondrousova, the deep balls, really getting that short little steps, the great footwork so that she gets on balance so that she can unload. You know, a great stat that we had, Claire, was her forehand miles per hour went up 6 miles per hour in the second set and 2 miles an hour on the backhand. So that means she didn't get tight. She was actually playing with more freedom in the second set, which is such a good sign.
But you see there, she played backhand slice just before that double-handed backhand here on the forehand, beautifully placed. And all of that backspin on the ball. She knows what to do out there.
Well, she pushed Vondrousova back with the power and then pulled her forward with the drop shots. She threw in her own slices to kind of counter the slices from Vondrousova. It was a tactical masterclass.
Well, the next tactical challenge for Mark Petchey is how do you go about beating Aryna Sabalenka? But I wonder...
Yes.
Everyone looks at that and goes, that's an awful draw. Is it not the best draw? Because she can say to everyone, I'm not going to beat the world number one.
Doesn't matter if it's the best draw or the worst draw, it is her draw. So that's what you've got to deal with. And I would say that she has a chance to beat Sabalenka. The way that I did Sabalenka's first match, she looked good, didn't look unbelievable, and, you know, tight two-setter with Bouzkova today. If Emma plays that way, first of all, Sabalenka has one of the biggest serves in women's tennis. But Emma, the way that she returned today, the way that she was seeing the ball, that she was hitting it out in front, she was hitting it early, if she can maintain that depth on her return, Sabalenka has kind of big strokes, actually on both sides. Maybe she'd be able to rush Sabalenka as well. Emma's backhand slice, really to get down low to that forehand of Sabalenka as well, because she kind of has an extreme Western grip. There are things that Emma can do if she plays like she did today. That can, her consistency, her ability to move the ball from side to side that Emma does so well. There's a lot of parts of Emma's game that can bother Sabalenka.
That is all to come in 2 days' time. Right now, all we want to say is well done, Emma Raducanu. That was sensational. 10 out of 10 performance. She is into the third round. Now,
she really is as well, and what a...
was giving 10 out of 10 performances. He was distinct. Well, he was taken to 5 sets in the first round, but up against the British qualifier Alcaraz-Tarvet, who was trying to bring off the biggest shock in Wimbledon history. Alcaraz came through, but this was a wonderfully entertaining match. Some great stuff from Tarvet, some wonderful celebrating as well. He's pretty punchy. And let's hear what he had to say about his first experience of centre court.
Obviously, there was a lot of nerves. I feel like I've said before that I try and treat every match is the same, you know, and try and play the ball and not the player or the situation. And as much as I tried to do that today, it was, you know, I woke up a couple of times in the night just, you know, from adrenaline and in the car, you know, my heart rate was going quicker than it usually does. You kind of feel like you're in the set and you lose at 6-1. It's like tough. But yeah, it was, going back to your last question, even though it was, you know, not the result that I wanted today, you know, it was definitely the most special day of my life.
The most special day of his life. And I tell you what, Tracy, he played some great tennis, Tarvet did.
This is a college kid. Yes. I mean, I know he's from Great Britain, but he plays college tennis in the United States. I was just telling somebody before, because I was watching some of that match, 2 months ago, when he was at the University of San Diego playing college matches, could he have ever imagined I'd be playing on center court against Carlos Alcaraz and giving him a pretty good run in sets 2 and 3? I was very impressed, and what an outing for him.
Absolutely, and we can have a look at some of what he does really well. He had plenty of breakpoint opportunities in this first set, couldn't take them, but my word, I love the way he played the crowd as well. And you could see from the second he walked out that he was not overawed by this. He was going to make the most of it. Look at this.
Incredible athleticism. Yeah, I think he's a 10 out of 10, giving his best effort, but you're exactly right. After winning that point, he kind of puts his hand up to try to get the crowd even more involved, and you love that. The crowd just wants to be entertained by not only the shot making, but the personalities as well. And I think Tarvet is definitely going to remember this day for the rest of his life, but he showed himself well. Claire, I think he's ranked in about the 700s.
733.
But I don't think he'll stay 700 for very long, because he looks like he has a lot of talent.
And will he stay in college? He's got another year to do. He says he loves it there and he loves the team around him, but it's an expensive choice to make because he can only take $10,000 profit.
Remember, there's NIL money in the United States,
which
where colleges name, image, and likeness, where colleges can now pay you. There's some players that are playing college tennis now that are getting over $100,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
To play college tennis. So I don't know the ins and the outs of that, but maybe with this, there'll be a donor that can help him. You know, if I were him, and he's got 3 years under his belt, I think I might go that one extra year. University of San Diego is quite an impressive school, and finish and graduate. He's so young, he'll have plenty of years, but who knows? I was joking with somebody. I said he'll probably stay in college, but if he beats Alcaraz today, he should probably turn pro.
Exactly, he's out. It's like, give me the prize money, and anything could happen now. He's studying communication and marketing, I think, there, a degree in that. So it'll be, you know, he'll know exactly how to get on in life, as it were, off court as well. For Alcaraz, what did you make of that? And do you think he's finding the sort of form that obviously took him to the title at Queen's? And he took a while to get going there as well.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that it was 5 sets against Fognini, to tell you the truth. And, you know, got a little tighter. It seemed like Alcaraz was enjoying it sometimes, maybe not putting his foot to the pedal. But he knows how to work his way through the 7 matches. He's, you know, won 5 different majors. He's won this a couple of times. It'd be wonderful if he could win it 3 times in a row. So I don't know. I don't know who his next opponent is, Alcaraz, but I think he's going to have to start to pick it up. But we know that Carlos can do that.
Absolutely, and I will find out who his next opponent is in just a moment. But Cam Norrie, my word, he pulled off an upset, and this is the Wimbledon of upsets so far, because he saw off the 12th seed from the USA. The wonderful Francis Tiafoe, who has so many friends, is hugely popular amongst the other players as well. But Cam Norrie coming back from losing the first set. It was really gutsy. And terrific to see him back in the 3rd round. He's been to a semi-finals before at Wimbledon. And let's have a listen to what Cam had to say with Steve Crossman.
It was so much fun, and both of us played such a good level throughout the match. Yeah, I felt very relaxed today, and I was really happy to be on that court 1. And yeah, I lost that first set, and I was serving great, hitting the ball great, moving well. And I was like, well, I've played an amazing set and I've lost it. So just going to try keep doing what I'm doing, not try to change too much. And he dropped ever so slightly, and I was able to take my chances and hit an insane pass on set points in the 2nd set to win that backhand line. And I think that from then it changed the match completely.
You love court 1, don't you?
I do. You're right. I do.
I love that I can just say court 1 and it brings a smile to your face straight away. I mean, I know you've had lots of success there, but what do you love about being on it?
I don't know why. I just like the grass. I feel good. I move well there. I really like that the team boxes are right on the court, on the corners of each of the court, and you feel the connection with your team, and you can get fired up. And I feel like it's a little bit more rowdy than the center court, and yeah, it's just a nice dynamic in there, and the nice acoustics when you hit the ball. But I just tend to play well on it, probably is the reason why I like it the most.
And he had a whole gang of people supporting him as well. And for Cam Norrie, he's managed to have a shower, he's changed, he's relaxed. His next round opponent will be either Jiří Lehečka, who was runner-up at Queen's, or Mattia Bellucci. But at the moment, Lehečka is in trouble. He's 2 sets down, it's 3 games all in the 3rd. And to answer your question about Alcaraz, it's Felix Auger-Aliassime or Jan Lennard-Struff.
Yeah.
And they are ongoing, and the score there, 4-all 2nd set, 1st set went to Auger-Aliassime.
So it's Felix that's the seed there.
Yes.
Both good on grass. Struff, huge serve. I just kind of trust Alcaraz now, the way that he works his way through. I mean, that was, not to talk about Roland Garros, but that final, Claire, that might be the best match in history.
Oh, gosh, when he came back from 3 championship points down
in a row.
I know, unreal. Let's have a look, though, at Cam Norrie and what he does effectively. His backhand in particular. I mean, he hits very flat shots.
Very early and very flat, and so it gets on an opponent. The leftiness is also helpful, and it's a very short take back, so he can adjust to awkward bounces. He keeps it so low. Look at how these balls are that Tiafoe is trying to deal with. And then because Norrie is so close to the baseline, he can also hit the angles so well. He can go deep, or uses the sidelines beautifully, absorbs power. And this was an interesting match because I talked to John Lloyd, who called this match. He said that Tiafoe was 1st set and a half playing extremely well, seemed to be kind of in the lead, really dictating play. But Norrie, who's a former top 10 player, got to about 90 earlier this year. I was kind of surprised to see that back in the 60s. But Norrie was able to use his experience, and I think the crowd as well. The crowd really got behind him. That's so helpful, such an assist. And he turned that match around. He has so much belief in himself. You know, Norrie didn't win a grass court match. He lost first round in both of his tournaments that he played before Wimbledon. But I think because he was semi-finalist here, once you come in the gates of the All England Club, I mean, it's just got to feel good for him to have all those great memories.
And I think he quite enjoys just being under the radar. You know, he's not a flashy guy, and the same is absolutely true of Sonia Cartel. She is not flashy. She doesn't seek the limelight. She is very, very happy, nobody knowing who she is, but just going about what she does. And what an impressive win this was against Victoria Tomova. 6-2, 6-2 was the score. She doesn't over-celebrate. She's just dead level, and she is some player. She really is, and great to see her into the third round for the second year in a row. Let's hear what she had to say to Jenny Drummond.
Sonny, huge congratulations. You are back in the third round of Wimbledon for the second year running, and you're swiftly making number 3 court a bit of a haven for yourself. Look, how pleased are you to come through that match, especially in straight sets today?
Yeah, obviously, I knew that match was going to be tough. I know she's an incredible competitor, and I knew I was gonna have to go out and win that match. But I think in the warm-up this morning, I felt good. On court today, I felt good. I felt like I was seeing it and hitting it really clean. So I think I just had one of them days where it was a very good day in the office.
When that happens at your home slam in the second round, isn't it? But look, how important was it for you? You obviously beat Yelena Ostapenko in round 1, 20th seed, and then playing an opponent who's ranked, you know, at least 50 places worse off than you. How important was it to back up that first victory in the first round?
Yeah, I think even last year, you know, I wanted to back up the run I had last year. I didn't want people to think that it was just a 2 good weeks out of the year. So this tournament, I really wanted to show that I'm at this level now and I can consistently play. And yeah, I think after the match against Yelena, I had so much confidence. And yeah, I feel like with each match on the grass and out here, I'm growing with confidence.
Well, my thanks to everybody who's tuned in today for what has been yet another fantastic Wimbledon. Day 4 watch-along coverage will continue tomorrow here live. Join us for all the action from 1:30. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.